Okay, let me make, excuse me, I'll make the announcement. Welcome everyone to the 130th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Spaceship Institute. It's another special workshop today, Saturday, August 13th, 2016. And we'll play the promo video first and then get into the workshop.
You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano, and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
The Universal Council invites you to attend the One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome on the 9th and 10th of September 2016. The Council looks forward to open interaction with the public at the event. Come interact with the Council in your spoken language. The Council encourages you to bring your positive suggestions and solutions to the table on how humanity can move forward as a whole towards everlasting peace. In this way, the work of the members of the Council will become the work of humanity for humanity. The full package price for a single ticket to the event includes 3-night stay in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. The full package price for 2 tickets to the event includes 3-night stay in a twin-bed room in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Additional night stay are offered at €150 per person per night. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending a single day of the event, the cost will be €200, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending both days of the event, the cost will be €400, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome. Come share your positive solutions on how we can work together to bring everlasting peace to our world.
Okay, I believe we're ready to begin the main part of the workshop. Mr. Kesh, are you ready to go there?
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers programs. As you are aware, today is an unusual time for us to broadcast any Knowledge Seekers, but we have set ourselves the goal to change the world through the introduction and release of what we call systems which can deliver energy freely without any cost. This technology has been tried and tested in so many ways. Many people have tried to achieve this goal. Keshe Foundation, through introduction of new materials and new systems, has managed to achieve the dream of humanity. We set out today that we take this unit in US to the President of the United States, to the seat of the House of a Nation, that with it we can change the course for humanity. It's not an easy task to change the course of millions of years, and understanding that energy on its own employs hundreds of millions of people around the world. From a little electric shop, to the transmission lines, to the power stations, to the mines which produce coal and gas and oil, oil fields, the heavy investment in nuclear industry in the past 30, 50 years, all has been to one target: to make energy for man and make it available that the nations can grow industrialists. The industrialization has begun on the back of the use of the water centuries ago, at least a couple of hundred years ago plus. And now we have come to the cycle of completing this, at least part of the need of the man in this process. It's been our dream to have energy and have it in abundance, have it when we need it, where we need it. In the past, we went to the woods and we looked for the dry wood to burn, to heat up, and then to cook. And sometimes create a small amount of light. We progressed into burning fuel, and then we have seen the work of people like Tesla and Edison in allowing us to be able to transmit it. Transmission of power has been the key process. And if you have seen in many wars in recent past decades, the first thing the governments attack is the power stations. The first thing governments attack in their attacking, paralyzing a nation, is attacking the water supplies. We've seen it in Gaza, how the Israelis effectively destroyed the only power station. We've seen it in many times in the false wars of the past few decades. We saw it in Libya, we saw it in Syria, we saw it in Yugoslavia, how effectively the power stations were taken out to paralyze a nation to submission. With this technology, with what we are transferring to the White House, we take this out of the hand of the government and we give the power to the people. In a very short time, now that the key is unraveled, power stations, nuclear power stations, oil and gas power stations all become history, become part of the history of man. But we needed it to progress to where we are. Nothing has been wrong. It's been part of the evolution of science. Today, we deliver not only to the White House, but the White House is symbolic. We deliver to humanity the first energy system, which needs no fuel. It taps in the universal energy. It has the facility to do it. You have, as Keshe Foundation supporters, built it, you understand it, you know it. The ganses, the nano layers, the matter states all work together. It's a harmonization of 3 different field forces to absorb the energy from the universal energy. A lot of you think it's the nanomaterial or the coil or the GANs. In fact, these 3 layers are a porthole between the universal energy and the matter state energy, which we have built our systems around. Be it a cooker, be it a freezer, be it a hair dryer, be it the systems to run operational computers. What we have done with this technology, we have opened the porthole into the universal energy. A lot of you did not see this and cannot understand it. But in fact, the 3 systems we have built, the layering, what you call superconductors, the ganses, the matter states, this is a transmission line between 2 matters, in between 2 states of energy. This is what is important to us, and we have to understand what is to be delivered. The GANs material and the nano layer are the intermediary. If you stand on the side of the universal energy side, which is the GAN side, you have access, you're absorbing energy from the universe. If you stand on the copper side inside the system, you are releasing energy to the weaker matter on the other side of the wall. If you look at it, it's 3 layers on either side. And the nano material coating creates that transition point. It's the intermediary. It's the porthole for the conversion of the universal energy into the matter state. So now we understand what we have created, maybe for the first time. We have managed to create a transformer, transferring the energy of the universe to the need of the man, be it 110, 220, be it as it is DC, AC. It is important for us to understand what we are doing, that there's not a magic. Nobody can, and nobody can stop a man to use this. It's the same way you have to look. You have the power, the energy of the universe. You have the top layer of the man. You have the middle layer of the skin of the man, and then you have the inner skin. It's the same process. We have done nothing new, but we have replicated the work of the universe. It does the same thing in your stomach for transfer of the energy of the food into your limb. It's the same process as your lung. You take the matter from outside with energy through 2 layers on the inside with 1 layer on the other side. You create a transformer. This is what we've done. This is why this looks so strange. Some of you who understood this will start using it effectively in what you need to create. Making these systems is like making different organs of the body of the man. Each one will do its own job. In the new system which we are developing, which is in a way, the next generation of what you see, the system will become like a heartbeat. It becomes the body of the man. It will possess its own heartbeat, hopefully, and in a way it sustains its own life. This is the process we are looking at. This is the structure which is to come. The follow-up, hopefully the Innovation Center and the groups who are working in 2 or 3 countries will deliver this to us in the next few days. What this means, we create a system with a soul. We create a system with a pulsation. And that pulsation allows to create a difference energy level between the lowest and the highest. And it creates a gap in the layers of the plasma of the GANs that allows the energy to enter. Now you understand maybe in more detail what this process is doing. We are not creating a, what you like to call over unity, or we are not creating a free energy. We have created, we have understood the work you have done for past 2 years. A lot of you have done the work but have not made a connection. Is that now we have made the transformer. A nano layer, a GANs, which is connected directly in the same matter state as the matter inside, which is the copper, is very much like an amplifier or reduction in the speed or the strength of the fields. Inside out or outside in. Do we want to reduce it or do we want to increase it? So if there is somebody's microphone open. So if you understand.
Excuse me, Mr. Keshe, it's me, Rick. I had a picture that just came in today from NASA. It's of Jupiter. And as you're speaking, it just reflects to me that this seems exactly what you're talking about in reference to the universe. And this picture is of the south pole of Jupiter, and the outer rings we see are the equator of Jupiter. And you can see the eye of Jupiter on the equator there. And it almost looks like that symbol of the snake eating its tail, I thought. And we have the eye in the middle and all the layers in between, which is very similar to the MagGrav unit and the layering of the nanomaterials and so on. And you mentioned pulsation. There's a pulsation with the planet Jupiter. It's got a definite pulse that actually Nikola Tesla was the first person to receive signals from Jupiter and state that he thought it might have been some other civilization or something initially. But it's got a pulsation, it's got a pulse, just like you were speaking of, so I couldn't resist. What do you think about this image?
You're welcome, thank you very much. Anything which has a dynamic plasma has to have a pulsation. Dynamism dictates pulse. It has to release the energy which has released internally to outside. And it cannot expand because of its central gravitational field holds it together. So it opens up to release the field and closes. And in that process receives what it needs to. That creates the pulsation. In a way, what we call in our teachings, it creates gravitational magnetic field or MagGrav positioning in respect to the other fields within the structure that it allows. It's like literally if you boil the water, you see the bubbles at the top just appear and burst. This is the same thing as pulsation. The energy inside opens up. Plasma is spherical, so it opens up to release the energy, and because the energy constant release, it creates a constant regular release of the energy to outside. We call it the pulsation. And this pulsation increases the volume, reduces the volume. So it has a physical dimension and absorption and observation of fields. And in so many ways, when we call the field is magnetic and gravitational. So what we can see is for the first time, we have managed to achieve this. But because the system is self-sufficient, self-supplying energy from the universe, we see it as a free energy. It's not free, it's a converter. The stacker unit is a converter. What we were looking for was a pulsation to create it, and 60 hertz is the pulsation which needs to be created. But now we have found a new way to create a field impulse. If we succeed, which I hope our innovation teams in the background are working on it, they'll complete it, is a system very much militarized, because now you understand in a very simple way, kilowatts and megawatts will run on the back of the nano layers. It's a superconductor, super resistor. But because the way we develop this technology, that we use the copper to make its own nano, and from its own nano, we put a gas on it, the system is very smooth. In the future, as we see in the pictures Rick just showed us, when people will take a very close picture of the nano layers working in the system and what we call energy, you will find it has a pulse, it moves, it vibrates. It is not as static as you think. So what we come up with today is a unit that will have the properties of the universal condition. It absorbs energy, and as you demand it, it delivers it. 2 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt, 100 kilowatt is not a problem. It's for us to understand how much we need and take from it as much as we need, because we don't need to store energy anymore. The universe is our battery. The universe is our storage. Once the man understands this, the hunger for energy will disappear in seconds. We are not delivering this unit to the White House to show we achieved. We are delivering the energy unit to the White House to say we are a new nation. We take over our own destiny. We don't need decisions to be made for us, and we do not need to rely on others to dictate. With this energy unit, we give man the freedom. Those who are there to criticize and to say whatever they like, they have to, because for years they've been sitting, and especially in recent past, discrediting. How can they confirm they're wrong? We shut them down with their own action. We are here to start a new nation, and the nation starts today. As I said to the team before, today is the 13th, is the day of the end for those who abused. With energy, as energy has been the line of control of the man in the next few months, we take control of one nation. We take control of our own destiny. We take control of not to be governed, but to be part of a structure that we look after ourselves in a correct way. There is no need to steal anymore, and there is no need to die of hunger. In the coming days, we show the water units. In the coming days, we show the food unit using the MagLab system. In the coming days, we show the system that can produce material, and the only thing which is left to bring everything to an end is the control of the emotion of the man and his greed to be better or to be a ruler. In the coming days, I will introduce a new system which brings the balance, the emotion of all the man at the same time across this planet, which means the end of kingship, the end of leadership, equality, not on the level of physicality, equality on the level of emotion, which brings the equality of the physicality. I see with today's move, what Douglas is to deliver to the White House is to bring an end to all the miseries of man and abuse of man in the time to come. If you remember a couple of days ago, for the first time we showed systems which use the plasma as the energy source from this energy system. We showed cores which in conjunction with the coils run each other, which they don't rely on the matter state vibration of electron, but the plasmatic. In the coming time, using this in the next few weeks, we show how we can create fields which change the emotion of the man, and we put an end to all the wars. Whatever promised, I have delivered. And this, we might do it much faster than you think. The solution is very simple. Once we arrive in Washington tomorrow, I give you the recipe of peace. How you, as people who have worked around the foundation, will come to understand what you've got to do to the next step to start the peace process. We are not fighting anymore. We are dictating the position of our freedom by ourselves. Not to be dictated to, but we decide our own destiny. From next few days, the changes will be very rapid, extremely rapid. We have two choices. With this change, we allow the others to use what we have delivered, trying to gain position and cause the same problem as before, or we take charge of our own destiny as one race, and we write off the governments and national governments and the rest. In that purpose, as I said, as of tomorrow, we start the process of one nation as one leaders. In a way, our gift to the White House or to the American government or the American nation alive is the poison chalice of the end of the greed of the man and the beginning of a new cycle. I have already asked the people who work in the background with us to start the establishment of the Universal Council. As you know, it's been progressing. We have started the process of what we call the council, which is a 6-member from each continent. Number of people have applied for the job. Unfortunately, none of you qualify. The time when it's done, we put the banner of the qualification to be the leaders in that council. Not the leaders, but to be the councillors. The next step for us is to rapidly, with this technology, deliver food. In a coming week, we'll start teaching heavily how to produce food that we overcome the hunger. Most of you know it, but now you have the tools to do it. To have a nation, to be able to secure the nation from those who will be losing and they want to gain a position by disruption, we bring the technology to affect the internal structure of the man, which is his emotion. At the same time, this transition time, I have asked people who are well known in the security business to start the establishment of the One Nation police force. We are not looking at the Interpol with all the fraudster and everything which goes in it. We are not looking at the national governments. We are setting up the first One Nation police force. We do not need the army. We need the time to control the situation that is done by all the nations at the same time. I have asked the mandate for this police force to be written in a way that no nation is higher than the other and all police forces employed are the same. So we are setting up a structure fully as one nation. We're done with judiciary. There are no judges and there are no juries. The information of the conduct is on open space of the platform of the internet. Anything is done by the what we call enforcement officers of the police of the what we call One Nation will be fully transparent. This way we do with what we've seen, judges being bribed to decide what it is and what is not, and to the benefit of one person or that. As you see, everything has been planned and we start delivering. And the delivery of it was with the energy unit. And as I said, a lot of you should have known this day has come. I told you by July, August, June, July, August, we entered the politics. And now we entered the politics because we have dissolved any politics. There is no need for politics because we work on one structure to be part of the universal community. Today's move is delayed by a few hours. It's to do with physically protecting and doing things for people who are on the move, that they can start and somebody can look after the children that they leave, to free the man from the shackles of the energy, but they don't bring problems to their own family. Douglas is going to start in a few, maybe an hour or two, once he has secured the safety of his children at home, and then he will start the trip. There's been a lot of opposition. I've received a lot of calls. You should have never disclosed the route. We are not afraid of. We are free and will do. None of you getting access to all the tools on that machine which is traveling will never be able to start the system. There is no way. There is a key to it, and this key is only known by a number of people in the Keshe Foundation, and we have kept it tight. It will be stayed tight. It will not be explained by Douglas or anybody else how it works till we decide. Nothing is important. Every part can be replaced. And then you understand that we are so sure that we change the course of humanity that we are not afraid to put it on the car and taking it. On the other hand, those of you who turn up to be on the route, or you meet in Washington when he arrives, arrangement is getting made in the background through the legal structure and the support team of the Keshe Foundation Security, that the system will be seen or be delivered to the government of the United States. And simultaneously on that point, once accepted and shown and confirmed by them they've received it, we release the blueprint worldwide. We will not give advantage to one nation or the other. Once the American government confirms as what they call the first nation on this planet has received the technology on behalf of the present governments of the planet, then the citizens of the planet become entitled to the knowledge. We are not afraid to release it. We will release it. We are still fine-tuning the last stages of it, and then we release it within days. You have to understand a simple thing. We are here to change all the mistakes of the past, and change what we call self-appointed people and the families who thought they have the right to rape, to kill, and destroy to whatever their wills. There shall be no king, and there shall be no presidents. We all are the same. We are all the king of our life, and we are presenting, and we are the president of our own destiny. It will take time, but this way I chose nobody is vulnerable. Because now people will deliver what they need at the point they need to their families, to their nations. And I don't think there was any other way to do it but this. We had no choice. We had to educate millions of you that you understand the process. Now millions are educated. There is no way, no man will accept another man to be higher than him, as he will have everything he needs. We have seen the production of material from energy from Peter in Austria in the past 48 hours. We see with this system, as you have a free energy running, the simplest way is to make a coil that it freezes the moisture, and you have as much water as you need, clean water. The food will come through different energies from the same system. You have to understand, extend your knowledge. If a hairdryer uses different energy, if a fridge uses different energy, if the light is using different energy from the same source, so the plasmatic energy within this source is within the boundary and the limitation of the life of the man too. I will teach you how to tap in. You're hungry, you touch, you receive energy. You will never eat food again. This process is needed, and that we can change and take the shackles of control of food, water, and energy. The next step for us is not to fall in the traps of military. So we disarm the emotion of the man from the angle of the war. So there shall be peace. For the next few weeks, I deliver these step by step. I teach you and you do. I explain. Peter understood. Deliver the matter. Explain, understood. You can receive. Be that pot of gold in the middle that created gold. Be that pot in the middle of the system. And you wish what you want. You become the intermediary, and your wish and your hand becomes what you call the deliverer. You will stand in the middle of the system the way we seen with Peter, and you wish from the energy of the two, you can produce aluminum, gold, food, water, whatever you need. So you see, we have come to a full circle. Man's history changes, and the book of history starts new cycle as of today, and tomorrow we deliver it. You have to understand, if a nation calls itself the superpower, the world leader, the most strongest man, he needs to receive it, to understand it, that the rest of the nations and leaders he represents, as he is the first president and the first lady and the first nation, he can tell to his subordinates, I have received the demise of our leadership. There shall be no king, there shall be no president, because we all conduct ourselves according to what it should be, that is peaceful for the others. Now you understand, as I said, how I have brought you to the slaughterhouse of freedom. The slaughter, the animosity, and the greed of the past to the freedom of what this technology brings. I have to tell you one thing, and that is, my wish is my command, and I have carried out my wish. Douglas, would you like to join us and tell us what's happening and when you're going to start? Okay. Is there anything addition we can do to the what we need to have, and we can start the process? We leave the lines open. Nothing will be done. Nothing will be eaten. When he starts, we leave the channel open till tonight when they arrive. We shut down, and tomorrow we start 131st workshop. Around about, I presume, it's about 2 o'clock Central European time when they will start their way into Washington. And we have people in the background trying to organize everything in Washington that the material can be done. We will stay in Washington till we receive the confirmation. The Keshe Foundation team will not move from Washington till the technology, does not matter who they have, to come and confirm the energy is correct, and we start the process. We leave this channel open. The live stream might be quiet. We just put something in the background to show it's running, and you can pop in anytime because the process of change has already started. The Zoom live stream will run, will not stop. We done this, as I said yesterday before, when we were having tests. I was showing the maglev systems, the development of the creation of 129 Tesla. So you can pop in, you can go out, you can join on the Zoom. When Douglas is ready, he'll announce it is. You don't need to be on the line all the time. You want to be. He progresses, they will sing, they will dance, they will share knowledge on the way, but we have to understand the process is very simple. This is the journey of the man from where he starts to where he lands, and then we start a new cycle, a new book. Maybe it's time to bring one thing on the table. Is the plan to bring peace with this technology? In a few days' time, I release the defense technology to 3 nations, which means I allow the governments to paralyze each other's military forces. Then I increase to 5 nations within minutes, which means we stop any progress in military. The nations which I'll deliver this technology to are very simple. First will be the nation of China. Then it will be delivered to Russia. At the same time as Russia and China, Iranian government will receive the information and technology. Then we share knowledge with Japan. And last, we share knowledge with the United States of America. We have to bring a condition that they realize they have no forces to fight. Simultaneously, I share knowledge with Ghana Atomic Energy Center. We move straight directly into the government of India and Brazil. So we bring a balance. My prime target is the delivery of peace through the change of soldiers, mentality, and disarmament of the whole, what we call mechanical warfare. So in the coming time, we directly deliver the, in a way, disarming of the militaries directly to the governments. We have all the channels to do so, and we'll show them how it's done. This stops what is planned in the South China Sea immediately, because all the American naval forces will be paralyzed. Within hours, we'll go through a step-by-step of development of the technology with the Chinese. The same will be done with the Iranian, the same will be done with the Russians. And when we achieve the total paralysis of the most aggressive nation in war, then we decide if we share the knowledge with the United States, or we decide to share with another state in Europe. The most natural progress for us is the state of Italy, but we have to see. So we declared our position. We let the system arrive, and if there is any hint to block it, as I told you, we release it. Then within the next 2 or 3 weeks, we see the crash of the oil and the end of the present economy. There's going to be a harsh time, we know that. But if you understand it, the harshness comes if you don't have food, if you don't have energy. The harshness comes if you don't have water and you don't have shelter. Very rapidly, after the crash of the present structure in the next few weeks and months, we will start teaching you how to protect, how to feed. You don't have a worry, because what is the essential things you have on the table. Then there is no need for riots, and we ask you one thing, to stay correct in conduct. I was called, there is a time for need of change, and we have delivered the change. The space technology will be on the back of the piece. Very rapidly, we'll pass the technology to begin with to the Chinese government through access portals we have, that the whole structure of the South China Sea with the war's plan there to be stopped. We share knowledge with Russia to stop the Crimean War. We share knowledge with Iran to secure the Middle East from any armed movement. And then we are secure enough to move. Then, if we get agreements from the American government that they will change the pattern of production of arms, we share knowledge with the American government. So we are taking all the weapons away before we start talking peace, because that's the only way we realize we can speak to the American nation. We gave a chance many times, and it was taken with a deaf ear. Now you'll find out very soon there'll be hundreds of thousands of people unemployed, millions of people unemployed in the United States who are in the arm industry. We have no choice. We are there to create you misery, but we have to stop you creating so much misery around the world. That's the only way I see it. The same with Western Europe. All the military targets, military manufacturing systems rely on electronic. And this system is fantastic. This is a Maghreb system to interact. And now you understand there shall be no war. Because at the moment we are back to spears and the hammers and the stone, all of us. And then we have to see if you would like to stone each other or hammer each other, or make, as was our ancestors with arrows chasing each other. We are back on the same boat. We leave the channel open, and this is the only way we can do. If you want to share knowledge correctly, the channels are open, otherwise we block you. As you see, the title is One Planet, One Nation, One Race. Plasma energy in exchange for world peace. We are delivering the first plasma energy unit to the President of the United States. It is so simple that even the President can make a plasma generator in the Oval Office for free. We arrive on the 14th of August, and there is nothing which can stop us. And if they do, we release it faster. So the best thing is for the American whatever to make sure we arrive safe, we show safe, and we deliver safe. Any questions before I go? And we leave the channels totally open. It'll be manned in the background. You can share knowledge, you can talk, and you can tell your piece as long as it's correct and start with solutions for peace, not criticizing the peace. Because now we are the solution makers. Any questions?
I just remind the viewers that they can put up their hand if they would like to speak or ask a question, and I can promote you to a panelist that way.
Is there a way to phase the current leaders into the process of transition to make it easier?
Who is speaking? When you speak, please declare who you are, where you are from, please.
This is Mark Erb. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia, and I'm wondering if there's a way we can phase the world leaders in so that they participate with the transition.
They will do. There is no choice. You have to understand, I always said, businessmen make the politicians because they decide how much business the presidents and the kings will have. Now we are all in the business of peace, so we dictate. They follow. There is no choice. The beauty of it is when we release the production of the generator, we still go and produce, the Keshe Foundation will still produce the generators, we still deliver the generators. But we allow those who want to do, will do. The production of energy will force the government. We will see the new summits which are coming up, the opening of the United Nations, will all be affected by the release of this technology. Is the introduction of the new 6, what we call continental councils, which will dictate the position of the change. Not the present, because they always try to cover themselves in one way or another. I have no trust in no one except trusting that I want to deliver peace. That should be in the logo of every man, that I trust myself, that I want to deliver peace, I will deliver peace, and I don't have the trust in the old because they're always twisted in a way to have something on top. They will change. There is the point will come very soon. Two choices we go. We go through total chaos absolute chaos for a short time, or we go through a time when the governments will take charge to go through the transition. They have to, there is no choice. When I release the development of the energy units, and you all can do it, do you need a government to give you energy? When you can know how to make food and whatever, you can produce as much as whatever you need. We've seen the beginning of it, and we would deal with a bunch of people who understand it. Then what I call there is no need for world leaders to play the game they have played up to now. There is a big problem. The problem sits not with the world leaders. It sits with who's behind what dictates the move. But most of these people who dictate what the presidents do sit within the world of finance, sit within the world of control of money. We take those away. They can have gold as much as they like. The point which is going to come, which is that's why I asked for the One Nation Police Force to be set up by the people who are expert in this job, is to bring in all the presidents and the kings who have done wrong. Literally, in the coming weeks, you will see a large number of world leaders behind the bar. They will walk in themselves. People will bring them in, not us. You will see the books open up. We've seen the Panama files. We've seen the others which has opened up. The files will open up like nothing. They will walk in. I have made it very clear. The One Nation Police Force have power over any other rulers or anything else. And you will see what I mean when we deliver. There'll be no battles and no wars and whatever. We make these people to walk in and hand themselves over and tell what they've done. I was told in the past few days, why don't you speak about the situation with a possible, doubtful future President of the United States, Hillary Clinton? We all know what was the outcome. We all know how it happened. We know she's mentally not in a position after the stroke she had, landing in Ahvaz airport, to be in a position of leadership. It's very clear. You put a man into prison, man brings with his peace the end of yours. Go back. I was arrested in Canada. 11 days I was told every day I'll be shot killed. They didn't keep me in Canada. I was such a stupid scientist. The Canadian had much better. So they sent me back to the people who they planned my arrest and everything else, back to the hand of the wolves in Belgium. And then you have to understand what happened. Months later, we delivered the USB stick and the wolves went to bite. American government asked for the key, and in that key condition we put a hand of peace. I did, and we know what happened. Clinton landed in Ahvaz airport, the plane crashed and she went through a head injury. And today we see consequence of that accident. All been explained with us in past 2-3 years. It's nothing new. So we already see there is an end to any presidential seat. All the seizures we've seen all the conducts we've seen is the byproduct of the brain damage. And it was what caused by to them, to us, it was a natural process of the soul's balance. This is what they will learn. There are kings who done so wrong and they're waiting, they think they die and it dies with them. Before they die, they will receive their own, what they call judgment. The problem is not us anymore. The problem now sits among themselves how to save their lives from what is about to come to them by themselves. Don't waste a minute of energy to do something, to do something, to do it. Develop fast. They walk in. The best solution for us is to disarm United States Army, Navy, and Air Force, but not harming a single American, not harming a single person. Just disarm the tools of war. That's all it is. If I take the bullet out of a gun, the gun is nothing but a battle. If I take the control system of an intercontinental missile, which is not there to function, is what it is in the ground, another root, another piece of metal. This is what we are offering. But at the same time, after that, we offer the same to the United States, that the others don't become superpowers, because nobody will be super over nobody. I walked and talked the peace, now we deliver the peace, and you will see how fast we move. Anything happens to the process of what we planned, we release more and more energy, more and more systems that it forces peace. For the first time, man takes charge over his own destiny than being told what to do. We don't need governments because we don't need to be governed. Because each one of us governs his own conduct. There will be a mayhem, there is no doubt about it. Free energy, people making gold, people everything else, taking the fools who don't understand. But very soon, next 6 months, 10 months, whatever, people will start understanding there is a balance, there is equality. It's like people who've been waiting to win the lottery. Now they win the lottery, they go on the mayhem for a while, and then they settle down because everybody has everything else. We have to set up a new structure. People who sit in the background with the Keshe Foundation come up with a solution. How this structure has to be just, fair for black, white, American, Chinese, Iranian, anybody, because we're all one family. Would you not feed your son if you're feeding the other? Or do you feed whatever it is equal to all of them? Medias, get in touch with, teach as much as you can. I have enough to live. I don't need to take more. This is one thing you understand, and I'll explain many times. I have closed all the accounts of mine. I like to have a cup of tea. My foundation pays for it because you allowed me to support the foundation to do, and whatever I earn from the foundation goes back in the foundation. This is how all of you got to understand to work. There are no banks in the universe, no churches, no mosques, no central intelligence, nobody spies on no one. Because nobody wants to be higher. The problem with us is, as humans, we allowed ourselves to be lower than the others, that they took charge over us because we accepted the submission. By beating, by murdering, by killing, by blood in the past centuries and thousands of years we done. I wrote a paper some time ago, and if you understand what I mean, then you understand the rest. In the Iranian Revolution of 1979, Not a single Iranian killed another Iranian. They were all killed by the Palestinians who were brought in by the British to kill as much, create mayhem and blood that frightens a peaceful nation into submission. And this is how it's been the pattern. You see the pattern in Syria, you see the pattern in Libya, you see the pattern now in South Asia. By blood and killing, you bring people to submission. Now, what for? We change the position. People will not do, there will be no arms to kill. This has been the pattern of the British monarchy. By fear, you rule. Now the fear is back into their desk. The same thing has been with the Vatican, the same has been with other religious leaders, that same other rulers of the world. Now we don't do anymore. We don't kill. We see what happened in a state with Vietnam. People walked away. They went to prison, not to fight, and they became the winners. Muhammad Ali, Cassius Clay is one of them. I'm not prepared to fight. Doesn't matter what you do. But I now have a technology which can change your mind. And then you confess to your own crimes. We don't need to change the world leaders. We go straight, they have nobody to lead because we know how we do. This is the beauty of it. Don't plan what we're going to do. Plan, change your state of mind. These are the things which I'm going to do correct to bring in, to be able to deliver this and this. And they will come, they will change. I wrote something to Armor this morning, and I'll read it to you, maybe you understand. He was worried that there was not time, you did this too quick, this sending of Douglas to Washington. I said, to plan means to get involved in organization of physicality. To wish and transmit your wish with your soul is the start of all. And physicality will manifest itself in the shape that the environment would allow it to be good for the time and the space. Now you may understand more. It is your wish that has started and ended the process. The act of physicality is the manifestation of the soul of the environment that the wish has been designated for. The wish to take shape. I wish it, and it's the soul of the planet. If it is ready, will accommodate it. I do not think of problem as these are not part of my soul motion. We see how things turn up, and either way, it is the soul of the man and the planet that will allow for us to see the outcome tomorrow, which when we go to the White House, to see if the man is ready for new birth from today on. You shall understand one day. When we wish peace and we make the facilities for it, if the planet is ready, if the human race is ready, not those who think that the leaders will take shape or will come and will manifest itself. So I'm not worried about the world leaders. As you know, one of these world leaders, what I call charlatans, the kings, ex-kings, have gone to the extent to put the Keshe Foundation as, which is the most advanced scientific organization, as a terrorist organization. And they have put Warren as a terrorist and what do you call it? As a terrorist organization. We have the documents, we are not talking. I published this, then you know what's going on, what we have been working in the background with. You are all that when today we deliver the energy unit to the White House, you're all terrorists now because you're part of the Keshe Foundation. The terrorists called the people of science, terrorists that they can carry on with terror. Now they have to look for a position. We know tomorrow at the White House there is nobody there. As I said yesterday, it's symbolic because they're irrelevant. Who is in that building is irrelevant. In the coming weeks, you will see people will burn down all the palaces and the presidential places because we have no need for them. They have been nothing but the burden on humanity. For one to be the better than the others, and I decide what I want to do. For one to kill children just because of his mental state of dementia, of doing everything else, and you will find out they claim insanity. I was insane. I didn't know what I did. Somebody sent me a picture to show. We sent it to Rick. It shows when we are there what will happen, but it has a lot of truth in it in a joke way. Every effort will be made to stop this process, but you understand, we want them to stop this process. They have two choices and both ends in the same place. Tomorrow we deliver this technology to the White House. If they stop the process, the whole world will get it. If they accept it, because they accept it, they have to show it to the world. We still get the whole world seeing it. It's one bullet, and that bullet will land in the end of kingship, leadership. Because then they have to find a solution. This process is here. We have put a lot of backups. There is a lot of number of places who will flood the internet with the design. And this design is still getting upgraded. That's why we're holding it back, that we give you the fastest way to go through. And then what happens? They have nothing. The energy crisis will hit like nothing. If I release the design now, by tomorrow when Douglas will get to Washington, price of oil will be in cents. We are trying to find a compromise, a time of transition, very short, maximum 30 days. Maximum 30 days. Because the hardship will reflect back on our own families too. We sit, we secure our position, but at the same time, we speak from the point of a strength. We become the most powerful scientific organization on this planet with one aim, peace. The only people who will stop are the people who see what they've been using, abusing, has come to an end and they're not prepared. We will see kicks and shouts and shovels. No problem. This is my instruction to all the people in the background. With those of you who are aware of the design, the pattern. In case anything happens to me, to Douglas, is your obligation on understanding such a thing has happened. You get a green light from me or Arman, you release the design. You release the technology in full. This is my wish. This is what I ask you to do. In case we see any resistance, as long as I'm alive, as long as Douglas is carrying on with his work, and we can deliver and it gets accepted and is accepted fully, do not release anything. If anything happens to me or Douglas, or any of you become aware of, flood the internet. You have the blueprints, and 6, 7 of you all know that. I have spread the blueprint in 4 continents. If you see anything, unless the worldwide network shuts down, flood it. Free the man. My life is not important. Release it, teach it. By tomorrow night, every man will have an energy system. Teach how to make water, teach how to make materials, and develop it. Make yourself independent. We have no choice but to change. As I said, it could have been a long-term draw up. We could have planned, we're going to bring this in, go papers, do everything else in 2 weeks' time, and get them all planning what they've done with Tesla and the rest to silence it, or a sharp, short end of the presidentships and the kingship. We are not delivering an energy unit. We are delivering a bullet into the heart of leadership of this planet. Does not matter in what form or shape. We do not need this. We do not need them. But we give you a transition time. First time I gave 2 years to the government. This time I give 30 days. And if anything happens to stop, we release the blueprint. Put it this way, we've all been abused so much, we have nothing to lose, do we? Don't be afraid. The palaces and the presidential offices will be vacated very, very quickly because the oil companies find out they can't sell oil. The food chain and people who control the food and dump food in the seas to keep a market running will have no say. I'm here to change and I deliver my change. We're not talking, we are going to do it, we already have it. We have the technology. I think it's less than $10, you all can build it in one way or another. We need to create jobs. We need to create stability. We need to create the satisfaction of positiveness of every man. There should be only one prison on this planet. And that prison should be where the leaders and the rulers of the past have abused the humanity. Maybe we call it the zoo of leaders and let them alone in there to see what they do to each other as they've done to the others. The Universal Council and the world leaders, what we call the Council, will decide on the position and the place. And I know many countries are prepared to offer an island for them to be the king of. As I said, we teach the president how to make the unit. And that's not for him to show to the world, for him to become equal like the others, that he can feed his family and look after them like a father does, that he doesn't need to accept no pressure from no one to abuse the others. I planned this for centuries and now we deliver. Because if we don't do, the mayhem is much bigger. And it's the time. The time has come and we deliver it. This is just symbolic, delivering of the energy unit to the White House. And those who have the right soul are there. As I said, if you would have brought the unit from somewhere else, they would have said it's brought in. I nourished it, I supported it, I knew it was going to come, where it's going to come from, and it's right down the road in the United States. We will start leading ourselves, not others leading us. We have to be correct. We have to deliver. We have to understand what we do. Don't wait for somebody to show reaction. Most probably, they instruct nobody to go to show even this, but they cannot shut down the internet. They cannot stop you from buying energy and supplying energy to yourself. They cannot stop you feeding yourself when you don't need it, you don't want to spend money on it. Within a matter of months, everything collapses. And if you do it right, we should see a start of the collapse. If they release the technology, broadcast it out, you will see oil crisis will start. In fact, there is no crisis. The crisis for the oil companies, because now we start paying for the transition time what it should be.
Mr. Keshe, I can play that little 30-second video of the president and his speech. I think that's what you were referring to before, about oil and so on. You sent me the note.
There's a picture, he's jumping over the fence. I thought that was very funny.
Oh, no, this was his, this was his speech. Said he says, so we invested in wind, we invested in solar, and so on.
Yes, that's a good one, please. You
Okay.
understand this very, very easily. This is as long as no copyright on it.
I don't believe so. It's from his speech, and I've cut it out. I believe it's okay to broadcast that.
Okay.
Okay.
This is from the United States President. Now you understand.
I don't know if the audio is coming through there. Just a minute. Will I readjust it?
No audio.
Okay. Try it this way.
This is what he wished. That's why we are giving it to him this way. You will understand.
We invested in wind. We invested in solar. We invested in biomass. We're all about increasing energy efficiency and finding new, renewable, clean sources of energy. We don't yet have the technological breakthroughs that can completely replace fossil.
Actually, I think that is part of a copyrighted thing, so I don't want to play that. It had some music in the background. I didn't realize it was, I thought it was just a straight speech, which is...
Okay, so can you take the speech out, write it down and put it there?
Yes, I can say what he said, absolutely. And I can type, print it out here right away. Let's
yes, print it on the screen, share the screen and print it.
Okay. Just 1 second here.
I just somebody asked if we got a permit for the Washington. Our people in the background are talking directly into the White House. We have people who have the connection in that line. It says, would you like to read it, please?
Sure. It says, President Obama said, I believe this was a few years ago, 2010, he said, so we invested in wind, we invested in solar, and we invested in biomass. Where it's supposed to be we, somebody made a mistake there in the, let me just correct that. We are all about increasing energy efficiency and finding new renewable clean sources of energy. We don't yet have the technological breakthroughs that can completely replace fossil fuels. And let somebody here invent something tomorrow which would be very helpful. And if you have it, let me know.
That's why we are going to the White House. We're going to let him know we are here.
Yeah, and I believe that was in the main speech that he gives to the
It reads, let's read, just something just come in, I just read it on the notes. Don't forget that this channel is open. It says, yes, we have a permit. Would you like to explain to us, Mark Earp, please, what permit you've received?
Yeah, we got a permit for 25 people to share information on the mall for an hour and 15 minutes. And we could show a video demonstration or photographs only. They do not want me to bring any hardware because they think it's a safety threat.
Arman, you're in the background. Can you tell us what's our present position in respect to the hardware? Is Arman there? Is he awake or he went to sleep? Okay, our present position is that our connections within the structure of the government, especially through John Kerry, our attorneys in the state have opened the channel, and that it'll be received in the White House or through the White House. We've been given assurances the move is complete. You have to understand, we have one of the top attorneys in the United States working on this level for us. And we have direct access to the White House through our attorneys. We have one of the top attorneys in the US. They are working on it. They've been waiting for a video to see a second video. The first video they wanted in open. The video has already been submitted in the past hour or so, and the facilities are made with our connections with Colonel Hankey and the others in the background who have access to the White House for the technology to be received. So even if it takes till Monday, Tuesday, we stay put in Washington to see it through. And any demonstration, because the people at the White House a couple of days ago wanted us for the Yale University to check this, that is correct. And I saw it as a delay tactic, and that's why we start a move.
I'm hoping.
Yes.
I'm hoping that someone will contact me about noon and tell me how to get Douglas in the back door.
We don't need to go through the back door. We're working directly. It will be nice to know if you have the connection, but our attorneys are at the highest level with direct access to the White House, what you call leadership.
I just mean Escondido.
What do you mean?
Just so they're not afraid of a whole bunch of people running in.
No. The way it's done is very, very correct. This is how we delivered the peace message a few years ago to the White House. The thing is, this is hardware. We have to understand presidential security. Anybody can do these things, but we have people in position that we're waiting for this video, which was taken by Douglas. They asked it to be given or taken in a specific place that they could see it, because the first video was submitted, they understood it, and the second video was submitted less than an hour ago, the way they wanted it, so that they see there is no danger. It's a new technology, and in either case, we have people literally running in the background to see this can be handed over, not handed over, to be shown. We are not leaving any units behind with the White House. As I said, if the president likes, we show him how to make it. And if he likes, he can bring the camera in the Oval Office and get his hand dirty. And maybe you might understand when I said he might stay as a third term. Because with this, all the people who were influential in the election of American policy making, who's going to be the next president, have no say anymore. We'll be in this array in the total presidential elections. And unfortunately, there is no choice. And we see it. There's a high possibility that there won't be. The people who finance who's going to be the president are the oil makers and people who control the wars. Now we take their tools away from them. They have nothing to say. In so many ways, it was the only solution. It's the only way you can change such a deep-rooted structure to take its legs away, which is based on. We don't need to borrow money from the banks anymore because you produce enough gold. How we're going to restructure it, it depends how the totality of the human race decides on what terms we're going to carry on. Because now we can print any paper as good as anybody else, and we can produce any material. We have to plan a new structure. And we are not going through the back door. We are powerful. We go through the front door to replace the president by literally man of peace of the council. It'll happen in the next short time coming. But the peaceful way, we don't need to. We are not terrorists. We are scientists. We are the new age scientists of the new plasma technology. We know the know-how. Any other information? Do we see Douglas in the background yet? Has he managed to have the people arrived yet that he can start his journey?
They just let us know that they're probably about 15, maybe 20 minutes away. So
that's nice to know. Douglas, I hope you heard me. Under no circumstances share the knowledge.
Of course, sir.
Okay. You keep it till we don't need to explain anything. The unit is on the table. You've done a beautiful video. We see it. I've seen it. It's what they wanted to show, that there is nothing connected to it. We keep this video as it's been asked for the White House at the time being, for the time being. Do not make any move unless you receive instruction directly from Brett. Brett is moving from Miami to Washington today. The only person you receive instruction, the only person you receive what to do in respect to the White House comes only from Brett and Armin. No other, no other. These are the people, the connection between us and the White House connection. And are the only people who tell you what to do, what needs to be done. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So the only person you're answerable to is the head of the foundation worldwide, which is Armin, and Brett as the head of the security organization in the background, the contact with the White House. No other instruction, no other move. And I'm all the time, 24 hours on reach. We decide, we discuss with our security people in the background. Armin has a direct access, so does Brett. Decision made within the White House will be given to you by Armin and Brett. Armin, as the head of the foundation worldwide, has the right and is right to negotiate if I'm not present. Secondly, Brett has a direct connection with the White House. We stand by because that's the only channel. Do not make any move. Do not discuss. Do not show unless you're asked for by Armin or Brett. And it has to be, as long as we are here, we approve. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You don't hand nothing over unless Armin tells you he's flying in from Los Angeles tonight. Brett is flying in from Miami, and everything is in the hand of Armin. He makes the final decision on the ground.
Excuse me, Mr. Keshe. Mark Erb is wondering, can he get a copy of the video in case he needs it?
No.
Even with his demonstration at the at Washington?
For the demonstration, yes, that's not a problem, but we don't want, this is a normal video, but they asked it to be outside. Because the video we released to them was inside, so they wanted it to be outside to make sure there is nothing behind it.
So will that be released to the public in the next little while, or?
Yes, we will do. Let the White House decide. We have to sit in the background. We have to sit. There are moves made. There are a lot of political moves made. We're talking to the Chinese in the background. The Chinese want a copy urgent. The Russians have asked for a copy. My government, the Iranian government, is standing by for a copy because it's going to affect a lot of people. It's going to affect a lot of. We have to understand the chaos this thing is going to cause. It's absolute chaos. Any of you who made the coils, within the next 48 hours, you become energy independent. Totally. You don't need the grid. You can go in the garden and have a party all night for 100 years. What did you say, Rick?
I was just wanted to clarify for Mark with the fellow with the permit and so on, whether he would get some sort of video or other photographs and so on that he might be able to use in his display.
I'm expecting that they're not even sure I'm with the Keshe Foundation.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter, declare to them, you're not going through the back door. Is Brett online? Do we see him online?
No, he's sleeping, I guess.
He's sleeping, is a Miami time, sleep time.
Because it's
You understand
in the morning.
what time, you understand the position, Armin?
Yes, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, you had the Foundation International as your job, and Douglas only takes direction from you and Brad as we receive instructions from the people in the background.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll most probably see Colonel Hankey moving into to be present if they have the time. They're all going through the nighttime session. We leave this channel open. This channel will stay open just as you see it. If you want to talk, anything out of line, just disconnect people. We do not have much respect for those who have no respect for themselves. Is there anything else?
There's a Marcel who asked, can I ask questions
Marcel from where?
Marcel Krusters in the chat.
Yeah, in the German.
Yes, it's, well, I don't know, it's just as a German.
We have, yeah, is the Marcel from which Marcel?
I would have to, let's promote him to panelist and see what he says.
Yes, yeah. You have to understand there is a Marcel in Germany who works very closely with.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
Can you hear me good?
Yes.
This is Marcel from Germany.
Yes.
Maybe you did remember we talked in the 94th Knowledge Seekers. I showed you my first monograph before New Year. So I'm a little bit excited, sorry. I want to ask some questions to you.
Ask. We'll try to answer.
In the last few days, I built a new monograph, a small one. And maybe you do remember, I'm an electrician man, but a dumb electrician man. I don't understand the whole plasma thing. I don't understand to start my mini monograph. I sent Rick some pictures from it, and I want to know if it would working, if we get the blueprints so that I can start the party here too in Germany, especially maybe in the next weeks with my college. Maybe, you know, I work in a big factory with around 600 people. Many of my colleagues, I told them about Mr. Keshe. I thought I show them my video. Some of them think I'm a little bit crazy. Some of them.
They think we are all crazy.
Yes. But some of them accept it. But most of them will only accept it if they see a running device, because Germans live in a matrix where they have to go every day 40, 50 hours a week. I'm now 45 years old. I work for 26 years. 2008, I lost everything through the worldwide crisis. I don't know why Creator has sent me on this planet, because planet Earth is really boring for me. Nothing special is happening, but now something is happening, and I think I have to be a part of this. In December, I built the first Malgraph. I show it to you. Then I let it run 1 month in my computer room. I had 10% savings, but then I give up again. I trashed it, but something in me, my brain, my heart is fighting every night against. I lay down the whole night. A lot of crying. I don't understand it, but I think my soul gets more and more open. And everything pushes me to you, to your Keshe Foundation. But I did not understand all the plasmatic conditions. I would like to grab it in few days. My brain can't grab it all, but I read your book a year ago. I studied it. Last year I made a lot of plasma guns. In this day I didn't understand nothing, but now you open more and more to us the beautiful technology. Congratulations to the running Malgraph. I hope mine will run in the next days too. It's a pocket one. I hope it works, and then I will share it here.
Can we see your pocket-sized Malgraph, please?
I'm trying to get the pictures opened up. Can you open?
We have some picture of it.
Can you open them?
If you like,
if you can do a screen share or share screen, that would be good.
Yes, I can it here too.
Okay.
I make it from my. Yes.
Or you can start your video if you have something live you'd like to show.
Yes, just a second. Would you see the live thing or some pictures?
Anything is nice. We are opening the door, and if it's done, it'll be nice.
First, I show you some pictures from my phone. It's easiest way. Just a minute.
You need to share camera.
Just a second, please. Can you see the screen?
We just see all your things on your mobile, yeah.
Yes. I open my photo.
Okay.
Okay.
Choose a picture.
This is the first picture of it. Here I will show it how I build it together. Here's the one of the running. I put it on my fridge. I've built 4 of them. Two of them I put on my fridge, and here's one running on my pump for my swimming pool. So my attention is, as you said in a lot of videos, the people will take that from the plasma what they need. So I need the energy. Many other people on the world need help.
But can I ask you a question? You still need to connect to the grid to have the energy.
Yes, of course, because it's initially. Sorry, my English is so bad. To initialize it.
Yes, what happened now? We've gone into total freedom.
Okay, here
you don't need the power supply anymore.
This is the small one I built. Here I started. I made
Can
small
you tell
coils.
us? Yeah.
Yeah. The first design was, sorry, I go back. That was the first.
Can I ask you how much does it save you, these units?
Oh, I made a quick measuring. I did this thing in 4 hours, and then I put it on the grid. Voltage is there. The pump is running, so I made a fast measuring, and I had 12%. I can show it to you. I have to write it down. Just a minute. Here you can see it's the first heater needs 1,135 watts. Then I put the second heater on it with 1,909 watts, and then I measured it. I measured without the Margraf 3,244 watts. So this is what the 2 heaters need. Then I put it with the Margraf and measured it. So I had only 2,600 watts. So that's around 12% savings. But I did make this after I built it in the night, and then in the morning I put in the night I put it on the fridge to get powering up the plasma, and the next day I made the measuring.
Yeah, that is very nice, but
this was really fast.
Yeah, but I said this is very nice.
Yes.
But this is history.
Yes, I know.
What you will see be delivered tomorrow to the White House and then be released worldwide, you do not need to connect to the power supply anymore. It's finished.
Yes, that was my. Can I use this coil for the wireless?
Why
transfer?
not? Try. You got to add to it. We are, as we said, we have the most beautiful innovation group in 3-4 countries, and they all come up with their own design, their own ways. They all have knowledge in different ways, and they are breaking up everything up to pieces in how we can replace it. All the Magravs units you made, keep them. That's your energy source. We show you how to make connections and convert your Magrav units to a full generator. All of you who made the Magrav unit says it doesn't work, it's a crook and whatever, I would like to see if you pay 1,800 euro to the foundation as a gift. That in a way you accept your own, what do you call it, your own work, which you do not trust in what you'll be doing. In so many ways, we have to go this way. We stood the criticism because it's part of the growth to bring as many people as possible online. We understand the position, but nobody is wrong. You bring in a new way to look at. None of us is wrong. Anybody says this is the only way, he has not understood. You're correct. You just add up. We release the information and be open enough to add up to the others, and let's see what happens. I had a strange text from the Chinese that our people are becoming too shy to show, and this is not good. They cannot become too shy to show. Whatever it is has to be the totality. You learn, you teach, and somebody else learns from you and they teach more. This is the biggest problem we have, that people do not see that doesn't matter how trivial the knowledge is, it might trigger something bigger in the future. And none of us is wrong. I see it, you show it, it shows it's an open Faraday cage. I can see what you've done very, very easily. You have
Yes.
turned it into boxes. The new unit, I can write. Can I have my pen, please?
It's a
My
complete plasma state.
Yes.
Will it be possible that I can this start off grid like Douglas one, because I'm too dumb to start it? I think there are missing
You
parts.
can.
I ordered some parts
in the white box. Yes, there.
to start it.
You will see it, study it. You people with the electrical background, you wouldn't see it. But what we are asking for is, let us do the job. I explained to you why I took this option. In a way, you have to understand. Can I share a screen, please? In a way, you have to understand what we see, what we know, and then you understand why I took this route. Rick, can I be able to share a screen? Hello. Is anybody in the background?
Or you can share your white. You can share your whiteboard.
Okay.
Okay. I still am here.
Sorry, I couldn't find my microphone there. Yep.
Don't worry, I have to find my whiteboard. Guys, I need your help here.
Paint.
Ah, Stanley is there. Hi, Stanley.
Hi.
Hi, you're back.
Yeah, working somewhere.
Okay, I have to share this. Okay. Can you see my whiteboard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What the end product will be, the way I see it. We're talking about 6 centimeter, possibly by 10 centimeter. This we see, if you are correct, we should be able to get from 3 to 10 kilowatt from this. This unit should have, if you look at it from the top side, should be like this. Very much. We can go as small as a AA battery in next few weeks. You connect this into the house circuit, or you connect this one to anything, and you place your load in the middle. This should supply, in improving the condition, maybe 100 years. You don't need it. The next step for us is to bring this to the 30 kilowatt, which is not difficult. Then with the 30 kilowatt, we can run a motor, a car industry. This is still in solid state. The next step of development of this is to change this environment into an active plasma. In the active plasma, then you can go to anything up to about 1 gigawatts. But you have to understand how to operate it. This I say about 3 to 6 months away, maybe. This is on the table already. We are on the verge. We might show it in the coming days. So what you take as a rechargeable battery nowadays for your mobile phone, very soon, if you are, you have to understand the principle of it. We are talking about nanomaterial superconductors. So we are not looking, you look at how you can fit something in here. We are looking at the properties of superconductors and availability of the GaNs. Possible, as you've seen, this system will submerge in a sealed, liquid. Then we can still go faster way directly into it. But there is some developments. So as I explained before, we started it with different parts. Is Douglas still there, or is he ready to go?
Yes, I'm still here, and I think they're just a few minutes out, she just called. So my wife's driving down the road to guide her in because we live back in the middle of nowhere.
I wish I lived like that. It's the best place to be. Nobody ever comes to you unless they need you. When you're ready to go, do you have your camera on that we can see you, or you want to leave it that we don't show you which car you are? They can't pick you up on it.
I've got the mobile camera that we can hook up on the hotspot, and plus we've got the smartphone also. Flint's got all that worked out for me. So
okay, stay in touch. We prefer you till you get to the first point of arrival. If there is anybody there, we show on the map. You got to keep the map on the side that they can see it. I wish you all the best, Douglas. You carry one of the most important changes in life of humanity with you. It's symbolic, but it's very, very important. I pray for you and your family, and we hope we manage to change the course.
We will, sir.
Safe journey home.
Thank you, sir. God bless.
God bless you. Keep in touch as you drive, and when you arrive at the first point, when we got other people with you, then we open the cameras that we feel you are safe.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Give all regard to you and your wife.
I will, sir.
Thank you very much. Speak later. Start the journey whenever you're ready, but keep in touch with Flint and the others in the background. The process which we are looking at is creation of energy through tapping into the universal energy. And if we can do this, we can then dictate what we want to be out, and then we create gadgets or systems for it to give us what we need. This is the criterion, this is the principle. We can go down to literally miniature size, 2 to 3 millimeters with kilowatts of energy. But this is development of energy, next 6 months, 12 months. The problem or the proposition now is a 3 kilowatt to 5 kilowatt, and then a 30 kilowatt to 50 kilowatt in the coming days. We can put them in series and parallels. This will not solve the problem. It's understanding the technology that from here we can go into plasmatic plasma, which has no quantity quantitatively that we can measure. Then we can take whatever we need. This is the step we are going. At the moment, we have achieved 7 kilowatts. We have systems which are running at 2.3 kilowatt. The Douglas has done a 5.7 kilowatt. In his new video, he shows 4 kilowatt. So between 3 and 7 kilowatt should be no problem. What we have 2 ways of going at the moment. The procedure for us is at the moment is laid out in 2 ways. One part of the research is going for miniaturization, which is pocket size, 3 kilowatt. One side of the research now is going into heavy load, if you can go to 10 to 20 kilowatt. One part of the research for us is understanding the process and in a way bringing the amalgamation of the coil and the cores together. This, then one part which is partially working now is the plasma, which here we're talking unlimited. You decide in interface, like what we see with the Peter, you want gold, you want hydrogen, you want silk coats, silk shirts, you want a gold mahogany table mix, whatever you need. I'll show you how to make all these things. The biggest problem for man will be clothing, how to dress himself, and then we'll show you the system how to do it. it opens a huge new industrial technology which is shared freely. It's what we call free downloads. So here we are, we have achieved the 3 to 7 kilowatt. It'll be shown in the office of the president. We can go easily, if Douglas carries a large number of capacitors with him, that he can position in the right way, he can easily go to 10 kilowatt, 20 kilowatt. Because we see 30 amps, 40 amps in our other tests. And all we need, if we keep it as 1,000 volts, and we've seen some people in the industry, they come to the 15,000 volts usage for lift, then all you need to add is very simple. You understand what you come to. And the problem is not, you have to let the shackles of limitation of how much current it can go out of your head, because you're dealing with a super plasma, superconductor, and so in time, these things don't count. We have to learn a new methods of reducing fields to the strength we need. And then if you create the energies to the strength you need, you put the man with his emotion, you'll receive what you want. There will be a lot of Rolls Royces on this, on the, what do you call it, on the road around the world. Everybody will have a Rolls Royce, all gold plated like Arabs. And so nobody will want it anymore because it's not fashionable. See what the imagination of the next man is, then you'll find a donkey which goes with the speed of light. Then everybody wants a donkey with the speed of light. We open this, you've seen it, the energy is there. I showed the first time asking Douglas to show the system flight plasmatic. Now we've seen the interaction of the fields with Peter. If Peter uses the plasma supply into the motors, you can make anything, not just a metal or gold. Your problem has been electron vibration. Now you have a plasmatic energy source, you're playing the God's game, or you play the universe's game. But the beauty with it is, it always stays balanced according to the wish. It's not the bucket of gold, it's the wish of the man which make that gold. I'll stand very, very quickly. Three kilowatt, 5 kilowatt pocket size systems are literally should be tested today, tomorrow we see. Then by the time Douglas gets to Washington, the Unity carries is already miniaturized. Is Renan online? Or Bernie? Bernie, are you online? Anybody from Philippines online?
I see Randy.
Have you started your holiday yet, Stanley?
Yeah, on half. With one leg we are there, but still didn't arrive.
I used the other leg.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second. What?
Latte macchiato and coffee out. Lui si sa drinking a latte macchiato.
Okay. Is there any other question? The journey for this energy will start within the next few minutes. And we'll join in, we leave the computers on, we are on the standby. Carol and I are on mobile, reachable any minute. If there are no questions, I'll leave it. You can leave the page on, or if you want to discuss anything, or if you want to ask any questions, we try to answer.
Mr. Cash, good morning. This is Sandy. Will Douglas be able to show the public the unit before it gets taken into the White House? Will he be able to do any kind of...
No, he has disassembled everything. Everything will be reassembled for the White House. This way we are safe, he's safe, and nobody can take everything, can take the car, but you won't be able to assemble it. You won't be able to work it. So, no, and as I said, we stay online. Armin and Brett will be in position by the time he gets to the White House. If you know any of the press to explain to them that it'll be done, they will not come because the Jewish lobby at the moment is digging their own holes. What we're going to do with this one? And today is a Shabbat, so they're all in synagogue, hopefully planning peace. And they're all selling each other's share, not knowing the other one outside is listening.
Hi, Mr. Cash. Hi, everyone. This is Paul from Togo.
Hi, Paul. No.
Yeah, Mr. Cash, the new health unit is almost complete, and I will like we get some meeting because I have different guns like this, and we have given part and taken part. There is a lot of thinking inside, so
no problem,
I will need to
Paul.
present you before I make now the final.
Oh, we speak before next Thursday because we got to get this through. Can I ask you one thing, Paul, was on the line? Did you get any response back from the malaria case? From the AIDS case, sorry, HIV case?
Yeah.
What's the result?
Yeah, they give the second part. Doctor continued to say that is very, and she said to come back in 1 month to make the new test. So now we have 3, and we are making application on them.
Mm-hmm. But what's the result on the First Lady? Hello? We lost Paul. Can you hear me, or have I lost Paul?
I can hear you fine, Mr. Kish.
Yeah, okay. I have to explain to you at this moment of time, especially in respect to our dearest Naomi. At this moment of time, no.
Yeah, Mr. Cash.
Yes, Paul, carry on.
Okay, so now we have 3 to 5 person. We are making tests, and after we let them go, and we get some result who is very, very good, and we continue to increase to play with what we have to.
Yeah, but what happened with the First Lady?
Different way.
Paul, what happened with the First Lady with the HIV? That's what I want to know. The others we can discuss.
Yeah. Okay. The first lady, I say his doctor confirmed that she will make the new test in 1 month. Yesterday I meet her.
But what are the indications of HIV now with her?
Please?
What are the indications of the
Please?
HIV now? What are the indication of her state of HIV now?
Yeah, the doctor continued to say that she is near. My problem is I am not a medical doctor, so the thing they are doing or the number they are giving, I don't know about this. But the doctor finished, and I am trying to get a medical certification from her.
Yeah, but what is the position of HIV? Has it reduced, or is it, what is this position?
Yeah, he have reduced since. Yeah, he has reduced since we have start the treatment until today. She never gone down. She never make also crease. So she is going up.
Okay.
It's now for her. She said that she don't feel.
Paul, your line is not that good.
Yeah, this is network.
Yeah, we'll try to speak with you before next teaching on Thursday, and then we'll see how we can do what we can do. That. Thank you very much, Paul. I was just referring to the position. Thank you very much, Paul. Hopefully, we see you in Rome. The position with Naomi is that up to the last time I met her, which she could react and show indications of movement, no equipment, no materials of the Keshe Foundation has been used. We have used a different approach without use of any materials, and he has responded. So no material, no GANs up to the minute, which I've seen that the last time has been used. So there is no, those who start scaremongering, this is the job they have to do to confirm their existence. But it's a good news that we're getting her back. We are using the approach of a different approach to a direct approach of the work of what we understand. And hopefully within the next couple of months, we will see her back with us in one form or another. So we'll see what comes up and what the stage will be. But as we said, those criminals who do these kind of things, they have to stand their own position, and then we'll see what happens. If there are any other questions, please.
Mr. Keshe, there is a fellow, Rene, that has a question about the gold production and the questions and answers here. He says, it seems that I have produced gold particles, but this happens in the gold GANS bottle. Is this possible?
If you had GANs of water, only yes. If it's a liquid plasma of the gold, yes. Don't forget, even in a liquid plasma, when you have a GANs of gold and you mix water with it and you let it to settle, even though you see as this pure water, there are still energy packages of gold inside the water, which even though you empty the water, they're still there. So the magnetic gravitational field of the gold is there, and these they convert. Yes, it's possible. We've seen this with Armin. Armin, in loading one of these reactors, Armin, are you online? He can tell you when you put it on rotation, shows a very, very thin layer of copper oxide, even though it was a very clean water. Armin, are you there? You could tell us. Or he's gone to sleep too. You got to understand it's 2, 3, 4 o'clock in Los Angeles and that part of the world. Yes, it is possible because you have the field. So instead of converting the field outside, if the energy is right, you put the bottle in the middle, the gold will go to the bottom. Because the field, that's why when you take the GANs of copper or zinc, it affects your body because the field impression is still in there. That's one of the ways to do it. Just put the cans of the water of the water cans of the gold in between the thing and see how much particles you change. You take a glass, you have a half a kilo, and then do your job. You just need one, as they call it in homeopathic, one tincture. You need one mother. And once you have that mother, you mix the material, let it settle down. Just keep on putting the bottle in the middle. The field is correct. You run your plasmatic reactors and you get it right. Peter has done it on a cardboard, or what do you call it, on a paper, cleaning up the plastic. You will see it literally rains gold. And just melt it. It's a natural gold. You have to melt it because then you bring it together and sell half a kilo of gold a day and see how much you can go. The only thing is, they would ask you, where is the mine? Tell them it's in the mind, not in the mine. And you will produce as much as you like. Arman, you're there, darling. Armajan, can you explain to us, you know, a few weeks ago when we did the test, you said when you had the clean gas water and you rotated it, you could see a very thin film of copper oxide in the plasma, in the rotating core.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe, and I forgot to tell you,
My God.
I lost 2 balls. You know, it disappeared.
When did you lose your balls, Armanjan?
No, not mine.
No, you said you lost 2 balls. I said, what have you?
It was 3, so you know, I rotated.
What happened? When did you lose them?
I like 2 days ago. I rotated.
You didn't say anything?
No.
Does your wife know?
No. Yeah. She was looking for it.
She was looking for it.
She was looking with my son. We turned all the garage upside down. We couldn't find it.
Find them back.
Arman, this is news to us. Okay, tell us, what did you do?
No, it was 3 cores rotation, you know, and I rotated 13,000 rounds per minute, and the ball, the bigger one, I found all the pieces, but 2, I couldn't find it. You know, they disappear.
I think we have to make a police force looking for people's balls around the world, where and how they could be, or you better put a trans.
I found the 3rd ball, I found all the pieces, but the other 2, no.
I think maybe we better put a transmitter. Oh, I just received a message. So it means Giovanni is listening to us. I'm going to read it to you. Just come in, Arman. This is good news. We better do it. Mr. Keshe, Naomi is stable, appear better but tired, is still without fever, and now move the mouth, but they still don't talk. We'll try to make all you say. Thanks. So we're getting her back. They took I think the clamps out yesterday from her broken jaw, so she can start talking. Okay, Armanjan. Where can we find your 2 balls? You're like with Peter, maybe they're together.
I don't know. I looked everywhere.
I think there must be somewhere like in the ocean, you know, where all the plastics gather. Now we have somewhere on this planet where all the balls gather together. Now we got to find them.
Mr. Keshe, it's from the pressure, it's one sound like poof, and I was all you know, gans all over on me, but the balls, 2 balls, disappeared. So we looked maybe 2 hours every single corner, so it's impossible. So we could.
Yeah, as I explained, you created such. Which set did you lose?
The one I created, one of them, I lost it.
Did you lose anything with the gift from Brett in it? Oh God. Okay, no problem. Now I know where it is. Yeah. Would you like to share a screen with us and show us?
If you give me
If you are not in your pajamas, I mean, everybody's asleep. I've got to stop sharing a screen. Wait, I stop sharing that you can come in. Arman, when are you going to Washington tonight?
No, I'm going tomorrow night. I'll be Sunday morning over there.
Ah, we are on Saturday. You're still on Friday. Okay, no problem. Carry on. Share a screen. I booked out. Giovanni, while Arvin is getting ready, thank you for the message. It's a beautiful news. Hopefully she will come and talk and we all enjoy her presence again with us. Okay,
Yeah.
now I see two of your balls.
No, this was one pair of three balls inside. So I found this one, all the pieces. But two inside disappeared.
Well, yeah, in a way, you lost one, which is the inside one.
Yeah, inside. No, it's two inside. It's
two inside, yeah, okay. So, oh my God. This pardon?
If you can see here, one of them, this one is gravitational, one of them is magnetical, Mr. Kesh. That
Run the two and put something. You got a gold, GANs of gold, Arman?
Yeah.
Just take the water off it and put it in that hole in the middle. And see, yeah, just put the bottle of GANs of gold there and see if you start creating gold or whatever on that white table there in front of it. You have the system, play with it.
I am.
You lost your two balls, so at least you can play with the other two.
Okay. But I will set this up tomorrow. I already have it, Mr. Kish, so I was running.
Don't run. Just put the water, and when you run these two, yeah, see if you collect anything in the middle there, or put a water bottle in the middle of it, and see if it releases or collects in the bottle gold. Don't put any gold at the bottom. Don't, just the water, the GANs water.
Okay.
Yeah. Or try with a copper. Put 3 or 4 bottles in the middle. You're good at it, and see which one starts raining gold or copper or whatever.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, because the fields, each field is different, and each one will react different.
Okay, but this is what I want to show. This one is floating. This one is sinking.
Yeah. What happened when you run them? This is 3-layer, huh?
No, this one is 2-layer.
2 balls, one center and one outside.
This one is loaded inside, acidic, outside alkaline. This one is loaded inside
the reverse.
Acidic, yeah, and outside outside acidic, inside alkaline.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something, because those of you who have these reactors, please understand carefully. What I would like you to do, or what you can do, use a drop of amino acid in both cores. Use 80%, 90% only zinc oxide on the outer core. Use 10% or whatever, very high value CH3, very, very acidic. Use inside only in the inner core 80% highly acidic, the highest level you can get, and zinc oxide only. Run 2 cores the way you see with Armand. One in one side of the house, one on the other side of the house, in the opposite. What it means, one core is 8. The only 2 elements you need in this structure is zinc oxide and CH3. Very high value on both ends. Highly acidic inside, highly acidic outside, very small amount, highly acidic inside, very high amount, and or vice versa alkaline. And you do the reverse on the other core on the other side of the house. And I want you to tell me how the people in the house feel. If the environment of the house changes totally. This is a message to the world leaders. We touch your soul. We don't need your physicality. This is very much, if connected and get the combination correct, will change. You will not even know your children. You will not know your neighbors. Put one in the house and take one to work. Anybody in the corridor between the house and the work, you will see they will change. You elevate this elevation of the emotion of the man to the point of satisfaction. If those of you who have access to pure zinc, it has to be pure zinc. Oxide, water, very, very little cans of zinc if you have, and highly acidic CH3, highly alkaline zinc oxide. These are the isotopes, extreme isotopes of zinc, and the same with the combination of hydrogen carbon. This is what the start of the process will come. It has to be dynamic. It has to be dynamic. And you start the 2 next to each other, that they link up, and then you take one away, wherever you want it to be. And just let it run. And in the next few weeks, tell me what you see the changes in the house, in the people of the city, in the people of the corridor between the 2. And if we can increase the number of pure zinc, it has to be pure zinc. Understand? Pure zinc, a drop of amino acid in both cores. All 4 cores has to. Do not put any of your own. The amino acid has to come from the zinc plate production of the zinc oxide and GaNs of zinc. You don't take the, what do you call it, the amino acids from copper box or the CO2 box. No way. If you have access to material near the soul of the man with a drop of amino acid and a drop of cobalt GaNs water, you elevate the soul of the man. The same combination, highly acidic, highly alkaline. The cobalt allows the division of the acidic into alkaline in the division and rotation. The speed rotation needs to be between 5 to 10 RPM. That's 10,000 RPM. You separate The fields, the reason most of you are losing your otter balls is you have fixed the position, or the field does not have anywhere else to go, so it explodes in trying to expand. That's why you're all losing the balls. And then that ball, this energy, will go through the wall, through anything. We can have a 20-inch reinforced concrete, steel plates, still will go because it's in the transformation of the energy. So when you make these two systems very highly acidic, very highly alkaline, outside, if you use a third core, this third core has to be, it has to have a combination of the amino acid, again, a drop, but the condition of it has to be highly, highly alkaline. And then you move the unit. If you lose your unit next to each other, it means the power is too high. You move the other unit further up. On the way, if you think you want gold, you will see the rain of gold on the way. If your wish is peace, will come peace. If you need the gold for you to feed yourself, it will rain gold. You will understand, you become the point between the source and the end, matter end production. And your emotion is the controller. And if your intention is peace, because the others whose intention is peace on the way will come. The most perfect time, why I said you take it and put it, is that during the cycle of sleep resting, when everything is peaceful, the system will interact. People wake up with different approach. People wake up with no urge to do things which they've done before. One of your team, one of you lot, went around Austria in Vienna and left units. Now you have to understand how to make the unit. Gravitational, magnetical. Caroline goes around Rome with a glass of literally bottles of CO2 in every fountain in Rome. Put these units in a sealed container with a Magrav unit, power units which you learn, and float them in the sea. You will change the fish. We have to reach the whole planet in one go. Zinc only, zinc oxide is access to the emotion of the man. And we all know the position of the soul of the man. But with the soul of the man, you need cobalt. Soul can divide itself to physicality. The emotion is a transition time. Can only receive and take the emotion to transfer. You never add to the cobalt to the, what you call the emotion, zinc oxide. So if you want to achieve what you want, I have given you the key to the peace. Maybe I'm a bit too early. I promised you I'd teach you later on this week, next week, but now is a gift. We start a peace process. We can go through it. You know how to make gold. You know how to make man to become peaceful. If any of you is flying to Washington, before you fly out, you have systems which you can put together with the zinc and CH3 water. Just take it with you. Leave one at home, take two with you, and let it go. Give it to another person as a gift to take to the other side of the world if they come to Washington. We start a peace process in a very rapid way because the fields are in there, but don't forget your intention counts. Make it colorful that people like and give it to the military people to put it on the mantelpiece in their offices in the army. Give it as a gift to naval officers. See, I've made a beautiful ball rotates, but they do not know you're touching their soul and their emotion. You can do another combination. Very effective, extremely effective. Make the, what you call the material, the GANs of the soul in the center with cobalt water. Outside, add only zinc oxide with CH3. Both, you have to understand, both have to be together. Add CH3 only to the outside. That it adds its energy to the inside, ready for division, but it will not touch the zinc. Add amino acid to the outside, but not the inside. Then you will understand you have the soul in the center, you have the emotion as a transition, and because it's part of your amino acid, not yours, it should be amino acid from the zinc, in connection with you, your wishes will be done if the others are of the same. I wonder if one single man will shoot a bullet. In a way, you, the material in the center, become the soul of the system. The zinc oxide becomes the emotion and the field transfer. Now your emotion becomes a transmission of it for the matter state. The man will not touch a gun. Rest is around the world. But the intention has to be there. In the teachings, I have given you an indication of elements which are at the strength of the soul of the man. The division of the soul is needed that you can receive it. The outer core, you put the emotion of the man, which is created from the zinc of itself, cannot divide. Emotion in the whole process of your work is where you cannot create division. So you cannot use radioactive source or monoenergetic to elevate in the plasmatic condition. Make 2 of these and float them on the seas, the high seas. I wonder what you will see. Put 1 home and take 1 to the office. Give 1 to another man who's on the flight to somewhere else. And link up, and we'll see what the future of mankind is going to be. Take it into the war zones and just drop them down. You touch the soul, you touch the emotion, and the man will receive it in a physical condition. This is the unit, what I call the elevation of the soul in the dimension of the emotion and physicality, which if the person is in balance receiving it with the wrong intention, will change. If you have a mercenary which is there, which is now 80% of the people fighting in Syria are mercenaries of European descent, then you will understand the object is money. So they will receive the money they want. And where did they find a peace? They find out no reason to fight. And those who have the aggression by the elevation of the emotion, they will not touch the gun. Now, let's see if it works with you a lot, and then you will see. I told you how you can make gold and material out of the field. Now you touch the soul of the man, elevate the soul of the man and his emotion. Arman, would you like to tell us what it should be? Sorry about that. My little mascot gets excited.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Sorry about that. A man walked in, maybe you are not supposed to know. You know the material you need for elevation of the soul is strength?
Iodine.
Good morning. You cannot get hold of cesium, but cobalt is very easy to get hold of.
I have cobalt.
Yes, you have, but not many people have. We have more than I think any nuclear center the way you work. And then you have the zinc. Yeah. Make sure in your zinc you use a pure distilled water. It's important.
I always
when you make distilled. Pardon?
I always use distilled water.
No, I'm talking to the people who listen.
Oh, okay.
Any salt?
Pardon?
Any salt?
None. None. You remember in part of the teaching I explained how we have the plasma, we have the vapor, and then we have the fields? If you heat up your gas water to evaporate and collect that condensation, you have a pure water of the material you made, because the physical residue will be left behind. Use a pure water and you will see, you will understand.
So use that pure water in the course.
Good morning.
Okay.
So you reach the emotion, you reach the soul. You have to understand the soul sits in the center. So iodine plus cobalt has to be in the center. You need a small amount of CH3 to allow to do it, because iodine is heavily gravitational. It's the seat of the soul of the man. And then in the outside, you need the vice versa. Then the zinc outside becomes, because of its huge difference than the iodine, becomes magnetical. Becomes in a way of the reverse position. And then you can even add part of the cobalt, part of the iodine into the outer core where the emotion is. So you create a connection between the soul and the emotion. And then it's good morning to mankind. You need 2 cores. You need 2 setups that you can transfer the others. And if all of you use a pure zinc and pure iodine with this cobalt, you're all on the same strength level spectrum of the isotopes of the field, the strength of the zinc. And we shall see the results very, very rapidly. We don't need to fight. We literally disarm man through his own emotion in respect to what he feels. No man will carry arms. Maybe we can do this faster than we can get the energy unit to the White House.
Okay, I'll try. How am I going to take it with me?
Put it in a suitcase. Never carry it in a handheld. Leave 1 unit at home, take 1 unit with you to Washington. Any of you who has it, just fly around with it. Brett is asleep. Tell Brett to make his own cocktail. He has everything. And you'll let fly from everywhere with it.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll start the peace process before the energy crisis. At least people find peace. They'll be happy they have no more energy bills to pay. You see, when you work the way we planned it on a weekend, and especially one falls on the Sabbath and the summer holiday, is the weakest time of the political decision making around the world. It's the middle of summer, it's not Christmas.
Mr. Kesh, no CH3 in the middle core, correct?
You need a little. Or you can add a cobalt, what do you call it? Zinc oxide. Because now the zinc oxide becomes gravitational and magnetical.
Okay.
You can add a little bit of that, yeah, or you can add a little bit of what do you call it, alkalineness, but the field will be in that level. And because it's iodine, it spans the whole of the what do you call it, planet.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you don't find your 2 goals, you can make 2 new ones.
I have many.
I know. Our people in innovation centers, if you are listening, you can do the same. They all link up. Make sure you use pure water.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Somebody's put another cobalt. I'm going to stop. I hope by now Douglas has started his trip. And we'll see where we end up, how we're going to go.
Yes, Mr. Kesh, they have arrived right now, and we're loading up the van and heading out.
Have a safe journey, and thank you from mankind.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
We hope to see you in Washington soon, by tomorrow.
People are sending their blessings from all over the world, from different, all the different media places.
We have to inform the international media that there is such a thing going on. If you have access, go live and put it live on the internet that is there. And we'll see, and we'll see what we can do and how far we can go and what will happen.
And as a reminder, people can communicate at the Keshe Foundation Forum. There's a spot there for the event, and you can put your comments in or connections or whatever you'd like to do there.
Please keep this line open. Share the sharing of the foundation training group in the, what do you call it, in the masters of the webmasters, that somebody is handling and manning this 24 hours for the next 2 days. Share your sleep time, controlling time between each other somehow, that this is run smoothly for next 2 days, 3 days.
And another good connection place for people is the main keshefoundation.org website. The front page has been changed to accommodate this event, and it'll be live updated as the situation changes. It could change quite rapidly. We already had a delay that we didn't expect to start with, so who knows what could happen, but it'll be updated as we go along on that page.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much. I'm going to say goodbye and leave the line going, share knowledge amongst each other. And as we go along, I'll come every couple of hours to check, see where we are. And if any update you need us urgent, we are online with Caroline. We'll see where we can go. Thank you very much for all of you, what you've done. We are here not because of 1 or 2, we are here because collectively we made efforts some years ago that we were going to make the change. And I thank people like Rick, Ahmed, people like Vince and the others who in different stages have been the backbone and stuff to give that to all of us to have the chance. And now we see the fruit of hard works, a lot of painful times, but now it's time to go and see where we can do and how we can change.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you, everyone. Have a safe journey. Hopefully I speak before you go.
Sure.
Let me know what happens and where you are.
Okay. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Good night to you. It's my lunchtime. It's 1:30 lunchtime for us here.
4:30 our time.
Oh, yeah. Sweet dreams and safe journey. We speak before we go.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay. We have to let Mr. Keshe go and take a break here. He'll be back in perhaps a couple of hours. And we will carry on with our broadcast here. I'm not quite sure what we're going to broadcast. We'll have to decide amongst ourselves how to proceed somewhat here. We do have some live feeds that will be coming in from time to time. Not sure when that will be happening directly from Douglas. Do we have some feedback on that in terms of when we'll hear from Douglas again? Some sort of live video, perhaps?
Yes. It will be some hours from now, probably this afternoon.
He's driving at night right now still, so.
No, it's actually morning. It's early morning.
Oh, okay. I'm just
so
looking
yeah,
at
it's getting a little bit late started, and so the starting point is at St. Louis, Missouri. So when Douglas gets to St. Louis, Missouri, we'll do broadcasting.
Okay, and just to clarify, the time hasn't changed on the St. Louis, Missouri rendezvous point at this time?
No, I think that has to be changed. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be.
It's going to be at least 3 hours moved ahead of what it is now.
Okay, well, in maybe an hour or two, we'll have that information posted on the website.
We'll have.
Can you say that?
We'll
Okay.
wait for Doug to get going and get an ETA.
Okay, yep. Got to give him a head start.
Yeah.
He could have a whole caravan on his tail by the time he gets to Washington. Imagine if so many people join that by the time Douglas got to Washington, the lineup actually went back to his place where he came from. That would be outrageous. Might take a million vehicles, but
yeah.
Imagine it might just go viral that way. Who knows? Certainly, people have been waiting for this for a very long time. I don't think most people even realize what they would have if they had that in their lives. They can't imagine what it would be like to have virtually unlimited amounts of energy and to create materials, to create food, to create better health and so on right at your fingertips without, major, huge pieces of complicated equipment and without major, large pieces of your income being given out to large corporations to facilitate getting the things in life that we need just to get along and just to have a reasonable life on this planet without having to work so hard like most people do these days, and 2 or 3 jobs in order to just to maintain a reasonable lifestyle. Okay, I'm open to suggestions on how we'll proceed here as far as we could use maybe if we don't have anything immediately to show, maybe we could have some interaction with others to maybe they could have something they want to show and perhaps something to discuss, some more questions. We've got how many people here? We've got 148 participants, and we do have one person with their hand up. I'll promote them to a panelist. I'm sorry I didn't get you in there. As if you have a question, maybe it's a good time to bring it up. Anybody else with any questions? It's a good time to sort of discuss things now, or any testimonials. $146 quiet people.
Well, Anzi just came in. Was there any question he had? And there's another one there.
Mm-hmm. Anzai, did you have a question, or was it you needed to record or something? Why did you have your hand up?
No question, but I have a video.
What's the video about? Hello, we don't hear you. You're muted there.
In your email, you can see.
Is that the one you sent me in the email? Is this the same person? Jan? Huh? Hello. You're muted again. We can't hear you. I'm going to try unmuting. Hello, we weren't hearing you because you were muted. I've unmuted you now. I can hear you. Is somebody else muting him, or is he muting himself? What's happening? Okay. We've got it's a video.
I need a translate.
You need a translator, I think. You're right. Is that what you said, or
Yeah.
Is there someone here that can translate Chinese? I believe it's Chinese, correct? Just regular Chinese. Might not be able to understand what I'm saying. Let me show the video, perhaps. It's a YouTube video, but we have this. Okay, what happened here? Just a second. Now, there's several videos, so I'm just trying to find out which one you were discussing here. This one. Okay, let me bring this up. Oh, he's going to show a screen. Okay. Okay, so we see some rotating spectrum of some sort from the magravs, or from the rotating ball, rather. You may have to reshare your screen again. Try resharing. Can you do that? Let me try to interfere, and maybe that will. Okay, now you have it. Okay, CH3, CO2, and CuO. Right. Okay, we can see the colors there. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. So there's a sphere with 3 balls inside rotating, I think is the way it is. Is that correct? Okay, so they're rotating at, right, okay. They're rotating at different heights inside the ball, or at different places inside the ball. And it's creating a certain kind of structure inside, a field structure inside. So it has, in a way, it has a wave function to it. It has a pulse, you might say. It has AC, alternating waveform. Maybe not alternating current, but it's got a. It's definitely putting out a pulse. Definitely putting out some sort of wave. Okay, so what do you think is creating that image? Is it the fields, or is it some micro bubbles in the water that are generating, that are currents in there? Right, okay, that makes sense. So it's like I said, you have a ball with 3 balls inside that are filled with these different ganses.
Yes.
Now I wonder, what is the white, the mist that we see that seems to be where the fields are, or where the currents, or where the interactions going on? Is that bubbles? Do you think it's bubbles? Do you know the word bubbles? Okay, so was there, trying to think if there was a question about that. Yes, he does need a translator, Bob. Oh, translator's put up his hand. Let me check that. Sorry, I didn't notice that. Okay, there's Bob. I promoted you to panelists. I see administrator has hand up as well. I'm not sure who that is right now. Let's stick with Bob and see what. Hello, Bob. Can you?
Hi, Rick. Yeah, I'm Bob.
Hi. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe you can help us.
OK。你好，能听得到我声音吗？
能听得到。
好吧，那你说吧，你说一句，我翻译一句，好吧。
Try not to show your, don't show your desktop, please.
不要把这个桌面全部展示出来。
Tell him not to share his desktop. Take the desktop off and just share the video, or just show the thing you want to show, and then do the screen share.
只展示你需要展示的，你这样很危险。
We don't want everybody in the world to see his applications and all that kind of stuff. So. Thank you.
是这样的，这个就是在这个球里面呢，是一个我是一个球，然后呢里面有3个小球，分别是 CH3、CH2和 COO。然后之前因为讲过这个，如果4个球的话，中间再有一个铅钢丝球的话，它会有一个完整的星星组合。然后呢，我现在放的是3个，然后如果近距离看的话，会有一个能量的一个流动。先翻译这些吧。
好的， he's got a big core, and there are 3 another little cores inside, like CuO and CO2 and CH3, and he thinks need another little core inside to put ledgons. And 好，你继续。
然后呢，我就因为这种结构呢和开始教的3层结构或者2层结构呢有一些区别。就是说在这种方式，这种方式和那个内外3层的有什么不一样？我想问一下
这个是和什么不一样？
和就是那个内外的3层的，因为我这是一个球里面放了3个小球，这3个小球是没有套着的。
开始有教过这种装法吗？
没有。
那我看他有没有什么反应吧。Yes, he's wondering what's the difference between this kind of setup between the double core system. Do you know that, Rick?
Could you say that question again? What is the?
He wants to know the difference between this kind of setup, between that kind of double core setup. What's the difference?
Between the double and the triple core, you mean?
Yeah, double core.
Well, the way I understand it is, with the double core, you have the interaction or gradient between the inner core and the outer core, right?
Yes.
Whereas with the triple core, you have the interaction between 3 cores, so it's no longer a gradient between inner and outer. It's a gradient, more of a gradient between the 3 different cores. So they have a certain kind of unsymmetrical shape and energy level, you might say. With the 3 different cores, it's made to twist or turn or spin because it's offset, it's off balance in a way. Does that make sense?
Okay, I will translate to him. 他说，一般的那种双核的系统，它是有就是内核和外核有场体的互动嘛，就是每一个内核都是内外场体互动，就是每个球都是平衡的。那你这个球都是3个球是不同的干丝，但是就不是一个完整的平衡的场体，差不多是这样。
然后呢，还有一个问题就是说，我也放了有一个是就是说里面有2个球的，如果一转起来之后呢，它上面一个球和下面一个球呢就会垂直。就是一个在顶上，一个在底下，这样的呢，是不是可以形成一个我们需要的场，比如飞升啊这些造物啊这些的场，是不是说这个结构可以用？
你要产生什么样的场？
是我们现在需要的，比如飞升、医疗，或者是说其他的造物啊这一些。就是说能够被我们用的这个结构，这个是不是一个我们可以用的结构？
那你里面那2个球分别是什么干丝呢？
一个 CH3，一个铅干丝。然后呢，它转起来之后呢，一个是在顶上，一个是在底下，而且顶上的那个就是往顶上跑的那个呢，是每次都是往顶上跑，往底下的一直就是往底下跑。
你是说那个 CH3 是在上面是吧？然后铅在下面吧？
铅干丝在上面。
铅在上面。
对。
那外面是什么呢？
外面是干丝水。
混合干丝水。
对。
好，那我跟他说一下。Hi Rick is saying he has another setup. There's a big core. There's 2 little cores inside the big core, and there's one little core is CH3 GaNs water, and the other one is lead GaNs water. So when this big core rotating, the 2 little balls inside become vertical. So he's wondering about if this is available to generate some special field for medical unit or generator. Do you have any opinion about that?
So you're saying the lead ball would go to the bottom and then the CH3 would be above it?
No, the lead GaNs ball is at the top.
The lead GaNs goes to the top when it's spinning, and the other one is directly underneath of it.
Yes, the other one is CH3. Yeah, it's all automatically.
Right. Well, that kind of makes sense. If the way the vortex works, perhaps it might create a vortex inside. It is normally when it's not spinning, what do the balls do? Is the lead normally heavier?
Yeah, let me ask him. 那个如果是不转的时候，那个球是什么样的情况？是铅杆是在下面还是？
两个球都浮在顶上。
2个球都浮在顶上，你把那个空气抽出来没有？
抽出来了。
都抽了是吧？
就是这个液体是满的。
好。He said that 2 balls all floating up, both at top. When it keeps still, yeah.
Is there any air in the balls?
No. Maybe it's because the plastic ball.
Can you explain again?
Can he show a video of the setup or a picture?
你能展示一下那个你说的这个双核的系统吗？中间有2个球的。
那我需要换手机，然后用另外的账号登录。
You see, can I speak?
Yes.
Can I explain something? I've seen this video past couple of days. There is 2 things. Is there a camera light shining on this, or is it taken in the dark?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Is there a camera taking a picture of this process?
You mean a light in the light in the middle?
Light in the room or on the flash or whatever.
I think there's one behind, isn't
it? You mean these 3 core setup or the 2 little core inside the second one?
Any of them. If there is what I've looked at this, I was shown this a couple of days ago.
Okay.
It's like a rotating flashing light.
Well, you're showing the fields just a little bit earlier, Mr. Kish. Maybe you could show it again, the sort of misty looking, and he's showing the angle between them and so on. The balls are at different heights. But go ahead.
Yeah. What happened is if you take that light as a reference point, yeah, if you darken it altogether, see if you see a light in the middle. And then if not, this light is made by whatever is in the room, you will see a very clear motion pool of the fields. I've seen this, it's beautifully done. It's very balanced. And by you moving the cores up and down, you see if the fields move up and down. You keep one core steady and move the other core. These you see actually flow of fields. What you see in the high rapid is a reflection of the fields, which have reduced to the matter state that is visible to us. It'll be interesting to see if
you move the field, one of these, the other, it's two reactors running to each other. Am I correct? In different height?
In this case, Mr. Kesh, he has 3 balls inside the a larger ball. He's got the CH3.
Yeah, but is there another ball? Has he got another ball which is running at the same time as this?
Well, he's got the one on the outside is rotating. It's got the 3 balls inside, and they're just free normally. And now they're set up and they position themselves inside the bigger ball, and that's what we see as the rotation.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say, does he have a second setup, another ball with GANs in it or 2 GANs in it?
Yes, he has another ball with 2 balls inside that he was talking about as you came in there.
Yeah. So is that running with this ball simultaneously? Are the 2 units running? Are the 2 ball sets of motors and the balls are running together at the same time?
Can you ask him that question?
No. Let me ask him. 他问你这后面一个系统是不是也跟这个3个球的系统一起在运转？然后就是你这个2个系统有运转的时候中间有没有看到光？
没有，因为我先运转的第一个系统，就是说这3个球的系统，这个球的系统已经爆了，然后那个系统我现在在运转，因为它不稳定，所以现在没有达到很高的分数，没有一起运转。
哦，那个2个球的系统有没有感觉到很强的场？
因为它没有转速高，所以现在没有很强的场，转速不太高，因为它转不上去。
好，he said he didn't see any light in this rotation with these 2 systems.
No, what I'm asking, has it got 2 cores running together?
You mean when it's
when this
rotating?
is running, when it's rotating, the other ball set, he has another ball set, is that running as well, or is it not running at all?
他问你这2个那个大球旋转的时候，中间2个小球有没有自己在转？
在转，而且是一个在上面，一个在下面。
He said, yeah, they're running.
Pardon?
Yeah, they were rotating.
Rotating.
The 2 little balls.
That's what I understood from the beginning. So what I want him to do, if he can, if they are not fixed, leave the one which is showing us now running as it is on camera, and start moving the other one like to the north pole of this and to the other side slowly, and see if the fields will change by the motion of that one. Do you understand?
Yes, but how to turn it? To turn the outer ball upside down?
No. He's got 2 coil sets, huh? He's got 2 motors running 2 sets. Am I correct?
No, he's just got just 1 big core, and there's 2 little cores inside, but they are free.
But
they were
does
free.
He have, so okay, now let me go back to one thing. Does he have another set of cores which are running as well or not? Or is it just this is the only thing he has?
Yeah, this one is already exploded, and the other one he needs to change his cell phone to show. Yeah.
No, we're not talking about the same thing. It's okay. What I'm trying to say, if this is already gone, he's lost this one.
Okay.
If he can make one and he's got another set and he can move the other set, the other motor with the core on it around and take pictures, then he can see the flow of the change of the fields. And then you can see how you dictate the change of the patterns of the fields. And then you see this rapid flow of the fields from inside outside. But you need another core to be able to control this one.
Yeah,
and what you see,
Lisa says the one showing was broken and now he runs the double core one only. So he has.
Yeah, we don't get so much loss with the double core unless the field balance is different. We lose with the third one. It's like you're shedding the skin. We don't shed our inner layer. We shed our outer layer. It's literally when the field balance becomes the outer shell, which is the third layer, gets rejected to the balance point. That's why we shed our skin. It's the same thing. Third shell is the skin of the set 3. So it goes to find its balance in the position, but the field concentration in the third core in respect to the second core is so much that it carries the field of it. And because it's a matter of state, it'll go through the whole wall. It goes through, you can find this on the moon. If the field holding is there, you create the stars. I used to always say, they say in the universe, 1 million stars are made every day. I make the 1 million and one. I've said that many times. What you do, these balls, according to the strength of whatever it is and what is in them, they can literally go out of this solar system till they find a balance. They become in the transition energy above the environment.
Okay.
You understand? This is why you lose your third. Most of the people who've lost up to now is the third ball, the second and the first bone, or the pressure in the second becomes so much that they feel the strength in the center becomes the principal. The outer layer becomes the second core, becomes what do you call it, like a third layer. And then this first and the second, because they're in balance, they have to find a position. You can find these balls anywhere in the universe. Because till they don't find it, could even be in the solar system, it could be embedded in the aircraft which is flying overhead. That's why when I do tests, I always, when I used to run tests, I used to inform the military, I'm running a test. It's your problem. Because I don't know where it's going to go, because I don't dictate it. Okay. That's what I say. When you run these tests, especially when you go to second and third core, keep out of the way. It's not that they disappear, they go to the position. Now the outer skin has got, you receive liquid water when they explode, but the energy field, the magnetic gravitational field, which is totally field, stays outside the second core. So now it has its own atmosphere. Now it has to find its balance. You understand?
Yes.
So it is not, it's very dangerous. Those of you who start playing with these things have to understand you have to be very cautious and protective in what you do. It literally can go through your body. It comes out somewhere else. It's gone through the walls. Yeah?
Okay.
Or it comes to a point that the energy of the inner center core is so strong that dissolves in, when we talk about dissolve, we're talking gravitational magnetic field wise, all the matter content inside becomes fields and the fields travel. It'll be very nice if you can video this in a total dark and you see which way, if the what do you call it, if the camera can pick the direction of the motion, then you're going to see in that direction where you're going to find it. Which way? Does it go through the ceiling? Has it gone through the, you're looking for everything to be up. It's most probably get attracted to the center of the earth. Most probably, because inside your system you got copper and zinc, which is bounded by the gravitational magnetic field of the earth. Don't look up. You could be down somewhere, meters down, till it finds its balance.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna go silent for a while.
他刚才开始先生讲了很多这个，因为他讲的后来核心好像跟那个这位安在这位同志他讲的不太一样。他本来是说那个，因为要把那个 Y 核心就里面的两个球的颠倒一下那个，就南北调换一下次序，然后它就会场也会发生转变。但他说好像是用的马达那种，可能他没听清楚。 我也没理解这个地方没理解清楚，这只能等之后在那个翻译的时候再来慢慢看了。你有什么问题吗？别的问题吗？
是这样的，这个3个球转的这种球呢，因为我电机刚到，然后那个转起来，然后它直接就我不知道是跳出来，然后碰到这个因为我是拿一个东西罩着的，然后看不到里面。转速高了是碰到旁边是碎了呢，还是说怎么的？因为它那个轴是没有问题的，就是轴插进去的那个戳是没有问题的，它直接就出来了。这个情况，还是先生有说这个情况吗？
我没听明白，你是哪里整个坏了？这个
就是说，它如果高转速的话，直接就出来了。
你粘牢了吗？下面
和电机直接就分开了。
就是球跟那个底座，你粘的底座是吧？
是那个底啊，那个底座没有问题，底座和球还是粘着的，就是那个直接座就离开这个电机了。
那就是座跟那个电机轴之间没有弄牢，或者是怎么样？这有这种可能是吧？
好吧。然后他们还要看那个2个球的那个吗？
你是要换手机是吗？
我现在手机已经弄好了。
那你展示一下。
Sorry, I didn't get a chance really
He's
to.
trying to show his second setup.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to show it there. It was so quick.
Ah, 在这里。这个，然后这个球呢，你最外面的意思呢，本来是非常的轻转，然后转了几个。
你的这个话筒有点远，我听不见你的声音，听不清。
因为这个球里面这个外层啊，这本来是非常清澈的，然后呢转了几次呢，在那放着，它自己就变得比较浑浊了。
外层，你说是那个外核心的内表面是这个意思吗？
对，外层这个最外层这个球里面的这个液体。
哦，变浑浊了哦。
对，然后那个手机，因为我的手机那个不知道怎么说话，所以只能在这样。
这就是一个混合干丝水是吧？外面。He's saying the liquid plasma in the outer core is becoming very how to say that? It was very clear. When it rotates for some time, it becomes not that transparent.
这2个球已经分开了。
你这个是 CH3 在上面还是下面？
啊？
你这个现在转的是哪个在上，哪个在下？
是天干里在上面，然后呢，因为我放了那个糖和盐那个几单丝，它所以酸碱度会有一个差值。
不，听不清你的声音。
那你拿这个。 因为我放了一个酸和盐的一个干丝在里面，那个黑色的呢，在下面是一个酸性的，然后呢，上面这个是橙色的这种呢是碱性的，碱性的这一种呢，我用了那个铅干丝，下面的那一种我用了是 CH3。因为现在呢，我们可以看不太清，以前用小电机呢，现在那个黑色的球呢，如果我们看的话，可能只看到一半多一点的球，因为另外的球就不知道跑哪去了。
你刚才说什么？再说一遍，就最后一句。
我说以前用小电机没有这个托的话，可以看到底下那个黑色的呢，就是 CH3 加CH3 加糖的那一种呢，它会这个球呢只看到一半多一点，然后其他的那东西其他的那一点剩下的那点球就看不见了，因为就不是圆的了，意思是说。
Can you give us a translation, please?
Yes, this is the setup he was talking about, and the ball on the top is lead gas mixed with some alkaline, and the other ball at the bottom, we cannot see that, but it is the CH3 mixed with some acid gas. And he was saying that when the liquid plasma in the outer ball was very clear, very transparent, but later when it rotates for some time, the liquid in that ball became not that transparent.
Okay, that brings up the question: what is the liquid inside the outer part of the ball?
Yes, it's a mixed solution. Yeah.
Mixed solution of what? Ganses, or is it just the water ganses, or the ganses actually in it?
他问这个外核里面是干丝水还是就是干丝？
干丝水。
Yeah, liquid plasma, just gas water.
对了，是那个用的那个就是酸碱的中和液。酸碱的中和液就是糖和盐做的那种干丝的上新液。
那有没有其他的东西？
没有其他的。
Yeah, the gas water is salt gas water and sugar gas water. Yeah, just water.
Salt and sugar gas water. Okay, and so it's not acid or alkaline.
Yeah, it's because it's mixed, so.
Okay.
So do you know why this liquid in the outboard became not that transparent?
Can you ask him, does it settle out like GANs when you stop it? Or is it like bubbles that bubble to the top?
I don't get it.
Does the white stuff go away when he stops have him stop the motor and see what happens to the white?
他问你，当你开电机的时候，那个是怎么变白的？它是怎么慢慢变白的？最开始它是透明的吗？外核水？
不是说开电机的时候变白的，是开完之后本来还是清的，开完之后放在那儿，然后自己变白的。
那就是说最后一直白了是吧？
Like, does it go to the top or to the bottom is what I'm wondering. Does the white stuff go to the top or the bottom when he stops the motor?
He said it's not when he starts rotating. It's when it was done and put it for some while and became this kind of color.
Yeah, and it stays that way now, you mean?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is he sure there was no contamination in there to start with?
I'm sorry?
You have to be sure there's no contamination to start with. What other substances were maybe like glue or some other type of substance inside? Maybe there was something on the outside of the other ball that might have interacted.
他问这个有没有其他的一些物质，怕你不小心放在里面了，或者是那个小球的外面有些别的东西。
没，小球的外面就是胶，别的没有。
就是他说会被胶或者进入到这个液体里面了，可能有这种可能。
那个胶是不会成这样的，因为我一直用这种胶，然后其他的球没有变，只有这一个球变了。
什么叫其他的球没有变？
因为我做了好几个球。
你做了好几个这样的系统是吧？
不是一样的，我做的是内外的，不是内外3层或者是2层的，不是这一种的。
What was that?
He said, yeah, there was some glue, but it was already dried. So he think it's impossible to dilute it in the liquid.
Well, perhaps he created some new materials and should have it analyzed by a lab to see what it is.
他说你可能创造了一些新的物质，你要去检测一下才知道。
那个，我想，因为我说一下我的思路，然后呢，看是不是这样的。因为这3层球的可能是在中间聚拢的一个，然后产生等离子体。这个球是模仿3层球，然后把外面的这一层球呢，模仿是中间的那一层，然后中间的2个小球呢交互作用，中间会有一个等离子体的气泡。会连接2个小球，我想问一下，那个这种的结构和3层的那种结构达的效果有什么不一样？因为这种球呢，我没有看到那种漩涡呀，或者是漩涡那个中心的那个等离子体的那个柱子。那个空心的那个气泡，没有那一种柱子，只有它2个球中间只有一个小气泡。
就是没有那个，你空气已经抽干净了，是吧？
对对对。其他的都会有一个中心的一个等离子体的一个等离子体的一个气泡，一个柱子在中间。
我知道。
这个没有，这个只是在2个球中间有一个小气泡而已。
He said, when it's rotating, there are only some bubbles, little bubbles in the center. There was no the air stream like Douglas showed us. So he's wondering if this kind of setup is powerful, has the same strength field as the double core or triple core.
What RPM is he rotating at? Excuse me, let me get that on live stream. What RPM is he rotating at?
他问你转速是多少？大概
1000多。
Only 1000 RPM.
Right. Remember Mr. Kesh said today that
yes.
People need to experiment in 5 to 10 times that range. And that's when things get a little more dangerous, and you should have a cover and protective cover, and you're definitely have your safety glasses on for such adventures.
And he needs to increase the speed up to at least 7,000, right?
Well, Mr. Kesh was talking between 5 and 10,000. And that's actually, before this, he used to talk about you shouldn't have to go over about 2,500 RPM or so. So now we're working in higher RPMs and looking for different effects and so on. But I advise people that are experimenting with, especially with the acrylic balls, they can explode and shatter at high RPMs, and that's can be very dangerous. Okay. So it's best to use polycarbonate or even some other plastic is sometimes better than the acrylic.
他说这个球你转的是比较慢嘛，一般他今天那个开始刚讲的有到7000到10000，起码是这个速度你才有反应。这么低速是没什么效果的。还有一个就是你这用的球，他说是不是亚克力球？如果亚克力的话容易爆炸，容易裂开，然后有危险，最好把它罩起来。最好是用 PP 的比较好，比较不容易爆炸。
好的。
还有问题吗？
And it might not be, I just suggested RPM as one, one way to look at it. There's lots of other things that could be going on, and maybe it doesn't require the RPM in order to perform properly.
Okay.
I would advise if he was able to, if he was close to a university or somebody that he knew that might be able to do an analysis of the fluid and see what is the material in there. Is it something that was created from the interaction of the fields, or was it just a leak from the inner ball got into the outer, or some other contamination, or is it tiny wee bubbles, or what?
Okay. 他说就是要检测一下中间的那个液体呢，那个外核心的液体变白的，看到底是什么，是不是创造什么别的东西？
他没有说这个，
他不知道
和3层的那个不同吗？
啊？他
3层或者2层结构的那种。
他没说，我估计这个得要你自己测试吧。
哦，
自己感觉。
好。
好。先这样。
好，谢谢。
不客气。
好 ，Thank you.
I would suggest maybe there's someone else in the Chinese group that has access to that kind of analysis equipment, and maybe you could become the first one to show some kind of new materials.
他说我们中国这边有没有哪边实验室有这样的检测设备，可以你把你东西拿回去检测一下，然后看是不是，因为你毕竟是第一个展示这个有可能新东西生成的这个情况。
好的。
OK。
好的，非常感谢。
不客气。OK， yeah, that's it.
Sorry, I had to mute all there. We were running into something happened where all the microphones opened up. Okay, let me get you back in here. Still there, Bob, or did you? I think you disappeared. Let me see if you're in the viewers. Can you speak there, Bob?
Yes, yeah, I can speak.
Yeah, okay, good. So what happened there? We just all the microphones open, so I had to mute everyone. Are we done that presentation, or is there more questions about that?
中国的朋友有问题吗？ No response yet.
Okay. I think we kind of covered that, but there's probably some other questions, of course, about the whole thing. We have a viewer, Daniel, has got his hand up. I'll promote him to panelist. See what he has to say. Let me know if there's any more questions or anybody has something else on the Chinese end. I see that Lisa had put a comment in from the Chinese, and also there's a Chinese comment in the Q&A, but it's in Chinese and I can't understand it. Can you read that, Bob?
Yeah, let me see what was that.
Can you see the question there, Bob?
No, I can't because yeah, this is first time I was invited into this.
Okay. You should have there's participants Q&A, share screen, and chat along the bottom, perhaps, of your Zoom window.
Yeah, that's not a question, just a complaint. The voice was not very clear.
Okay. Do you have a chat window, and do you have anything along the bottom of the Zoom window?
Yeah, I've got only the Q&A window.
That's it, Q&A.
Yeah.
So you click on Q&A, and there's a Chinese question there?
No, I can see.
You don't see. Do you have opened and answered questions? Do you see those? What do you have in Q&A?
Yeah, in Q&A only one question Chinese. That actually that was not a question. It's only a suggestion. Yeah.
Oh, what is it then? What does it say?
It was not very clear. Yeah, about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, and is it been answered already then?
I'm sorry.
Has it already been answered? There's no question. It's just a comment or something then.
Yeah, I'm answering him right now.
Okay. Lion Zhang asked the question there too. What does he ask?
Okay.
Can you translate?
Lion Zhang was asking, can you draw a picture to demonstrate the structure that Armin showed today?
You can try. Okay, here's the whiteboard. Trying to get my annotate to work here. There we go. So the way I understand, you mean the structure Armin had? He had he showed his table with 2 balls basically.
他就画了一个房间里2个球。
On a motor.
下面是电机。
Motor here, and the balls were double core.
2个球都是双核的。
Should use a different color for the other core. Actually, I would do it more this way. Let's just do it a little differently here. The way I understand it, it sort of works this way with between the alkaline and the acidic between the cores.
Oh, he's asking, can we use the copper to make the outer core?
Copper sphere, copper ball.
Yes, copper ball.
As far as I know, you could, but I could use some other feedback by that. In a way, it doesn't make sense because with this system, you're trying to have this inner core interacts with. Whoops, wrong color. Well, let's put it this way. This interacts with this, and this interacts with that.
内核，左边的内核和外边的外核相互有长体的互动，然后右边的内核和左边的外核也相互的长体互动。
So if you had a copper core on each one, then it may interfere with that kind of reaction that's trying to go on here between the acid alkaline environments. I'm not sure. For sure, one thing for sure is if you have a copper ball and this is in an acid environment and this one is in an alkaline environment, you're going to change the copper will interact with the it'll be changing as it goes. It's a different structure than what Armin was using. I'm not sure what would happen.
他不是很确定，因为这个跟阿曼那个系统不一样，他不确定。
But definitely copper has been used lots. Armin has used copper balls many times in other configurations. Depends, what are you trying to make? Ask him what does he wish to do? What is his intention?
He's trying to make the same system as Armin made. To raise your...
Then why is he using a copper ball? Because Armin didn't use a copper ball.
Okay.
For one thing, it's very difficult to replicate somebody else's system because you have to be inside their mindset, inside their head, basically. to be able to copy. And as Mr. Keshe says, he's not really interested in people copying. He wants people to take the information and extend the knowledge to do it your own way, which is good with the copper balls, but you won't get the same effect as what Armin's getting because it can't work exactly the same with a different setup.
他说你用了同外壳，它可能产生的是跟阿曼不同的效果。另外就是最好是不要完全照抄他的那个东西的，他说是最好是自己扩展一下知识，然后做点别的东西。
Now, one thing about the copper balls is, or brass or stainless steel or any metal, is you can't see what's going on inside very easily. So that's a big advantage of the clear balls, because you are looking for field effects that might be happening inside, like similar to what you were showing in the video earlier, or especially would be nice to see would be a field interaction that produces light, a light effect, some sort of electromagnetic field light, plasmatic light, something that we can see. You know, Mr. Keshe has talked about some beautiful plasmatic light that should come off our systems when we have the interaction of the fields tuned properly.
So, what about if we use glasses instead of plastic?
Glass is about roughly between 1/2 and 1/4 of the strength of the acrylic balls, which the acrylic balls are about 1/10 of the strength of a polycarbonate ball, all of the same wall thickness. So glass is not recommended for rotating at high speeds unless it is you know, the Pyrex or borosilicate lab glass that's already tempered and very strong to start with. I've done that. I've rotated my lab flasks up to 10,000 RPM or more, but it can be very dangerous. Glass coming apart is not a pretty picture, basically.
OK， 他说那个如果用铜球的话，你看不到里面的光，它发生一些反应，颜色的变化你都看不见，所以不推荐。然后我顺便问了一下，他用玻璃可不可以？他说玻璃强度不够，容易解体，那就很危险，所以也不推荐玻璃。
A lot of it depends on the size of the sphere as well. If it's a small glass sphere, you could maybe get away with rotating at higher speeds. Larger ones, the forces on the sphere on the wall of the glass increase with the square of the radius. So something that's 10 centimeter or say a 5 centimeter radius will have or say with a 10 centimeter radius will have an X, and something with a 20 centimeter radius being double the radius will have 4 times the amount of force on it at the same RPM. So it goes up very quickly. The forces on something rotating at a certain RPM goes up very quickly according to how big it is. I think that was a lot to translate, so I might have to let it go.
OK， 他说同样的转速也会有不同的辐射的场体的那个范围。这块应该是没听太清楚，之后再等他那个吧。之后翻译再详细翻译吧。Line John is asking if the two motors rotating in different direction? Is there any difference?
I think there's a big difference. Yes, I think.
So it should be the same direction or different?
What do you wish to accomplish with your system exactly? Like Armin started out, he had a third reactor, I believe, as part of his system as well. But one exploded, so. Are you going to use 3 reactors or 2? You're looking at the interaction between 2?
He said just 2.
And what do you hope to get out of it? Are you trying to make gold or to fly to the moon, or what would you like?
That's just, yeah, the same as Armin did. We just want to raise your consciousness with your vibration.
Oh, okay. So okay, maybe someone can help me with this. Would it be true that for, you know, like, depends what you're trying to make. If you're trying to make something that's maybe to create lift, then maybe it's better to use the amino acids from the zinc, like Mr. Keshe was talking about. But perhaps if you're making something for a different purpose, you might want to use your own amino acids and so on, depending on the circumstances. For you to raise your consciousness, that's a different situation, a specific situation, let's say it's special. Someone else give some input on that?
Yeah, he's asking, can these 2 balls face to face? Yeah, like, you know, in the same line.
You mean above each other?
Yes, just
one above the other.
Just 2 top of the ball face to each other. Yeah.
Oh. Well, the way I understand it is well, for example, when we're rotating balls in the last couple of years, what you usually get is what's called a Gans ring. So there might be a ring that forms when there's GANs in the ball, where it's all one color like this, and maybe you have a different GANs in the other one, and it would be all one color like this in a ring. So these would be GANs rings, and sometimes you have multiple GANSes with multiple rings. So there's the heavier GANs in the middle, and then another GANs on the outside, and maybe even say a third GANs as well that shows up as another ring. So the way I understand it is, if you have a ring, that is rotating, then it'll have certain fields that interact, likely in sort of this sort of fashion, like some sort of sort of an in and out type of field action through the center of this. Let me draw it a little bit different, maybe. That guy, this one. This would come around the front of this. So you'd have some sort of fields going on through the center of these rings here, according to the way this rotates. So the field interaction here between another ring beside it over here might be, you know, that has its fields like this, say, is going to interact, you know, more in here. And if you have three rings all on the same plane, like all, say this is all level.
Same plane, yeah.
And again, more fields inside of this one. Then they'll tend to interact with what's called the free plasma in the middle here. But if you have, say you have two rings that are one here and one above the other one, like if these balls were on top of each other, say you put the one ball up above here with its little stand here and its motor up here.
Yes, this is what he was asking. Yeah.
Right. So then you have the old so-called Gans ring, and if you have Gans water, it's still going to have a ring with the heavier parts of the water, or the plasma will sort itself. Whoops. Will somehow that last one went crazy on me there. Let me see if I can. There we go. It will tend. Just a second here. It will tend to form some sort of ring inside when it's rotating, especially at high speeds. The more high speeds it is, the more it'll lock that ring in, so it stays there even when you stop rotating it.
Even you stop rotating, it's just stay there.
Yes, it could stay there for years if they don't disturb it. But if you shake it up, then that ring could just disappear again. It could just shatter the delicate structure that forms from the rotation. So if you have two rings, so it's getting back to this idea over here on the right, you have the two rings, one above the other, then you're going to have a different interaction with these fields. If this ring has its fields here and the other ring has its fields here, then the interaction will be more in the more in this center area here, let's say, or some other interaction that's different than the interaction on the other side with the sideways interaction. So definitely there'll be a difference in the interactions, and I think that when they're sideways, generally there'll be more interaction. Okay. And like the idea with the four cores originally is you would have another sphere at the same level as these two. Let me draw it differently, maybe down in here. So you have it on its stand and motor. And if these are all on the same level, then the fields again are interacting with each other. But again, it's the center that would be the so-called free plasma. Until we take this guy over here and introduce him into the equation. If he was over like where it is now, then you're going to have the field interaction again. And the field interaction will alter that free plasma closer to where this one is. So if this one, I wish I could change it easily, but I can't just grab it and pull it, I don't think. Oh, I kind of can. One part at a time, we'll move him over, including his Gans ring part. Whoops, part by part. Oh, whoops, it's getting a little messy there now, but you get the idea. Now the interaction is different. The interaction becomes interaction with 4. Oh boy, I see. I got to go back to here. The interaction becomes with the 4 fields. The ball in the back, it's the 3 balls. You can understand that there's interaction with the 4 fields, creating that free plasma at the very center of all 4. So that's the difference. Is you may not, to the way I understand it, if you have one ball over the other, oh, that's the wrong colors. Doesn't make sense. So we try to keep the colors the same. Well, like in this one over here, if you have one ball over the other, it just has a different field interaction. It may have a field interaction. It may be that it tends to, the way I understand it, it would tend to amplify this field going up and down in this configuration, one over the other. Whereas in the other configuration, you would have more of an interaction on this level, perhaps shooting out in this direction. And also interacting towards the center at the same time to produce that free plasma. So a lot of it, I think, is in the geometry as far as these rotating balls are. Mr. Kesh has talked about, and we've talked about, adjusting slots in the table so you can move these back and forth and make fine adjustments. Some of Armin's reactors have arms on them that are articulated, so you can put your reactor and have it be able to move back and forth on its mount. So it can be at different heights, it can be at different places, according to what you feel at the time where it should be.
Okay, yeah. 他说就是如果这个2个电机头对头这样转的话，它也可能产生更其他的场，或者是加强，就是这个它所在的这条直线上的场的墙，就是它右上角画的这个橙色的地方的，就是加强直线方面的场。然后就是它转了之后，他们以前做过实验，在它这2个如果是用的混合干丝，它这个球会里面的干丝会定型成那个样子，就是它画的一层一层的，像环状的。他说，这个就算停下来之后，放几年，它都是这个样子的干丝，就是保持这个状态好久。然后除非你去动它、摇它，它才会发生变化，要不然它就一直是这个状态。然后他说，它如跟水平的平时我们摆放这个球的方式相比的话，可能场体要弱一些，但总体来讲他也不确定。然后他说你可以自己把这个球反应器放在这个滑轨上面，然后来自己调整这个放这个距离，然后来控制中间的自由等离子体的那个地方，差不多是这样。然后2个电机反转的话，他说取决于你需要到达一个什么样的结果，但是也没有具体说这个到底是怎么样反转有什么样的结果也没说。Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'll just let him know that I'm posting what's called the GRPM calculators, so everyone knows it's a handy dandy calculator to calculate just what the forces are on any radius rotating sphere at any RPM. And just putting a sample in a ping pong size ball at 10,000 RPM has the G forces on its outer skin of over 2,200 Gs. That means if it had, say, 15 pounds per square inch, like normal atmospheric pressure pushing on that skin from the inside, it would be, oh geez, I'd have to calculate it, but probably, well, let me calculate it here. Let's just have a look. If it was 10, it would be roughly something probably around 30,000 psi or 30,000 pounds per square inch or something like that. It's an enormous force pushing on a ping pong ball full of water at 10,000 RPM, say, ping pong ball sized thing. The ping pong ball would be much stronger than those acrylic balls, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, you need to be strong. Otherwise, it will. Yeah.
Yeah. The ping pong ball's quite a bit stronger. I've rotated them well over 10,000 RPM without any trouble. The trouble with them being getting them to glue onto the actual shaft or whatever fitting or whatever you're trying to rotate the ping pong balls with can be very tricky. But I recommend some glue called Goop that works very well. It's some of the best stuff I've found for doing that.
刚才瑞克说他推荐用乒乓球，因为乒乓旋转起来到了1万转以上，整个就是它离心力非常大嘛，就所以你用乒乓球的它那个材料强度比那个亚克力比那个什么 PP 什么那些都大，所以推荐用乒乓球，就是 Yeah, that's it.
Okay, are we sort of done that topic for now, or is there more questions or more input on that?
Yeah, there are more questions coming up. But if are you tired?
Oh, well, of course, but we have to carry on for another 2 days. So this tired, well, it has no meaning at this point. So it's, yes, let's carry on. If you want to keep going, we could do that unless someone else has something they really like to bring up now or some other comment. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's carry on. So
and anybody who's out there that thinks I'm sticking my foot in my mouth with the things I'm saying, because I'm not necessarily the ultimate authority in these things, please speak up and put me in my place.
Okay.
We have lots of experts here and the panelists and viewers and so on, so we should be able to come up with answers to questions people might have.
Someone asked if because the zinc gas and the CO2 gas always coming at the same time. So if we want very pure zinc gas, what do we do?
Well, yeah, that's the big assumption, is that they come both at the same time. But that's purely because of our techniques are not refined enough to separate, to make the process so they're pure, either pure zinc oxide or pure CO2 gas. Like you say, it's usually a mixture with most people. or it'll start out as maybe the CO2 GANs and end up as the zinc oxide GANs as the plates wear and that sort of thing. So there is a video. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I think that I did actually save it. So just give me a second. See if that was the case.
他说，因为这个现在技术有限，现在很难把它完全分割开，就是只是纯的氧化锌或者是纯的二氧化碳都非常难这样。
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show a video. Oh, this is not the one. No, I think it is. Let's see. Yes, this one. This is the video where Mr. Keshe shows the process for how to make the pure GANs. And this came from a previous workshop back in January, I think it was. This video was posted in February of this year. So let's watch it. It's 3 minutes, and it very well explains the process of how to make the pure GANs. Okay. And we can stop the video at any point if he would like to ask a question, or we can go back through the video after we watch it. Maybe that'd be easier. And if there's any questions, we could go back to that point and look at it. Okay, let's just play it through. It answers a lot of the questions people have of how to make the pure GANs, and Mr. Keshe lays it out very clearly and cleanly, I thought, in this video. So let me just set it up. I have to make sure my screen share is going to work.
他现在放一个视频，就是怎样做纯干式的，大概是今年1月份拍的吧，3分钟时长。
So you've let him know what's going on then with that? Okay, so let me play. Okay, let me play the video. Wait a minute, the audio is not coming through, so I'll have to reshare it apparently. There we go. Okay, I'll try that again.
Systems, when you are producing your nano coating, use fire only. When you are producing your CO2 GANs, do not put your plates inside. Create a system that you can put copper oxide, nano coated, and the zinc, that the GANs you produce here is a pure CO2. When you place your system, you want to produce zinc only, zinc nanoplate, you put your copper nano-coated here and the zinc inside. This is important. From now on, precision counts, and those of you who understand it will achieve it. When you're using copper oxide, make sure your copper oxide is of the specific at every time across your use of production. When you are using a system to produce protein, make sure your protein is created by this condition, not by zinc inside it. You only use a protein which is pure, and that is when you place the plate outside. To find this gap, to create this condition that you start getting GANs, is not very easy. One of the ways I've done before is I use a plastic bags, where I can thinner the bag, I can increase the bag, but I stick the nano coated and the zinc on the bag. So by changing the size, you bring the proximity closer or whatever, and then you suddenly see you produce a lot of CO2, and in some places you produce a lot of what they call amino acid. As I said, firing is the most important way to do it. Creating nanomaterial is the most important thing to do it. Those of you who you've been looking for a pure CO2, especially for health reasons, explore this. And it's so easy to make CO2. Do not use seawater. Under no circumstances, any of your trials, use seawater. Because you don't know what is the content of the seawater you're using. It has everything which is on this planet. Any other question? Systems, when you are
Okay, what did you think of that? Did that answer the question? Should we go back through parts of that video? Maybe we should play the whole thing again. It's sort of very.
Yeah, I think this is many of us already have seen this video, but the problem is, you know, most time there won't come out too many gases, just a little bit or almost nothing.
Did you do the technique that he suggested?
Yes, but he didn't say the distance between these two plates.
Did he say? Did he say what kind of container to use?
The thinner, the better.
Yes, exactly. And he used the plastic bag. He said would be best.
Yeah, that's what we did, but actually, yeah.
Well, that's right. That's one thing is exactly what you said. You don't get the same production. You get a lot less production with creating the pure GANs. And that's the thing about it. And lots of people have created lots of GANs. They run electricity in and jack up the voltage and jack up the amperage and put lots of salt in and throw lots of things in and look at all the white fluffy stuff and all these different colors all over the place and so on. But they have a mixture of GANSes and so on. And like Mr. Keshe suggested in the video, if you use salt water, then you're going to get virtually everything in the world in your mixture, in a sense, and so on. So learning to be precise with the techniques was the idea that he's trying to present here. And part of that is experimenting and to put the plates outside the container, to use a thin-walled container like was suggested, to use a bag perhaps, which makes it so you can vary the distance between the plates quite easily with a plastic bag. So you could do a series of, you know, maybe half a dozen experiments with different plate distances between the bags and see which one worked the best. Perhaps there might be a special distance for a certain size of plate that just makes it work, and we may or may not have found that sweet spot. You know, I myself, I haven't experimented with the plastic bag thing at all, really, but I do have something that I plan on experimenting with that I can show in just a minute here. Let me go and get it.
OK， 他说这个视频应该之前都有看过，大家就是放塑料袋把那个2个板包起来，但是效果大家好像做起来都没有很多干丝。他说这个距离 可能跟这个板的大小有关系，需要大家自己去尝试再试吧。目前只能这样。Hello.
Yes,
Oh.
Just a second here. I get it plugged back in again. I wanted to show a container that I'm using. Let's see if I can get my video to work here. Stop my screen share. Okay, I just wanted to show this container. Wait a minute, I have to get this set up in my other screen. There we go. Okay, so you can see this is very thin.
Yeah.
And so I've got some copper sheeting. Let me show as an example. Got this piece of fairly good sized copper sheeting.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut a piece out. It'll fit on here. And I have zinc. Put zinc on the other side. This will be nano coated. So I'll have the nano coated copper and the zinc. And then I was going to put wrap around it and actually sort of vacuum seal it or somehow make it so there's not as much air in between. So the two metals are very close to the surface, as close as possible. Hopefully, maybe with something in between, like a paste of some sort. Anyway, that's an example of an experiment to see if a large surface area plate on each side, close together like that, will be enough to produce the GANs inside. And it's a nice container for that because I can tilt it a bit this way. The GANs runs down to the bottom here, and then you tilt it the other way and you can actually have drain the GANs out and just refill it and keep the system going is the idea. And it's quite portable at the same time. You can easily walk around with it and it won't leak.
Okay, so it was for the gasoline or?
No, for production of GANs. Oh, originally this is just a water container.
Okay.
Found it at a local store that in Canada. But you might be able to find them in a store that deals with household wares.
So when you did the GANs production with this stuff, so it came out many CO2 GANs or not?
I haven't used that yet. I'm still in process on that one.
Hi, Rick.
Hello?
Hi, Rick. It's Alex.
Oh, hi, Alex. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm well. I just want to tell you, I've done that experiment before, but you have to put one of the electrodes inside the container for it to produce the GANs. Because without the electrodes inside the container, it's not really going to work.
I don't know about that. Is anybody else?
I've tried it. not with the same container.
Have you tried it? Have you tried it with a plastic bag?
No.
Okay, well, that was what was suggested, not to use any other container, but the actual plastic bag. That's what Mr. Keshe said in that video. So I think that's probably a good suggestion.
Okay.
Because the thin wall of the plastic is probably quite important. And the idea that you can vary the distance. So you could probably, like, maybe you could actually put your hands on the plates and feel where the right distance would be with the bag, you know, bulging out in between. And then set that, and, you know, set that as the distance and leave it after that. Is there anybody out there that's got experience with this plastic bag scenario? I've got a couple people with their hands up here. I'm going to promote them and let them see if that's something they're talking about or something else. If anyone has some experience with that in the chat here, in the Zoom chat, please speak up or put your hand up so that we can get your benefit of your knowledge on it.
Yes, this is Mosfeq speaking, and I have done it. And I used glass containers, and I got quite a bit of GANs by having the plates outside, both zinc plates and the copper plate, copper nanocoated plate. And when I added a few drops of sodium hydroxide, I got a lot. So those are the two ways I have done it, and it works with zinc plate as well. But these containers are fairly small, and I wrapped my nanocoated copper plate. It's kind of a little bit thin in a cylindrical shape, and that seems to produce much better than just flat. And having the zinc plate also in that cylindrical shape, generally I got better results with those with that kind of arrangements. And I have seen the similar situation with copper pipes. It produces more GANs. Many other people may have seen it, but and it's very easy to produce pure carbon dioxide GANs that way with glass container, like glass bottles.
So you're saying a glass bottle with the where's the copper? If you have the zinc wrapped around the bottle, are you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I have done two arrangements. One is having a glass bottle and a glass test tube inside with nano-coated zinc plate in the test tube and wrapped the whole thing in a nano-coated copper plate. That produced quite a bit of GANs. And also I have done half of it wrapped in nano-coated copper plate and the other half with zinc plate, and that worked as well. So both of them work quite well, but the container with the salt water is a glass container, not plastic, and fairly small. And so anyway, those are my experience with that. So I've done it several different ways.
Okay, that's interesting. Anybody else that's got some feedback on that? Colleen says, that's how I did it, but there may be better methods. Is that according to what Steve said, or according to what was just said in our conversation here? I'm wondering. You can speak up if you want, perhaps. Mario, I see you have your hand up, and Zane as well. Everybody's going to weigh in here, I guess. So just go ahead and make some comments on that. If anybody wants to do some sharing of your video or a screen share, that'd be great as well.
Hello.
Mario.
My internet connection is bad here. I tried plastic bags. I couldn't make it to work, but somebody, I don't know who it was, suggested, they said that they put a zinc plate into a plastic bag with salt water and a nano-coated copper plate into another plastic bag with salt water, connected those with a wire, and put those two on opposite sides of a a third container inside a container with salt water, and they got pure zinc in the zinc. They got copper oxide because they put a little bit of raw scratched the nanomaterial or whatever, so there was some raw copper. So they got pure copper oxide in one, pure zinc oxide in the other, and pure CO2 in the middle. So I haven't tried that yet, but that sounds like a pretty good suggestion. But I never got the plastic bags to work. So on the outside, but 3 different bags with salt water, or 1 container and 2 bags, and you still have.
You broke up there.
Connected, so.
Still have them connected.
Well, you basically have the 2 electrodes are in the salt water, but also in the separate containers. They're all separated.
That's an idea. Like it is still an electrode, basically, even though it is inside the test tube or something. If it's inside the water, then although you think it's isolated through the actual glass, but not necessarily in terms of charge. Especially charge can build up on the inside and then the outside of things and so on.
Well, I think he said he used plastic bags.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and then I guess a plastic container or a glass container doesn't really matter. So, but what you're getting in each of the 2 bags is pure CuO, pure.
Well, it brings
outside
up
and then pure. Supposedly.
Yeah, that's interesting in that if you're getting all 3 substances without having to do 3 different processes, like everything at the same time, that seems like a really big advantage.
Yeah, and separating the different gases with pure GaNs. So, I have
also tried plastic.
I'll let you know.
I have also tried plastic. It didn't work for me. Glass works much better.
I was just trying to make the pure CO2 GaNs in between when I got the other 2 in each of the 2 baggies.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Is that you, Mark? You were the one who did it, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Well, share some more about that. Tell us a little bit about the process and what you found. Mark.
Yeah, I've used salt water, like you said, in a baggie. I don't remember what kind of baggie it was. It might have been a Ziploc, but yeah, it was, because I couldn't close it because I had to connect them with the wire. So I had to keep the tops of the baggies sticking up.
I was wondering about that. Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, I was just trying to make the pure CO2 GaNs in between. And I was very surprised because obviously it created some GaNs in each of the 2 plastic baggies too.
Interesting.
I know I use 2 carbon rods inside a sea salt solution with half an amp going to the 2 pieces of carbon, and I seem to get a lot of CO2.
How do you know it's CO2?
Well, I'm not sure. That's
right. That's what Mr. Cash says. You'll never be sure because if you just use salt water, then you'll never be sure what you're getting because it could be everything in the universe in there, basically.
I should mention that when I did it with the 2 baggies and the bigger saltwater container, that I did blow carbon dioxide into the container and cover it.
Okay. Okay, well, that's carbon dioxide into the container. How did you do that? With a CO2 tank or with
just the CO2 bottle? I just bubbled some in there when it had the top on it so that it would collect on the surface above the bigger surface, the bigger container's liquid surface, and not have all the contaminated gases from the room in there.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. And something to bring up that we don't often think about is, what about the environment? They're literally, like you mentioned, the gases that are above and around the environment that we're working in. which is usually atmospheric gases, which are nitrogen, you've got oxygen, you've got there's water vapor, there's argon, there's trace minerals, or trace gases, and so on and so forth. So it's quite a repertoire of interactions that are possible in that environment. What if we had a more controlled environment, like, for example, instead of having the whole atmosphere around our open CO2 kit, we had maybe a controlled argon CO2 atmosphere, which is available as common MIG welding gas. And that would provide the CO2 as well as a inert argon at the same time. We're getting some interference here from Zane. I think your microphone's open. Are you wanting to show something, Zane, or? Hello?
Yeah, I wanted to show how I had this set up.
Okay, let me show it here. Let's see.
That was the 2 carbon rods. You know, it's been going for about 4 days now, and
looks really black.
I sent you a message.
And then here's my zinc and with the carbon. And then here's the copper. And then the CH3 seems to be doing pretty well. But I thought this was the way that you got pure CO2, was with just the 2 carbon rods.
Not that I know of. Does anybody have any input on that? On the carbon rod method, and what, and sea salt, you mean? Sea salt?
Sea salt.
Yeah, when I did it, I did use sodium chloride.
Right, which is quite a bit different. It's a good point. I wondered about that recently, whether we should be using sodium chloride for some of our experiments rather than the sea salt that's been used for quite a bit of things, quite a few of the things we've done. With the sodium chloride pure, you have your sodium, Na, and you have your chlorine, Cl, and they form the ions that are plasma fields essentially inside the water environment as soon as it melts in water.
Right, has anyone been experimenting with the gold makers? You know, on the balls?
Do they have the balls to emit it, so to speak? I did say I see a picture before of some gold GANs that was created, but
well, I just made some CO2 with gold over the gold fields in it. I'm gonna try that in some balls as soon as I get set up. But
okay, you kind of broke up there, Mario, but the way I understood it is you have some gold GANs, some CO2 GANs with some gold in it, and you're going to use that in your rotating balls?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
But I also get CO2, but that should be a gas, right? Shouldn't be a problem. I don't know if any suggestions on it.
Say, Rick.
CO2 is just for the atmosphere.
Pardon me?
The CO2 is just for the atmosphere above the box with the distilled water and the sodium chloride.
Right. Who was mentioning my name there? Hello?
It was me. This is Don Graham.
Okay.
I made some gold GaNs using what's known as a carrot bar, and it's a 999.9 pure gold.
4.9's fine, as they call it, eh?
Yep, yep, 4.9 fine. And I used a carbon rod, and what came out of that mixture was black in color. I used some power with it.
And which did you have? Which was plus and which was minus? I'm thinking. Do you want to show the setup, or do you have something about that you can show, or put it on your video or something?
No, not this time. That experiment is completed, so I don't have anything to show.
Right. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I did the same thing with 14 karat. Nick turned black.
Right. Okay. Well, explain that more, Don, about your setup there. Continue.
Well, I used a battery charger, and it was about 1.5 volts, and I think it must, if I remember right, it was like 2 amps, which could explain why it was black. A little bit too many amps there. I'm expecting a power supply in the mail here any day soon, so I can kind of control my input for the electric. And maybe I'll try that experiment again and see if it doesn't come out with a different result. I was hoping to get a color like the color of gold at least.
Well, what was your solution? I mean, the liquid that you used, not your solution, but your liquid that you used, that solution.
Distilled water and pink salt.
Himalayan salt.
Correct.
Okay, and it could be that the pH of that environment could make a huge difference. For example, gold will tend to disassociate with certain acids, but generally it's pretty much acid proof for lesser acids. So by the introduction of the power into it, then you're causing the gold to start to release from its surface and so on, to want to go into the solution.
Well, what was funny about it was that I didn't see any deterioration of the piece of gold.
Well,
you would expect to see some kind of.
Was the power rigged up the right way? It sounds like the
negative to the gold and positive to the rod.
I had it the opposite way.
Uh-huh.
Aren't we supposed to put the negative on the metal in all cases?
Well,
or
it
not?
depends on whether you're trying to. It depends on the balance and the weights, basically the galvanic response. Basically, there's a chart of different metals, usually more or less according to the weight of the metal, but different metals will react in different ways and have a different response to a neutral electrode. Let's say some have a 2-volt difference positive, some have a 1/2 volt difference negative. And if you mix up metals, sometimes I think the electricity has to go the other way in order to produce the electrolysis and get the gold to release. Otherwise, you're getting the carbon to release, and that's what that black material is. You're making beautiful, fine nanocarbon
GaNs.
graphite.
I don't know if you call that a GaNs or not, but.
Well, not really. It's a nano. You're creating the nano there, more than GaNs with with that process of it rips off the actual atoms as opposed to combining them with with oxides, or making the GANS type material, which is a little different than just ripping up the atoms of chunks of what do you call it? Chunks of physicality being ripped off the substrate, as opposed to developing a nano GANS material with a specific plasmatic field around it, instead of just a little chunk of matter field that's dropping off the substrate.
Okay, I'll get back to you when I try the experiment again after I get my power supply. I'll reverse the leads and see if we can't come up with a perhaps a different color.
Yeah, generally with gold you should have a different color. Gold has quite a range of colors in its nano state for sure. I'm not sure about the GANs. There's a picture here. We have some pictures from Cleve. I think I'll show one here just to show what he got. I think it's, if we're into this right now, it's just, I think is as good a topic as any we can dive into a little bit. I got this. See if I can show this.
Rick, I got 3 different shades from gold. I got 22 karat, 24 karat, and 14 karat.
Yeah, well, that's because you have impurities in the gold. Then, if it's not 24 karat, you'll have nickel and silver and other a bit of trace, maybe copper as well in there. So that's why you get different colors. But gold itself, the 24 karat gold, in fact, that's how they determine how the actual size of the nanoparticles of gold is by the color. And that's how they did that back in the Middle Ages, to give the color of red on stained glass windows. They use gold nanomaterial, nano gold, actually, that they created. They had a chemical type, alchemical or chemical process that was known to the ones that worked with the gold to produce red dye, essentially, for the glass. And that turns out that gold has very special properties because it is nano. Gold in the nano state, when it's interacted with the UV rays of the sun, as it goes through the stained glass window, actually annihilates any air pollution that's near that window. It turns it back into its prime elements, and water vapor and so on. It includes, it'll also disinfect against virtually any virus or microbe. It's a miniature, what would you call it, sterilizing system. The stained glass windows in churches make for a sterile environment inside, in a way, due to the interaction of the sun through the nano gold. It turns out the UV rays of the sun, when they hit the nano gold, produce a different kind of interaction, which changes the oxygen in the air to ozone. It essentially ionizes the oxygen molecules, produces ozone, which is the most potent, one of the most potent, or the most potent oxidant, which will just tear into any air pollution or any microbes or anything else. And that ionized surface sterilizes. Strangely enough, scientists just found this out fairly recently, last year. That's the power of nano materials. Now, of course, that's not necessarily the same as what we call the GANs. Like, let me try to show my screen here. That's what I was trying to do. Got distracted here. Let me see. This is a picture from Cleve, and it's of his gold GANs that he claims to have produced. I thought it's quite interesting looking stuff to see, and this is much different than the nano gold you'd see as different colors. Like I said, nano gold can be in different colors, virtually every color in the spectrum of the rainbow, from purple to blue, green, yellow, and so on, exactly according to the size of the particle of the gold, because the size of the particle reflects the light rays, and certain wavelengths, only certain wavelengths are reflected in the nano state. So the color of things are according to the reflected wavelengths that we're able to see through our organic eyeballs. And the fluids in our eyes convert things and so on. So with gold, you can tell by the actual nano gold, that is, not necessarily the GANs of gold. This actually looks golden as well. I don't know if Cleve is around, but it'd be nice if he was able to speak about his creation here, perhaps in another workshop later. Zane, did you have some pictures of what you were talking about with the different goals that you had?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to show them?
Sure.
All right, let's do that.
Let's see if I get this to turn around. This was the 22 karat.
Just a second while I get this set up here so people can see. Okay.
Whoops.
Go ahead.
And 24 karat. So,
okay, and yeah, it's gonna get a bit of more of a greenish look to that one. Is that true?
Yeah, a little bit. Kind of more looks. Yeah, it's.
Was there any copper in that system, or was it just the gold and the?
There was a very little from the nano wire, the wire
Okay.
that was holding on to the ring.
Yeah, that can make a
And
difference.
I had filtered it off. Got most of it off.
Mm-hmm.
And then this was some 14 karat that I had 7 amps pumping into, so I was just trying to get some fast where I could start working on these balls.
That looks like there'd be carbon mixed in with a lot of carbon mixed in with that one, perhaps, eh? Mm-hmm.
Man.
But it would be, you could have some kind of really specially charged carbon, because basically we're talking about what they term in the industry a doping process, and where you have something like copper oxide or zinc oxide, but you dope it with other elements, and that gives the initial material special magical properties and so on. So
I had made a 3-ball reactor, and in the center I had the 24 karat with the 22 and the 14, just the liquid plasma, and a drop of my blood. And then on the outside I had just CO2 and copper. And then on the outside ball, and I had pH up in the center, and then pH down in the second ball, and then in the third ball I just had CH3. And I pulled a dryer apart and made a device where I could spin them. And I started a slow spin where they were all very even. Everything was balanced. And I should have left it at that and made me another reactor. And something said, speed it up just a little and see what will happen.
That's the trouble with experimenters. We always like to push the limits a little more.
Yeah, so
How much RPM is enough? Just a little more.
yeah. So I gave it about another 500 RPMs, and the outer ball exploded, and the two inside balls went flying, and I found them, and then so I took all the broken pieces off of the little device I made, and I set those two balls on there, and then started to spin them, and I had it at just the right speed, and just had to turn it up a little bit to see maybe, you know, if it would have the same reaction.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it did. It exploded.
Did you learn by the third or fourth time, or is this still going on, do you think? You know, how many RPM do you think you're doing at the time when things let go, roughly? Are you talking about 1, 2, 3,000, or?
Yeah, something like that.
Let me highlight your video just a second here.
This is the last ball. This is one that's got all the gold and the pH up in it.
Now I bet you don't turn the RPM as fast with the gold stuff, eh?
No.
We were much more careful with our experiments with the gold GANs.
Yeah. But you know, I was thinking that it really doesn't need to spin fast at all. You know, it just needs to find its balance, and
right.
Once the balance is perfect, then that should be all that we need. And then the other reactor, once it gets to the same point, I guess should act like a magnet and start pulling the gold from the atmosphere or from the surroundings. But I'm not absolutely sure, you know. I'm just experimenting.
There's a lot to think about there. For a couple of years, Mr. Keshe and others were talking about not having to be going over 2,500 RPM as a basic sort of baseline for not having to, you know, you say you don't have to go up into 5,000 and 10,000 range and so on. But now it's a little different situation, and it looks like that those ranges might have to be reached in order to achieve certain effects and get more field buildup and that kind of thing. But remember, back in the old days, the things weren't spinning that. The old days being a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
When Mr. Keshe was doing the experiments in the lab and showing the 129 Tesla magnetic fields and so on, he wasn't spinning at 10,000 RPM, or I don't even think at 5,000. I think it was more at 2,000 and 1,500 and that sort of range.
Right.
But the thing about it is, he was spinning them for extended times, like days and weeks, literally at a time. That these configurations of 3 and 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8 reactors were being building up the fields over that time,
right.
And slowly but continuously building up, and then all of a sudden peaking in these events that occur. So, and we try to rush things, of course, and maybe if I make the RPMs faster, then, you know, if 1,000 RPMs does it in 10 days, then maybe 10,000 RPMs will do it in 1 day. But unfortunately, the 10,000 RPM with most of these acrylic balls is only good for about 10 seconds, if that. And
yeah, so I tried Armin's advice, and I started work. I made it some GANs of brown sugar and salt, and I'm gonna try using that instead of, you know, the pH up and down and stuff.
Right.
And
yeah, I do worry about people. Just on a side note here about the like Mr. Keshe was talking today, and we were talking earlier in the diagram with the two balls and the two inner cores, and there's an acid core and an alkaline core, and an acid outer and an alkaline outer, and, you know, strong acids are recommended. And I'm thinking, oh no, because when you have these acrylic balls coming apart at high speeds with sulfuric acid and so on, it's pretty much the situation. Yeah, it stings, it hurts, and it could wound and maim and so on as well.
And it's an explosion.
The thing about acrylic is, if acrylic goes in, you know, if you get a piece of steel stuck in you, they can take x-rays. Acrylic, not the case. They can't x-ray, it doesn't show up. So it's hard to get surgery to remove it and so on. And you don't want to have GANs and acrylic and caustic and acid all mixed up together going into your body.
Right.
Those are just the physicality things. The fields themselves are 1,000 times more important. So
Right.
to have these things, to have at least our assemblies stay together, we can still have fields, you know, exuding from them and learn more how to work with that. And still we have to be careful with that as well. But the uncontrolled release of these balls that are blowing up it's an issue. Someone's going to get hurt if we're not careful. So what we need is a good consistent supply and a good what would you say, industry standards in terms of the way to attach these ping pong balls or other, preferably a clear polycarbonate ball, that we find a supplier that's consistent, easy to get, and we either get a whole bunch of them and everybody buy from that person, or we'll find a way to do that. I'm contemplating different ways. A nice clear polycarbonate ball that won't come apart at high speeds, and you can literally take a hammer to it, smash it, and it will not break. That's the difference between acrylic, which will shatter under those circumstances, or some people are using, you know, paintball balls where, gee, paintball balls are designed to come apart. They're supposed to blow apart on impact. So that's probably not going to work at high speeds and so on. But of course, they might work inside the ball and not come apart, because the forces are different in an all liquid environment compared to the liquid plus the atmosphere outside. There's a lot more pressure in that case. Right. But anyway, I just like to sort of warn people to be very careful with these acrylic balls. It really helps to have something like oh geez, what is it here?
Money wasn't an issue, man. It'd probably be so easy to get, you know, the
polycarbonate. Like for example, this is a I can't find my other smaller piece that I was going to show, but this is a bigger piece. This is a polycarbonate tube.
Yeah.
So a 6-inch tube, you can see it, 1/8-inch wall. And I can literally take a sledgehammer to this and smash it with as hard as I can, and it'll just bounce off. It might put a tiny little dent in or something, but it will not break it. It's unbreakable. But if this was acrylic and I drop it on the floor, crack, a big chunk could break off of it just from accidentally dropping it. This I don't mind. Well, took out a few other things, but this tube is indestructible.
Yeah, it's a nice tube.
So what I do is, or what I can do is, with this situation, for example, that is a rotating device up here. I've got a sewing machine motor, and it's ringed up to a O-ring belt drive. So this whole thing, every sphere here, all 4 of them, are rotating at the same time with the same Singer sewing machine motor, basically. It works really good and get up to, you know, 10,000 RPM and so on. But, you know, it just gets a little crazy. This is a glass lab sphere, a lab flask rather. So it'll take the high RPMs. I'm not really worried about it. If it was regular glass sphere, I would be worried about it. Any kind of thin glass, for sure, it would come apart at high speeds. And again, these are ping pong balls, which I personally glued onto plumbing fittings that go onto shafts and so on. And I put several layers on. They dried for over a period of 2 or 3 days to make the whole thing very, very secure. I used a special goop glue that's very strong, and it doesn't peel off. This was last year, and it's still, I can't even peel it off with my fingers. There's no way my fingernail can take it off the surface there. There's some epoxies that can work that way as well. But what I wanted to show is the idea of this tube. If one had 6 or 8 inches of this tube, for example, it can be put underneath this in between. It fits perfectly down onto here. I've got a piece somewhere, I just can't locate it right at this moment. That fits around here as a polycarbonate shield to do the experiments. So that way, if this comes loose or that comes loose and suddenly something shatters, bursts, or whatever, it's totally contained within the polycarbonate shield. And then you don't have a mess all over your lab. You don't have broken things. In my case, I've got a big picture window that I prefer not to have broken and stuff like that. So it's really a good safety thing. Next best would be to have a protective shield at least in front of the device. So if you're on the other side of it and it comes apart, it's going to shoot out sideways, and preferably there's not your friend standing on the sides watching or someone peering in from the side. So you make sure that that's not happening while you're running your device. And in this case, I've done that before with a polycarbonate shield. It wouldn't take that much, even an 1/8 inch polycarbonate. You cannot take a hammer and break it. It'll bend, it'll whatever, it will not break. So it can be screwed to the outside of this, just a small piece. Small piece of 1/8 inch you might get for $10 or something like that. It's not that expensive. Compared to your eyeball, it's really, really cheap. So highly recommend to have some kind of safety shield. The only exception would be if you really know your equipment totally well and it's so reliable and so much of a safety factor built in that you can get away with it. And that's dubious from most of the gear that I've seen. Hasn't been exactly engineered. We're putting things together with what we can. Now along those lines, I'm just going ahead here because we're basically filling in time to wait for more information from Douglas and so on. But and please, someone, if they do have some information, stop me, let me know that something else is going on. Otherwise, I just want to get out some of this information about these rotating balls while we have a captive audience. About the ping pong balls, there's many ways to mount them. Many people are mounting the ping pong balls onto a rotating fan, a computer fan assembly, for example. One way to do that is to have I've got this is the neck of a water bottle, like a Coke, a cola bottle or some sort of water bottle. And I've cut off the neck, and this is the cap that screws on normally. And that provides a nice surface here for the ball to mount onto. And you can actually get away with hot glue or other types of, again, a goop type of glue works really well there. And that centers the ball in that little pocket, and it makes it so much easier to balance and center things. And then with this screw-on cap, that means you have a removable ball, and that means you can glue the cap onto your fan. So you'll have a little cap like this glued onto the fan, and then making sure that this is centered. Actually, you start out with the whole thing, glue the whole thing on, and make sure it's centered. Rotate the ball slowly. Watch with a little marker or some way to evaluate whether it's moving in and out like that. Let's put it up against the one surface here or there. I guess you could see it before. Okay. If the ball is moving out in and out like that, it's wobbling. So if it's being glued onto your rotating motor, then you just make a little adjustment to one side or the other, and watch it again as it's going and see if there's a little gap in between your marker thing. You could use your finger or preferably something else that's solid so it's not bouncing around. And you can see whether there's a what's called run out. Run out is how far the ball's moving back and forth. And if you got any more than just a little tiny wee bit of run out, if you got a ball that's wobbling at all, then you're going to have several effects. One is that the ball could suddenly take off at high speeds because it's got a wobble. It's ready to start going into a bigger wobble and want to really take off. That's one effect. The other effect of the wobble is your whole motor will wobble. So you see a motor be on the table and start bouncing across the table basically, but it could be very fine vibration. So it looks like it's just sort of moving around, but it's simply due to the vibration. The idea is to get the vibration down to an absolute minimum. Optimum would be to have an actual what's called a dial indicator, a little meter with a stick that comes out, and when you rotate this around even just a couple of revolutions, it'll have a dial on the meter that'll be going according to the run out of the sphere. And then you can make a little adjustment while your glue is setting and while the run out is being your meter is telling you exactly what the run out is, and you get the center just right, and then let the glue set, and let the glue set well. Some types of glue like goop, it actually takes a day or two to properly set up and pull everything together. Other things like hot glue, after a few minutes, it's basically ready to go. And hot glue is pretty tough stuff for these kinds of experiments as well. But you have to be careful, it'll blow through a ping pong ball very easily as well, and not to mention the acrylic balls. So, okay, what else? I kind of got off on a tangent there because the new MagGrav generators, as far as I know, don't have this kind of setup anyways, but some people are experimenting with rotating balls, so we do need to cover that. It's a technology that still has lots to reveal, I believe, lots to show for the lots of what's the word, effects that we can still show, I believe. Some of the interaction of fields and so on. So, any questions? I've been just rambling on here for quite a while, so I just wanted to get some of that information out. But any questions or comments from people?
I had another weird experience with my copper GANs. I had gone for a week and it had been going steadily. And then whenever I got home, I had transferred it, and at the bottom there was like a lot of mud, you know, mixed with the GANs. And I just shook it up enough to get the GANs out of it, and then the mud I scraped out and put on a piece of paper, and all of it was the tint of copper. And it seemed that as the oxygen, as it started to dry, it turned to the blue-green. And I thought that was pretty weird. I can show you
Yeah, there's many compounds that are released from using electricity at high voltage, especially. There's carbonates and let me spotlight the video.
All this was black, and then as it dried, it turned that color. It turned the color of the copper GANs. But it had been going for quite a while.
Yeah, well, there's several different copper compounds that can be created with voltages, that's for sure. There's probably at least a dozen different copper compounds, and if there's other metals in there, you've got combinations of other metals, and all of a sudden you could have several hundred or even into the thousands of different compounds that get created by diverting from the basic way to make GANs and going into other realms. So there's ways of figuring out that kind of thing, different tests, like chemical tests and expensive tests as well, that can be done if you really want to know what you have. Otherwise, it's pretty difficult to tell according to if they have a variety of substances and a bunch of seawater, for example, and everything under the sun for electrodes, then it's a pretty good guess what could be created. Maybe even some new life form that you didn't quite expect.
Yeah.
There's a question, what is the verdict, if any, of using the iodized salt instead of sea salt to make our GANs? This way we get the iodine connection at the same time, or using iodized salt and caustic to make salt GANs. Well, one thing about that is, the way I understand it, there's actually a very high iodine content in the Himalayan pink salt. Let's get that set up there. So that might be a good way to actually pull the iodine into the situation, is using that and the correct electrode and or voltage combination. Now, what about the iodized salt instead of sea salt? Obviously, sea salt is going to have more elements and more derivatives in it, let's say, compared to iodized salt. Iodized salt is pure NaCl, which is sodium and chlorine. And when you put it in water, you get sodium and chlorine. But if you take sea salt and you mix that with water, you get sodium and chlorine and magnesium and every element on the element of table, the table of elements. And plus you get a whole host of other maybe bodies of bacteria and viruses and other life forms and several other layers of entities. So that we know has to be a wider spectrum, as Mr. Keshe calls it, of available stuff. But do we want that wider spectrum? Part of it, I think, is what are you going to do with your GANs? What do you plan on making? Is it for going into a space reactor? Is it going into a health application? Is it you're trying to create some other new materials? Is it going on the coils? All these different applications. There might be different ways of making the GANs that would be preferable to use the iodized salt instead of the sea salt, or vice versa. And what if you're trying to make nanomaterial first from the sea salt as well? That it gets a little complicated. So any feedback on that? What is the verdict? What do people say about that? Does anyone want to weigh in on that? Stephen says, I want to use my GANs for flight and creating gold, etc. Okay, so that's creating gold, etc. So flight and creation of materials, let's say. So if it was flight and creating materials such as gold and so on, then it may require different, core materials, let's say, than something that was specific to affect some specific person's health, I would say. It seems like if you're creating a specific health application, you'd have to be using a different core amino acid combination than creating for a spaceship for 5,000 people that were going to Alpha Centauri for lunch or something. Kind of concept. Anki says, we have had great results in healing pads with C-GANs. A lot of people have do seem to say that the C-GANs works well, and I know from personal experience, just being in the ocean, being in the ocean as a kid and spending lots of time there, if you had a small cut or something, it wouldn't tend to get infected in the ocean. It would tend to get cured, and basically between the ocean and the sun, it would be healed by the end of the day. Rapid. So we do know that the ocean water can be very beneficial, but we also know it can be very harmful. Some, like for example, go to Rio right now at the Olympic Games, and the rowers and sailors are worried about dumping and taking more than 2 or 3 teaspoons of the water. If they swallow it, then they'll be almost guaranteed to be sick because of the pollution in the water. Is that the kind of water that you'd want to use in your seawater that you're trying to cure others with, knowing that the GANs from that seawater could be thousands of times more powerful, not just in its healing qualities, but in all of the qualities of that GANs, of that seawater. So it may make the viruses or other entities even more powerful in that patch, and that may not be beneficial. So the idea is, like someone mentioned in the chat here, where is it from? So it's important with the seawater GANs that you know your dealer. Where did this stuff come from? Did it come from close to the shore where there's outflow of raw sewage, like city sewage close to where I live? If you knew where the raw sewage outflow was, and you knew where the currents were and how the currents tended to go and what the currents of the day were and how the moon went and everything else, then you might be able to get away with collecting seawater anywhere close to the shore. And people do that, they run into that same problem with seaweed. People collect seaweed in order to use it medicinally and eat it and so on. And you have to know the area, you have to know how far out to go to get the stuff that's covered by the fresh seawater, and not the stuff that's closer to the shore is not so good, and so on. So some of the best seawater is collected, I believe, at least 40 meters below the surface in a place that's known to be as pristine as the ocean can be, which is not not all that pristine, because when you think about it in terms of nano materials, or not nanoparticles rather, like viruses, bacteria, small entities, other elements, radioactivity, and a whole host of other things. It's in all seawater, and it's in also most of those things, and especially radioactivity is in every single breath we take. For example, radon gas, there's at least 20 to 40,000 molecules of radon gas in every breath we take, no matter where you are on the face of the earth. So all the time we're taking in this stuff, but at the same time we don't want to concentrate that in any way, shape, or form, basically. Yes, you can buy seawater. That's true. It's supposed to be a good source and so on. They also, people say you can buy seawater for your aquarium, which is tend to be quite pure as well. So they don't want the little fishies to get sick and so on. So there are ways, but the thing about it is you have to know what your application is and what the intent is and whether it's really recommended or not, or is there a better way to do it. And that's, I guess, the bottom line. There's different types of salts. There's different areas that salts come from. That's another issue as well. The salt in seawater is not all the same at all. For example, I give the example of Himalayan salt earlier. It could be high in iodine, and it's also high in many other elements. I think iron is one of them that gives it its color. And then there's other salts that are collected from the sea itself, from just drying an area of the sea, and they literally just scrape up the salt crystals and away they go, and they're being sold. On the other hand, you might have other salt that has been processed that comes from the sea, and you have other salt that doesn't come from the sea. It actually comes from caverns in the earth, or a mine in the earth. So it came from water that was from long time ago, probably before being affected by the pollution of humans, at least. It might have been a volcano or two involved, but probably the cavemen at the time didn't have enough wherewithal to be able to pollute all of the water of the planet in several lifetimes like we're able to do as humans. So the old salt from the earth, I've heard that somewhere, is actually theoretically, at least, a lot less potential to have pollution in it than the modern so-called modern salt. Okay, John Graham says, Rick, what about distilling seawater? Okay, that's an idea. Well, Mr. Keshe talked today about distilling the GANS water, essentially, to give a more distilled, more concentrated GANS water. Not concentrated, it's not really the right word, more stronger fields, but less of the physicality. That's the whole idea. He says you drop the physicality, you leave the physicality behind. So the GANs, the heavy metals, anything else in the water is left behind, including in the case of salt water or seawater. You lose all the salts and all the metals, minerals, and everything else. And in theory, at least, only the H2O water is evaporated and condensed to give you your distilled water. And well, I don't know. Certainly distilling seawater, some distillation they do twice and 3 and 4 times distilled water for certain laboratory experiments, and it has to be super clean. They take distilled water, distill that, and take that distilled water and distill that, and take that distilled water and distill that, and you get pretty pure water at the end of that. I don't know about distilling seawater. I think you'd still have the fields of the seawater in your distilled water, and that again may or may not be good. If it's polluted and you have distilled water, would you prefer to use your own polluted distilled water, or would you prefer to use a distilled water that maybe came from another less polluted source or something? I think it depends a lot on who's doing the distilling. It comes right down to it, like fine liqueurs and so on. It's all about the process. One distillation is different than another. I was thinking that it would be good to use the, don't have mine handy. Here it is. One of these little deals, and got this as well. You can actually put a bottle on top like this of your favorite GANS water, GANS plasma water or whatever, and this is it's like a ionizer, but it's a I think it's a piezoelectric vaporizer. So it's got a dial on here. You can change the speeds. And it's got a plug-in here for a 12-volt adapter that plugs into the wall. And it blows out steam from here. So I'm figuring this could be used with the GANS water inside through the bottle. And it would tend to blow out steam that would condense on, it could be inside your sphere that you're filling with your liquid plasma or vapor plasma, and it could be a way of extracting the vapor plasma from your liquid plasma without having to boil it. I'm not too keen on the idea of boiling the liquid plasma or GANS to get the vapors in order to condense them to get the distilled liquid GANS. So I think that it would be a good way to go to use some sort of process like this where it comes out. It's I've done some experiments with trapping the gas inside of just inside of a container, and this water vapor is different than the water vapor from, say, a steam kettle. I did the same thing with this hot steam. I trapped some of that, and I trapped some of this cold steam. And the cold steam lasted for probably 5 to 10 times longer inside the container. It didn't immediately start to condense out on the sides of the walls of the container. This steam hung out there as a mist inside the container for quite a long time. I thought, that's interesting, because it's hard in a room to keep steam hanging out in any structure. It tends to want to dissipate quickly in the room, especially if it's a cold room or hot room. The steam will just disappear or condense out on an object. But with this, it tends to stay around more. So I'm thinking if, for example, I might be able to use this kind of device to visualize the MagGrav fields around MagGrav or other devices by creating an atmosphere of particular GANS vapor. And it hangs out, it has some consistency to it. So it might tend to form itself into field structures according to the environment we're in. We should be able to see these field structures with these different kinds of GANS combinations that will tend to react with the fields. So you'd pick your GANS to be the appropriate one for certain types of field friction interactions, and this would be the one that vibrates at the right speed that creates that friction in order to give us light that we could see the interaction, maybe just enough texture and light to be able to see the interaction of these fields from this sort of device. Sounds like fun at a party, eh? There I go, rambling on again. Mark says, are you going to set a world record for the time spent simultaneously broadcasting in Zoom, YouTube, and live stream, Rick? Well, we might. We're probably also broadcasting on several other things at the same time, because we don't know who's rebroadcasting on things such as QQ and who knows all the different letter names that are available now for things. Anything other than AOL, which is, I understand it, pretty much passe now. Yeah, I think we're going to continue broadcasting basically for days. For either days or until we're in a daze, one or the other, whichever comes first. I think being in a daze will come first. I'm pretty much there now, but I'm ready for someone to take over. Pardon me?
Hi, this is Flint.
Good, Flint, you're ready to take over? Right on, thank you.
No, I'm not. I'm doing a lot of work in the background here to get ready before Doug arrives.
Okay, good for you. Appreciate all the work you're doing, by the way. That's Flint, who does a lot of work in the background for private teachings and public teachings and artwork and so on, and so much appreciated. It's really helping Douglas out with his systems and so on. Way to go, Flint.
Yes, thank you very much. I think Mr. Kesh said today or this morning that we're going to start 1:31 tomorrow morning at around 2 p.m. or so, CEST. I don't know on that time exactly just yet, but so obviously I don't know if we're going to be broadcasting all night tonight, because they're just going to arrive there and sleep overnight.
Yeah, Mr. Kesh said to keep everything going.
Oh, really? Okay, well,
kind of taking him at his word, but
I'll find out more
the way he was putting it is, we can take breaks, just put up something on, I can put up something on live stream and make a note. We're waiting for.
Okay, yeah, okay. So we're not going to stop broadcasting then.
No, and I think that it's. I think that it's good we have some sort of interaction. If we had, like, for example, I could use a break right now, and if other people want to discuss things in the Zoom chat, and if we had some sort of host.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we got Sander here, and we got Ploss and
Jackie.
Yeah, so the guys can chime in here. You guys can do some teaching, or you can do some show and tell, or
Yeah, I think like I don't want us to get into a sort of a free for all where it's just totally crazy, but
no, I know that
it's always kind of that way anyway. But as long as we have somebody that's that can act as a host and sort of direct things, then we can do sort of a passing on of the torch here and just keep going with things, basically. But it's okay that we could, call a shutdown for, let's take a half-hour break or an hour break or something, whatever, 10-minute break, 5-minute break, whatever we want to, and just put up a screen share for.
Yeah, I mean. Maybe now would be a good time. We've been about 6 hours now.
Yeah, it's good to take. I was wondering if we should actually restart the live stream or not, and YouTube and that sort of thing, or just keep it going. Vince, are you on the other end there? Is there an opinion on that, or are you away from your?
I think he might have stepped away from.
Right. Like there is the wisdom of stopping the streaming in order for it to record itself, and then you don't have a chance later of losing something, or if it it makes it easier to upload the video later instead of being instead of being only X gigabytes, it'll be 10 times X gigabytes. We probably have to handle that in our X gigabyte editors. So, looking for opinions on that.
I don't know yet.
We could just keep going and let it record and possibly stop before a major event that we wanted to make sure gets up and is recorded immediately. You might want to just do a little restart of our systems at that point and get the good stuff right at the first of the
It was once
recording.
every 24 hours.
Once every 24 hours.
So every 24 hour
7
period.
days a week times.
No, I mean, I think.
How many months?
It resets every 24 hours, so you have to stop it.
Yeah, we can actually. There's an option for me in the live stream at least to manually reset that to any amount we wish. I can reset it to automatically reset after 6 hours. I wish I could do that with our own human physicalities. Automatic reset.
We're close.
Done.
We're close. Yeah.
Okay.
So you just want to put up the 30th graphic and take a break?
Okay, people are saying break is good, so maybe we should do that. Let's. How much for a break? Half hour or an hour is good?
Well, I might as well go to the top of the hour then if you're going to do that.
Okay, that sounds good. So.
So that would be about a 40-minute break.
So let me get this straight. We're not going to actually shut down the streaming. We'll just put up a screen share and kind of go quiet. Is that the idea? Or we still have people working in Zoom and participating?
I say let it run.
Let it run and have participation and just have a host, someone that agrees to be a host and could pass it on.
Yeah, I'm the host right now, or I'm co-host or so I should use. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just working in the background here.
Yeah, and myself as well, basically, but I can remain as host.
Yeah, I don't think we need to touch anything. Just let it go here.
Okay, well, that sounds good. I'll just stop my video and we'll put up a screen share, and whoever's the host can do what they wish with whatever resources they have on hand. It's always a challenge and lots of fun.
Okay.
Dive in and try it. Okay, so let me stop my video.
Okay.
And start just I'll start just the screen share of the generic.
Oh, you just put up, or I can put up the 130 graphic here.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
One moment.
And it's good to swap graphics and do that kind of thing once in a while. Just as a note to the host that people think that the stream has stopped on the live stream because no movement, lack of movement.
I'm just making some space on my monitor here.
And as a reminder, it's noticed in the comment in the Q&A. It's a good idea for people that, if they can, to use the whiteboard to explain different experiments. If they don't have a live video or live picture to show, then whiteboard is good. We don't want people showing things that haven't been approved generally, so we'll have to be sort of careful about some of the things.
Yeah, just ask me before anything happens if you're going to show anything. Or
Right. And generally we make sure people are checked through security, and their presentations are usually checked by me and Mr. Kesh before the presentations these days. So
yeah,
don't all run to get in line to make presentations, because if something goes wrong, then we may have to restart the live stream if there's a copyright violation or something strange, and then we have to re-edit the video, and that's really, really big deal actually. So we don't want things to go wrong that way, let's say. Okay, so I'm going to shut my mouth for a bit here and maybe open it and catch a bit of rest or something for a bit, and we'll continue on with who's going to be our host here now?
me.
Okay, you're going to actually do it then, eh, Flynn?
Well, just for the break here.
Okay, good. And the break, and we will have it more officially get back together in a half hour. Is that the idea?
Oh, okay.
Or will we just continue with what we're doing?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I'll do about a half hour here, and then I got to get on to help Doug get back online here.
Okay, well, we just carry on basically.
Yeah.
As if we aren't really having a break. Okay, it's a break for me. That's the main thing. All right, thank you very much, and be back later.
Thank you.
Okay, bye everybody.
Yep, see you in a bit.
Okay, and just to let you know, I'll keep the audio open in the live stream, I guess, so people can all hear that. Not my audio, but the line in from the Zoom. Okay.
Hello? Anybody online?
Yes, I'm here. This is Flint.
Hi, Flint. Hi. What's the position?
We just took a short break here about 5 minutes ago. We're going to resume at the top of the hour. I haven't got a hold of Doug yet. I'm trying to get a hold of him to set up.
He should be about 2 hours away from the first point.
That's my guess, yes.
Okay.
So I need to get him set up right in here.
Any development?
Pardon?
Any development? No.
We had a nice chat here, I guess. Rick did a nice.
I talked for a long time, Mr. Keshe, about
yeah, I answered all kinds of questions.
About balls mostly.
That was actually a couple-hour teaching. Oh, here's Douglas. I'll be back.
But I had to take a break here, so yeah, we were just on a break. Did you want to bring some things up, or
no? I just came to check.
Okay, yeah.
Just came to check. Okay, you're back in about 1 hour.
No, about 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna leave you.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you have your break.
Very good. And if you feel like dropping in, please do.
Yeah, I'll come in. I just want to know if Flint just received a call from Douglas. Let's see what it is.
Okay.
Thank you very much for everything, Rick. This is what you and I started 2.5 years ago, huh? That was your idea, one thing, and now you see what you made of it.
Well, it definitely takes even more than two to tango on this one. But yeah, it's been quite a journey and still will be, I'm sure.
I think the true journey starts from this week. All the teachings come together. Let's see what happens. Take a rest. I just wait to see if Flint tells us anything new.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks. See you later. I'll stay online.
Okay, anybody here?
Yes, listening, Flint.
They're a few hours out yet, maybe 2-3 hours yet outside of.
Is he okay?
Yep, everything's going good. He's just trying to catch some sleep. He's gonna call me back, and I don't know when he's approaching there, and I'll get everything set up and hopefully running before we go live.
Okay, so what time would that be now?
Let's see here. It would be probably about 2 hours from now, maybe 2 hours from now.
About 6:30, 7 o'clock our time. That's perfect, no problem.
Okay.
This is a long journey, 2 days journey.
Yeah.
We all travel with him. We'll see what happens. A lot of people are on the line to go. We'll see what we can make of it.
After St. Louis, it's going to be another 6 or 7 hour drive yet before they reach their destination for the evening. Are we going to be broadcasting all night too?
Yes, we keep it open. It's all open. Somebody's going to man it somewhere.
Yeah, I think Stanley's going to take the night shift for us.
Okay, no problem. Stanley hardly asleep, so it's good.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll sit and wait and see what comes up. It's just True. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for
Yes, yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so after 5 CEST here. Welcome back, everybody. Rick, you there?
Hi, Flint.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Time goes quick.
Yeah, a little too quick. I'm still a bit on the break. Why don't you just sort of keep things going here, and I'll join up in a few more minutes.
Okay.
I'll listen to you in the background here, like.
Okay.
Just wing it, just like in a private teaching.
Yeah.
Private teaching times 1,000, say.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, anybody want to speak up, share any knowledge, or they want to have any questions answered, or have anything that they wish to share? Hello, Walter. Looks like Walter, do you have something to share? Notice you had your hand up there.
I put a link in the chat where you can see Douglas. He's talking about his device, what he wants to present the president. I thought it would be interesting to see.
I will wait to get permission from that. I'll ask Rick on that.
It's on Facebook. It's everywhere. But ask.
Yes, of course.
Flint.
Thank you. Yes.
This is Mark Erb. Just wanted to mention that I plan to go to that rendezvous point where we got the permit for, and just holding a sign that says this is all live on YouTube and Zoom and live stream, and maybe pass out little pieces of paper with the internet addresses.
Okay. If you're going to do that, I would search a search engine for QR code generator, and you want to generate a QR code for each of those addresses so people can just quickly scan them with their phone, and it pulls up the address. Otherwise, they're punching a bunch of letters and numbers and this and that, and it's like
But also, we hope to have a brochure or some sort of handout available. Is that?
That's what I'm working on right now, so that they can be printed.
Oh, take a break, Rick.
Yeah, but,
it was 30 seconds.
Well, I just want to say that because we're supposed to make it available on the main website, and the very top little banner, there's a thing that just says coming soon or whatever, with the printing of printables, I think.
I know, that's what I'm behind schedule on here. I got to get these done.
Right. But at some point they might become available, and maybe someone can quickly get them printed, or at least take the, maybe scratch it on a piece of paper literally and hand it out to people. At least they'll know what to put on it if it's on the brochure or some sort of leaflet. Yeah. Even just emailed addresses and the critical information. Okay, I'm going to have a bite to eat now.
Oh, wait, Rick.
Too late.
Too late, yeah. I'll catch him later.
I can watch the shop for a little bit if you want.
Let's see here.
Hi guys, this is Richard. Any updates for now? I was out for a couple of hours.
Well, we had quite a long talk there from Rick showing all kinds of stuff in his lab area and answering questions on ganses and spheres, the plastic spheres and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, we just took a little break here, and we're just waiting for some people to chime in if they want to share anything or if they want to have anything shown. We'll get that approved before we do that.
Great.
Update from live broadcast from St. Louis. That's probably at least a couple of hours out yet.
Still everything on schedule for the
Well, we're a little behind schedule for today, so they're going to try to catch up and get in there later on tonight and still hold the schedule that's on the website for tomorrow.
Good.
So today's schedule is a few hours behind, but hopefully we'll get some live feed for you after they get into St. Louis here.
Great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, everything's going good. Yeah, I'll be working on, so Dennis asks, KF logo banner would be great too. Yes, I'm working on a variety of things that will be available for people to print out. And for Gunther, yes, this Zoom session is going to be live at least until Sunday evening, Eastern time, Eastern United States time. Probably up until 8, 9 o'clock at night, whenever they decide to wrap it up there in front of the White House. So we'll be live until then. And maybe even longer. So, yeah, so we'll have, we'll be taking shifts here between 4 or 5 different people hosting the live show, and just to take a quick look here. Right now, there's 72 of us here in Zoom, and over in the live stream feed on livestream.com, we have right at 272 people there. Hello, live streamers. And in YouTube, we have about 87 right now.
Actually, we got 94 in our Zoom here. You were looking.
Oh yeah, that's right. I looked at the wrong number. I looked at just the viewers. You have 72 viewers, so yeah, we actually have.
I just wanted to outdo.
Oh, someone came in. It's 95 now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a few. So I expect as soon as we get some more going on here in the day, we'll have a lot more people jump in. Okay, Charles asks in the live stream chat, when are the blueprints for this new MAGRAV going to be out? Blueprints are being held secret right now until Mr. Keshe decides to release them, or if something happens on this trip where they run into troubles or police try to arrest them, or if there's any type of obstruction from any government, especially at the White House there, they're going to wrap it up and release it. But we're all hoping that it's well accepted and they don't have any problems. So right now, it'll be in sometime in the future at Mr. Keshe's discretion for release of that. So for anybody that just joined in, or is always questions you can ask, you can type in the chat whatsoever on Zoom, on live stream and YouTube. Keeping an eye on all those. So for those of you just joining in, this is the live public delivery of the Keshe Foundation's plasma energy system that's being delivered to the United States government White House. And they're actually en route delivering it to the White House. The ETA will be tomorrow afternoon, Sunday afternoon, around 4 p.m. or so in front of the White House. And hopefully we'll get a nice entourage. It'll follow them over there. There's the go to www.keshefoundation.com. That's KESHE foundation.com. You can right there on the homepage, so look at the itinerary and jump on in, get in your cars and follow them on over on their way to the White House. So the stops for today will be in the eastern states here. Let's see, pull that up right now. The first public stop they're stopping at is going to be in St. Louis, Missouri. It's at the Gateway Arch. And it's actually going to be at the North Arch entry, so you guys can gather there if you're in the St. Louis area or surrounding cities. You can drive in there and meet them there at the north entry of the arch. And they will be arriving there in a couple of hours from now, so they're going to be probably, according to what we have on the website, let's see here, about 3, maybe 4 hours behind schedule.
Maybe we could do a screen share of the website page so that people can see where to go.
Okay, I'll get that.
It almost could be, if it's live updated, then we get the update right here on the live too.
Yeah.
Refresh it every once in a while.
One moment, I'll get that pulled up here. Okay, so this is keshefoundation.org, and right here on the homepage, you want to scroll down. One Planet, One Nation, One Race, 14th of August, 2016. They'll be in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. And this is the Keshe Foundation's Plasma Energy in Exchange for World Peace. And says we're delivering the first plasma energy unit to the President of the United States. It is so simple that even the President can make a plasma generator in the Oval Office for free. So we have the itinerary here, and these are all maps that are scrollable and zoomable. We'll be stopping, or starting, I should say, in St. Louis here. And then traveling on over to Indiana. There'll be a stop there near the Home Depot. And also traveling then through Columbus, and they'll be ending up in Washington, Pennsylvania tonight. And then they'll be continuing from Washington, Pennsylvania in the morning on over into the White House tomorrow afternoon. So that's a quick overview there, and this is all of our live links here, so you can easily click on them, see the live views on your mobile devices, and all the directions are here, and all the addresses are here. The times are off about 3 to 4 hours just for today, but we'll get those updated in a little bit here. So we're meeting at the north entry of the arch right here, and you'll gather around the people and take off from there, kind of like in a caravan style. Then they'll be heading on over to Indianapolis, and right off the I-70 here is a nice little shopping center, Home Depot, and we'll be sitting at the rest stop there at the Waffle House there. That way you can eat and take a break and so forth. And then after that, they'll be continuing on into the evening and arriving probably late this evening into Washington, Pennsylvania. You know, just you have to find your own accommodations if you're touring with them. And they'll be meeting at a little restaurant called Eaton Park in the morning, convening there at 6 a.m. for a couple of hours, and then about 8 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow morning Eastern time, they'll head on out to the White House. So once you get into Washington, D.C., we'll be convening at the George Washington University. It's called the, well, it's like a little courtyard. So if you zoom in here, meeting at the little courtyard here at Washington University. And we kind of picked this area because it's easier for public parking, and you can park around in the blocks somewhere. Hopefully there'll be some parking spots, and convene there, and then they'll actually be walking. It's be about a 15-minute walk on over to the White House. This is Lafayette Square, the park grounds or so behind the White House here, because the front of the White House is down here and it's all private. So this is all accessible by public here on this large sidewalk area and into the Lafayette Square. So they'll be carrying their equipment over into the Lafayette Square area here and setting up in this area. And if zoom out, it's not too far, just like from here over to here is George Washington University. So it's 4 or 5 blocks walk there. And that'll be this afternoon around, they'll be getting in hopefully, tomorrow afternoon around 2 o'clock into the DC area. And then it gives them a couple of hours to get things situated and stuff set up over here in front of the White House. So that's the plan. That's the itinerary so far. So if you are in any of these areas, you can come in. You can join them at the Washington University if you're in the DC area, or if you're just coming down from Connecticut or Vermont or something, or up from the south. yeah, so everybody's welcome to come and can watch live on your portable devices through live stream or YouTube. Or if you install the Zoom app, you can install or watch it live there too and see the direct feed actually. So any questions from anybody? Let's see here, take a look at chat. As far as the we do have a cam set up in Douglas's vehicle, and he's got laptop and we're all.
Are we going to be able to see some live stuff from Douglas in the next little while before he gets there? I mean, before he gets to the next stop.
We'll probably be starting the live broadcast once he gets into St. Louis there.
Okay.
And then from then on, if everything goes right, it'll be live as long as he's got cell service, because we got a hotspot set up and in his car and his laptop in his car, so we'll be able to broadcast live as soon as we hit St. Louis.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great.
Yeah, and also tomorrow too. And when he's set up in the park, yes, we can position his webcam to capture some video there around the group that's in the park and kind of keep the world abreast on what's going on, and that's all will be on live stream and YouTube.
Yeah, I think he's resting on the way now anyway. So
yeah, correct. So he's gonna.
We get to have a webcam view of him sleeping.
No, we're gonna.
Wife driving.
No, we're mostly gonna point the cam out the front, so we'll see the car's hood.
Right. Okay. Went out the back window to see.
No, we only got one camera. We don't have 3 and 4 cameras like in the movies. So I'll leave it as his discretion to position the camera.
Yep. Okay, great.
So, and then we'll have control over the sound and so forth. So it's not always going to be just car noise and so forth. So we can mute them if needed or make them on.
Hi, Clint and Rick. This is Sandy.
Hi, Sandy.
How you doing, guys?
Hi, Sandy.
I just wanted to mention we had originally planned on doing like a demonstration of the unit. We were going to do the iron-on transfers. I was going to have a bunch of transfers to put on T-shirts or whatever people wanted them on, and we were going to iron them on right there at Lafayette Square using
that's right.
Douglas's unit, but that has been, Mr. Kesh says we're not going to do that. We're not going to do any kind of public demonstration before the White House.
Oh, okay.
That's been called off. He was going to do, he had talked about doing a little bit of a demonstration of the unit early Sunday morning in Washington, PA at the hotel or at Eaton Park. But that's been called off too. They've decided they're not going to unpack it until they get the chance to take it into the White House. So those kind of things have been nixed.
Okay, so we'll play it by ear then. Are they still going to meet at the Washington?
Yes, the mall in PA.
Oh, at the mall.
Yeah, I was talking. Well,
they're going to go to the DC mall.
Well, I'm sorry, this confusion with the names. The PA place they're meeting is also called Washington Mall, believe it or not. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, the Eaton Park. No demonstrations will be going on there now.
No,
originally, there was going to be.
Okay, correct. But as far as the demonstration in front of the White House, no either?
No either. Not until after they contact it and they have, their bit with the White House.
Okay. So is the plan still to convene at Washington University there in DC?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. So
it'd be really handy to have some sort of handouts or something in substitute for the physicality machine, just so people can recognize that there's something going on.
I'll change my plan here and
Wondering what that could
I'll
be.
get working on that right away here.
Well, yeah,
Important. What do you think, Sandy?
I think I was going to try to write up something today to get printed up. I still would appreciate some kind of event picture to use on the.
Why don't you type up the words that you want to say, and I'll make a poster for you.
Okay, that sounds good.
And yeah, I got 2 or 3 things ready right now for print. So I mean, no, for review, I should say. So.
And I'm still thinking about maybe making the transfers for people, and maybe selling the transfers to help Douglas finance his trip.
No, Mr. Cash is covering his trip, so it's not an issue. And
okay.
I wanted to do GoFundMe as well, but Mr. Cash didn't want to have a GoFundMe from this end. So.
Okay, well, I might just have a few there anyway. We'll see how things go. I might iron up a few T-shirts tonight if I can get it together and hand them off to some Cash Foundation people right off the bat so people know who we are.
You won't need an iron tomorrow.
You'll have all that stuff, Sandy, in a couple of hours.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll just go out and buy some T-shirts, and so that the Cash people can have some T-shirts to wear. Anyone want to make sure they have one from me, send me a little note and say I want one, and I'll be sure to, and what size.
Give them for free and I'll pay you later.
Okay, yeah, I'll buy it. And then you guys donate.
Well, that would be a good way to do it, actually, to make a donation to the Cash Foundation, and you get a free T-shirt.
Yeah, that's basically what it is, and I'm planning on having, except the ones we're wearing, but a few extra.
I'll gladly pay you next Tuesday for a T-shirt today.
The second Tuesday of next week.
Yes.
That's right. On the permit, for example, we weren't allowed to say that we were selling anything.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Yeah, originally I was just going to have people give me their own shirt or sweater or handkerchief or hat or whatever, and I was just going to do the iron-on right there and just hand it back to them.
Hey, you won't need an iron.
Oh, because it's so hot?
Yeah. You just...
oh, no.
Yeah.
Saying I can just put it on the sidewalk and stand on it and it'll transfer?
So you put in
100 degrees
the way to do it, the proper way to do it would be to have a nano-coated, actually copper nano-coated iron, and put that on the sidewalk, because it turns out that nano-coating is a perfect absorber of heat and so on, and that could heat up it transfers the heat much more rapidly, so it can actually heat up the iron up to 10 times faster than just being painted black in the light.
Right, but don't openly sell anything, no.
Right. No, it's not an open. I can't openly sell anything.
Well, that's Mark there in the background, right? Is that Mark?
Yeah, I think it's Mark talking.
Yeah, talking with my mouth full.
Well, yeah, me too, actually. You go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. You were saying that you need a permit to bring any kind of equipment in that, for example, a unit or whatever, that couldn't be brought in to what location are you meaning?
Yeah, I can post the permit I got. I mean, just Thursday morning, we thought maybe we should try to get a permit, and I called them up and they said, well, if you get it in today. And so I got it in, and I basically found out that you needed a permit for more than 24 people or for 25 people. So I thought, okay, well, I'll go for the permit for 25 people, and I made it as minimum as I could.
Mm-hmm.
And they reviewed it, and I told them basically I was going to just have the 3 double coils and a battery, and I was going to plug a space heater into it. And normally a battery wouldn't power a space heater, but this one would. And they wanted pictures of it, describe it and its shape, and they were scared that it would blow up.
Well, likely when you mention battery and wires and a refrigerator-sized component and so on, and just walk them all in. Yeah, I could see there would be some hesitation there.
So like they authorized me to show a video of it and to show pictures, but they didn't want me to bring the bread box sized device onto the mall.
Yeah, this is probably true of anyone else as well. It's not unusual. So yeah, we're left with video and basically some sort of printed material. So in that sense, do you have like a laptop with you and so on that you're able to present some sort of video?
I was going to actually take a banner or a sign, maybe a monitor, and post all the links to the live stream and the YouTube and the Zoom that are going on right now or tomorrow at that time, and also pass out little cards that had the URL on it and maybe some UPC code so they could scan it with their cell phone. And if I can, it's only for an hour and 15 minutes that I signed us up for, from 12 noon to 1:15. I could put a monitor there and attach my cell phone to the monitor.
Okay, well that could work because you could put the video on your cell phone or just have it play from the YouTube. I was just, there's a link that was given here.
Yeah, I just got it.
By Walter, and it's from Gordon Duff of Veterans Today, and it's of the MagGrav test, the off-grid version 2.1 or whatever there. Maybe we should have a look at it, or I'm wondering if we should
yeah, play that.
Play it now that it's released to the public, apparently. Let me do, or do you want to do this? Well, I can do the screen share, I guess. I can find it again here. Just a second. There we go. Sound down a little bit. Okay, as you should be able to see the start of the video there. I'm just getting it lined up in the live stream so folks there can have a look at it. Okay, I'll play the video now just to set it up. This is, I'll show the whole thing in live stream so people can see the web address and so on.
And sound.
Yeah, and this is from Gordon Duff. It's his YouTube channel. People can subscribe there. I'd recommend it. And it's test off-grid version 2.1, and it's the same video that Douglas has put together for the Keshe Foundation, as far as I can tell. So, as far as I can tell, we should be fine to play that. I'm sure we have permission, and it's from our video. So, okay, let's play it.
August the 12th, 2016. This is my MagGrav power generation off-grid set. And as you can see, my wire coming from my capacitor here of this refrigerator leads into the load of the capacitors that goes through the MagGrav and come back out into the strip here. And, the ground ties from the strip. Ground ties right there and goes over here to an earth ground right there. Now then they turn the other compressor on. Now we've created a loop. And we can see by my voltage indicator there, we got 121.5. If you've noticed, I've had to put a pair of
whoops, YouTube does that sometimes. I just have to see if I can get it restarted here. I think I'm going to put it in a different browser that might play it better. I haven't downloaded the video, I'm just playing it directly. Sometimes there's a glitch that way. Just be a second here.
August the 12th.
Okay, let's try that. Okay. That's set up in the live stream once again, and we'll give that another try. And share screen again. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna try this. We'll just play it through again.
2016. This is my gravity power generation grid set. And as you can see, my wire coming from my capacitor here, this refrigerator, leads into the load of the capacitors that goes through the MagGrav and come back out into the strip here. And, the ground ties from the strip, ground ties right there, and goes over here to an earth ground right there. Now then they turn the other compressor on. Now we've created a loop, and we can see by my voltage indicator there, we got 121.5. If you've noticed, I've had to put a pair of ice grips on here because this little surge protector is nowhere near capable of the amount of watts that we're going to pull through it. This has a startup capacitance of 700 to 800 watts and a continuous run capacitance of 85 watts. This is a Panini sandwich grilled cheese maker, lights on, and it's 800 watts. This, as you can see, is a 1500 watt fan force heater, and we're gonna turn it on all the way up to 1500, and you can see she's blowing, and it's hot. This is a 45 watt hair straightener, and I ran another load over to here so I could turn on a 1500 watt hair dryer. Might want to push that reset button, maybe. There we go. That's the low setting. That's the high. So we got 1500 watts. I'm gonna set it on the ground there. I don't want it sitting on my refrigerator. And of course, the refrigerator is a key part of this. So you can see that it's working in there. Ice in the fridge. Okay, so everything is on and operational. I just stepped on the ground there, and you can go ahead and turn on these fluorescents too. Forgot about those. And we'll get some thermal readings here for you, show you that everything's working. Looks like about 345 degrees on that one. Let's see what the heater's putting out. We got to clear it. And
then we'll go back to this over here. 231. And of course, the MagGrav coils. The bottom coil is, oh, sorry about that. The bottom coil, I can keep it on there. 116, 111. The middle coil, 96, 95. Oh, and of course the top coil looks like bouncing back and forth. We're going to say 115. We got right here 87 degrees in that. Right there. The wires 88, 91 degrees. The hair dryer is still running. The heater's still putting out plenty of heat. We'll come over here. See what the hair dryer is putting out. Hot enough for me. 171 degrees there. So everything seems to be fully functional in operation. Like I said, we'll use the capacitor startup run cap, and it starts the system. And this one makes an infinity loop plugged into the system. That creates the voltage. And if we add up the wattage here, we got 15 and 15 is 3,000, so that's 3 kilowatts. 8, 3,800, 54 to 3,854. And let's just call it even 100 on the 2 refrigerators. So 3954 and 50 on that. So 40, 4K right now. It looks like what we're pulling off this particular unit. You can see I had a piece of matter copper there. It got hot. None of this did though. Look at that. 116 degrees, 104, sorry. And we'll get over here on this, now that it's nano, look, 200 degrees. But you go right here, and you see it starts dropping down. And that's a little bitty 20 gauge stranded wire. But it cools down as it goes through the MagGrav. You can see it's dropped down to 94 degrees. And now that this is nano coated, the next time I fire it up, it will be at a lower temperature. It won't get that high. Like the rest of these, you know, they don't get high, 88 degrees. They've already been nano coated. Once the nano coating process takes over, then it's all it does its own thing from there. Well, anyway, that's more than 4 minutes to show arming, and I'm hot enough out here, and I've got heaters blowing, and hair dryers are going, and everything. We'll leave the lights running. Let's see, the 2 compressors are what runs everything. Everything can be taken off of here. You don't have to, as you can see, I've got an earth ground. You don't have to have an electrical source. There's no wires attached anywhere around here at all. You know, see, anybody can see it comes off the compressor right there. There's no wires except for what's on the ground. And that goes to the hair dryer, back down to the strip. Like I said, if it wasn't for those vice grips, we would have never been able to do that, because that little surge protector will only allow so many watts to go through it, and we just pulled 4,000 watts through it, so they're not rated at that. of 14 gauge wires rated at 1440. And as you can see, this wire is not even hot, and it's a 18 gauge stranded wire. And look at this little bitty wire here. It's a 20 gauge stranded wire, and it didn't melt at all. You know, piece of matter copper got there, got hot there, but that was something I threw on at the end because I burned a cap earlier. But even with 3 caps, we still managed to pull 4Ks. So, we showed the thermal indication that all the units were working. And as you can see again out here, there's no wires, just an earth ground. I do require a ground. The appliances have their own ground, but they're not earth grounded unless you're hooked into the grid. If you're hooked into the grid, then you've got a ground for your appliances through your neutral. But when you're off grid, you don't have that ground for your appliances. And in order to make these appliances with the start run capacitors to operate properly, you need a ground. So this is the earth ground, and you know, I chose to use a number 8 solid gauge solid copper wire. So this is, I hope, will satisfy everyone's curiosity and show that the marvelous feat that this unit is available to do. You know, it will perform a specific function, several actually. But one of the main functions is not only the power generation ability, but the ability to carry massive amounts of current and wattage through nano-coated wires, and through the nano-coating process allows this to become a superconductor, which allows the electricity to travel through here at a higher rate of speed, frequency, if you will. So you know, less resistance. If there's no resistance, there's no heat. You know, this is a new piece of wire right here, you know, and it's warm to the touch, but it's not hot anymore. But that's the reason it, you know, became hot, because it was a brand new piece of wire. It hasn't been nano coated yet. So this was, you know, put in here on purpose to show you. You see that none of the rest of that left a mark there. You know, just the one spot right there. I had my knee on that ground, and like I said, the 2 systems are making electricity right now, so it will give you a little bit of a shock there if you touch the ground on one side. But anyway, I hope this satisfies everybody's curiosity, and peace and blessings to all, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Okay, thanks, Rick, for doing that.
That's good, Gordon Duff. People can go to YouTube and go to Gordon, Gordon, Duff, Duff. You see it down in the bottom left there. And the name of the video is Test Off Grid V21. So it's now public and live. So people can refer to that, and in the case of being at Washington, D.C., if that video gets loaded onto a laptop or some other iPhone, and then have a monitor there, a larger monitor that you can play it on, and then be able to pass out maybe some leaflets or something, and let people know what's coming up. This is a crude example, basically, of the new technology that'll be based on these same concepts. It'll probably end up looking quite a bit different, as Mr. Cash was saying, in terms of they're trying to make it smaller and smaller so that the whole 5 kilowatt or 10 kilowatt unit will fit into the palm of your hand. What a concept. Okay. You can go ahead now, Flint.
Oh.
Are you busy doing stuff there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, well, we should, maybe there's another host that would like to host for a while as well. And see, we have a viewer with their hand up. Looks like a Bartholomew Camp. I'll promote you to panelists and see if you have a question or something you'd like to say. Okay, I'll unmute you there. Hello? Is it Bartholomew?
Yeah. Hello?
Hello, Bartholomew.
Yeah, actually they know me here as Julian in Argentina.
Okay.
And well, I'm following everything here from a little village in Argentina.
Yeah.
And you do a really great job.
People from all over the world, and you never know if they're in a penthouse in New York or you know, tiny foxhole somewhere out in a battle zone or something. It's just totally, it could be anybody, anywhere, literally from all spectrums of society and all categories of finances and everything else. So what's on your mind, or what do you have to say here?
Yeah, no, basically I just wanted to say hello and that I'm really present with that amazing trip Douglas is doing to Washington DC, and since we have time, you know, it's so nice to have this amazing chat, you know, with everybody in the world on while he's doing the trip.
Mm-hmm.
And oh well, and by the way, I wanted to say I was studying in Georgetown University, so I have quite a connection, you know, with Washington DC. I lived in Washington DC a couple of years.
Okay.
Feels like home. But no, basically that I'm doing my experiments here in Argentina with I'm making my gold GANs right now, which is really nice and purple.
Purple, yes. Somebody else. Excuse me, somebody else reported a purple result from gold GANs as well. Tell us a little bit, how do you make gold GANs?
Yeah, so what I did is I bought a gold necklace in Italy a couple of years ago. And so I guess it's pretty pure, and I cut it in two with a pair of scissors.
Well, Italian connection, that's kind of nice. I like that, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And so I first put it in salt water, and then I was reading that you have to put CO2 GANs into it. So I added basically to the ocean water CO2 GANs with a you know, just to make it, give it more energy. And then I put a 1.5 volt battery to it, zinc battery, and nothing really happened. So I added another battery, and so I made it 3 volts after a couple days. And then finally, I decided to put it to a solar panel, which I had a small, like I don't know, 6 volt solar panel, and let it out in the sun for I don't know, a couple days, like 2 days, and then finally it turned purple, and I have a little bit of purple GANs on the bottom, which is beautiful.
So how many volts were going into it at this point? Say that again.
Yeah. I would have to check to read exactly the
solar panel plus two little batteries, like, is that what it was?
Yeah, first it was I'm just walking right now. At first it was just a 1.5 volt battery, D size.
Right.
And then I added another one and made it 3 volts.
Yeah, and then you have the solar panel.
Yeah, and then nothing really happened with 3 volts. You know, I couldn't really see any changes in like in 2 days that passed. So I decided to put a solar panel to it, which I had here. We have a lot of sun here in the valley. I'm just going to check out the specifications of the solar panel. I'll show them all this here.
I see. That's great.
Okay, so it's a panel made in Japan, which I was reading, and it says it has a maximum voltage of 17 volts at 0.29 amp.
Right. That being full sunlight directly toward the sun and so on.
Exactly. I just directly pointed to the sun and directly put it to the gold chain in the ocean water with a bit of CO2 gas. And well, now it's really nice and purple.
So you left it with this voltage for like a couple of days before it turned the purple, or how long did it take?
Actually, with the solar panel in one day, the next day I checked, or two maximum, it already turned. I could see some purple GANs on the bottom.
Okay, yeah.
So and then at the nighttime, I just disconnected and have the wires hanging, and then when the sun comes out, I connect it again.
Right. Okay. I see. So otherwise, it might be draining during the nighttime or something, and could change the reaction maybe the other way.
Yeah, but it's still purple now. For example, right now I have the wires. I didn't connect it today because I was so, happy with the trip, and I just wanted to. I woke up really at 4 a.m. here to check out what's going on and everything. So I didn't really connected it right now, but it's doing fine. It's still I have it here right now in front of me. I could probably take a picture of it.
Do you want to show us?
How can I show it?
Do you know how to turn on your video?
Okay, sure. It's the first time I'm doing this here with Zoom.
Okay, well, the time is any to learn.
Okay. Here we go. The video. Turn on the video. I don't know if you see anything.
Yeah, just a minute. I might have to ask you to.
Now you see me. I have to turn around, I guess, the camera.
Okay, let me just get you set up there. There we go, and into view. Okay, we see you.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to show you. I'm going to turn around the camera here with Zoom.
Okay, it's getting a little harder to hear you. If you can speak a little closer to the phone, that would be great.
Could you pin him, Rick?
Pardon me?
Could you bring his video forward?
Oh, okay, just a second.
Thank you.
There we go. Oh, I have to do, no, that's good. Okay, there.
What did I do to turn in the camera around and zoom? Okay.
Should be a little icon there somewhere. In Zoom?
Okay.
Click on the arrow.
I got it.
Okay.
I saw it. Okay, here we go. So now I turned around the camera and let me see with the sun. I have to see with the sun the best view.
Okay,
I put here gold GANs. I started it on the okay.
Yeah, that's getting better.
Let me see.
I'm gonna try to make this picture a little bigger. Let's see if I can do that.
And I want to see if I can, if the purple turns out, if you can see it better in a different angle. Here we go. Here, I think you can see the purple really well.
Yes, right. Thank you.
Okay. Here we go. So this is the really nice purple color.
And it's not the liquid that's purple. It's really on the bottom, pretty much, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really amazing. It's just like it's a really tiny, it's like a millimeter of I guess GANs, gold GANs it would be.
Interesting. So what was your other electrode again? You had the gold, and what was the other electrode?
Okay, so no, just like I don't know who published it, just to have just the gold necklace, no other anode or whatever, you know, just one side gold and the other side gold.
Okay.
And electric
Gotcha.
going through.
Thank you.
And nothing else. Okay. I think that would be that's the day I started in 29th, and then whatever slowly happened.
Nice. Now, what are you going to go ahead? Sorry.
Sorry?
I was going to ask you, what are you going to do with your nice purple gold GaNs?
Yeah, I was thinking of making the reactor like Peter in Germany. So let me see. I'm gonna put that down right now. So I was thinking of doing that, making a small reactor. I'm just looking for the right balls now. I just have the ping pong balls, and I guess we can turn off the camera. I'm gonna turn off the camera because it's okay. Here we go. I was thinking of making the same. I'm German also. I was born in Germany, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm following all the German guys in Germany, and they're doing really nice things.
Right on. Good.
So I was thinking of making the small reactor, finding some small motors, and some bigger balls to put the ping pong balls into, and well, trying to make some gold, by the way, or whatever. To experiment a bit more with the energy I have here. I have also silver GaNs, which is nice and blue. I have CO2 GaNs and iron GaNs.
Very good.
And yeah, so I'm really psyched. I'm since I think more than a year that I'm following Keshe.
Mm-hmm.
Really happy about all the evolution and being part of it, and being able to just do it at home and having results like purple GaNs.
Yeah, well, congratulations. That is a good result.
Yeah, I saw some people had the yellow GaNs and greenish and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw somebody had the purple GaNs. That's why I was really happy when I woke up and I had purple GaNs. I was like, wow, I'm doing the right thing. So, well, basically, I'm just gonna let anybody else talk. I guess I don't know. I imagine other people have their hands up, right?
Well, I'm not sure. We'll have to just open up the opportunity. Go ahead. Someone there.
Sí, no estoy acá en Estados Unidos. So, by the way, if you need any Spanish, if anybody needs any Spanish or anything, they can always contact me here. I speak Spanish and English and German and
very good. Okay.
French.
If we need some translating, we can call on you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I have a lot of time. But basically, what I've done in the last years, I just organized myself to have all the time in the world. I try to work as least as possible.
Yes, that's very good. Most people are trying to work as much as possible these days. It's nice to arrange your life to do the opposite. So.
Yeah, I have 3 kids here, so I spend all the day with my kids.
What's that, Flint?
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe privately give them an email to connect with our team here to do subtitling for the videos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Translating and subtitling is definitely a big job that needs to, a lot of people, or some people are participating in, but it definitely needs some more help. That's something that there is. You can go to the website as well and click on the support FAQ button on the main Keshe Foundation website. And people want to volunteer their time or offer to offer their services or whatever. There's a special part on the website for the Volunteer and Human Resources Department. When you click on the support FAQ button and go through the menu there, you'll see it. And if people want to volunteer, that would be a good way to sign up and get cleared first, and then as jobs come up and the necessities arise, then you might get called on to help out, etc.
Sure. I never really thought it's like my really big strength of mine, to do the translation part. But I'm definitely there to help. I really understand the logo of the foundation to serve. So that's definitely, whatever I can do. But I have the feeling that I'm doing right now with the GANs and the kids that really love what I'm doing. They find it so exciting, so it's really nice to have them participate.
Well, that's right, and everybody has to find their own passion with this technology, that they feel good about doing it, and it's something that kind of just appeals to them personally. I mean, there's, as Mr. Keshe says, there's as many types of reactors as there are stars in the universe. And that's just reactors, not even the things that reactors can do. And it's virtually unlimited in so many ways. So it's up to us to just follow our heart in a way, and to find out what it is that tickles us about this technology, and try to penetrate it and follow it through as thoroughly as we can, to pick out the details and start teaching others at the same time. That's how this technology seems to spread. Someone finds a little breakthrough and lets other people know, and so on.
Okay, what I wanted to say also, what happened to me lately is I realized that suddenly I didn't have any more likes on my Facebook. They blocked basically my Facebook site like on the 4th of July. So I guess I imagine that has to do, because since now and then I publish things about Keshe and whatever, that I don't know if it happened to other people also, that most people don't even see my publications.
Well, a lot of times it's because they don't want to, maybe. And some people just get sort of turned off. They think there can't be something that's the solution to everything. That sounds, it's too outrageous, it's too unreal, it cannot be, I can't believe in it, because I mean, we've gone decades and actually more like millennia without having a lot to really hope for, a lot to really believe in terms of what is really possible. And we have a lot of modern technology these days, and we believe lots possible. We're able to fly from here to here to the other side of the planet, or right around the planet if you want to, and so on. But it's still, when you consider the possibilities of the plasma technology, it leaves everything in our so-called modern society is left in the dust, and by quite a leap. So it's definitely.
The funny thing is, what happened is that it's not like people blocked me, it's because I just had a friend over today, and he just said, okay, I'm going to check your Facebook. And he never blocked me, because I also block other people, but he never blocked me. And he just can't see anything since the 4th of July.
Well, did you have a big party on the 4th of July or something that Facebook found out about and didn't like? I don't know. It's hard to say, really. There's so many things going on in the background with Facebook that it's hard to say.
anyways, for me, it was a good experience. Anyways, I realized that no more likes. It's just like I feel like it's more like an interior trip we're doing with the plasma technology. So I'm not really. I don't really need that much feedback from.
Yeah, it's definitely not about the likes. It's about the liking your inner self, basically, and that's where the likes are at. And finding out that inner self is the same as every other inner self, and that you end up liking all of the inner selves of the universe because they are all the same. They are all not the same exactly, but they are all based of the same realm, let's say.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own flavor.
I just wanted to comment.
We're all made of ice cream.
Okay, that was really nice talking to you, Rick. I always see you, I always hear you. Basically, I just saw you for the first time today with your blue and white shirt.
Okay.
So it was good to see you today. It reminded me of Keith Richard. I don't know why, you know.
Yeah, we both go back a long ways, unfortunately, but not on the same stream. Actually,
Well,
my stepson has a remote connection there, but that's a different story. Anyway,
okay. Well, anyways, I'm following you guys, and I hope I can talk to you guys again in the near future. You know, if I can help in any way here in the mountains in Argentina, which is really a lot of energy here, and lots of crystals around here in the mountains in the valley.
Yeah, right on.
So I'll definitely be following you guys and on the whole trip to the White House, and I think it's really amazing. And I'm thinking of you, all of you guys, you know, and lots of light and love, and so basically that's the way I'm going to say goodbye to you guys for now.
So you told them, Rick, about become a student?
No, I didn't mention the student thing yet. Go ahead. Why don't you?
Yeah, since you're doing the work there and developing, and you're interested in it, anybody in the world can become a student from the KFSSI, and that will get you access to 2 years of private teachings from Mr. Keshe that are not on YouTube, and it's only €100.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I actually signed up. I was one of the first ones to sign up, and when it was like €250 for each quarter, you know, for 1,000 euros for the year, I signed up, you know. But I didn't have internet connection. Now, for the first time, I have more or less an internet going well.
Yeah, you will need an unlimited internet connection.
Well. Yeah, that's, you know, that was a big problem here. So right now, I'm just right now for the moment. But anyways, I'm always there, you know, I'm always there. I'm seeing you guys and wherever, you know, and on YouTube, on live stream. And I'm not 100% dedicated yet, you know, but I'm doing my first experiments here and whatever. And
so anytime you can reapply, you can just go to, you know, kfssi.org. .org, and there's a student application there. You go to the menu at the top and choose the.
Okay, it's nice of you to remind me of that possibility.
Yeah, €100.
Pretty hard to beat €100 a year for.
It's a membership. It's like a one-year membership for €100.
It's great. No, it's really amazing. So I'm definitely be doing that pretty soon. So well. So thank you very much, and I really love you guys, what all you're doing and all the dedication and everything. It's really amazing.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, someone else have something like to bring up? Some questions or comments? Do you have any more feedback on our group going to Washington? I'm wondering if anybody is going to meet the group That's can give us. Oops, we've got an open mic here. I'll just mute you, Bartholomew. Okay, there we go. Just looking in the live stream, see what's up here. Raphael says in the live stream, I would like to help with translations into Spanish. Let's see, what would be the best way for people that would like to do translations? Should they get a hold of Stanley? Or who would be best to...
Jackie's handling all of that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm helping them.
What would be the address they could access?
Education at spaceshipinstitute.org.
Yeah, probably that would be the best.
Okay.
Thank you. Whoever that was.
It was Raphael. Okay.
Yes. Education at spaceshipinstitute.org. And you can put a email there saying that you wish to help with translations, give the number or the types and numbers of languages, some approximation of hours and per week that you could be able to do that. Days and times, hours, something like that, and then we'll get in touch with you to with the process of going ahead and translating the videos. We're working on actually putting subtitles in for all of the Knowledge Seeker workshops, both the regular ones and also the kids Knowledge Seeker workshops and the health Knowledge Seekers workshops. Those are all on our public YouTube channel. Easiest way is to go to YouTube, search for Keshe Foundation, Keshe Foundation, and usually the first or second result is our YouTube page, and then in there you can go to the playlist link, and then our playlist is all the different videos organized per category. So that's where you can watch them, view them, and everything. We're setting up another site, another process, and everything to handle the subtitling. And we first of all need all the subtitles in English, and then need subtitles in other languages. So you need to be fluent in English first, and then also obviously in your own home language or others that you do know.
Bonnie asks in the live stream, so how long does it take to get a response on the student app once we sent our €100 in? Thank you.
Right now, we are in break. Our classes actually start up on September 19th again. So now would actually be a good time to send in. With the amount of work that all the staff is doing, I would give it a week or so, at least. A week, maybe two at the most. The process is to, and it's explained on the application form there when you go to the apply on kfssi.org. That would be going to, just want to get the menus up here. Yeah, once you go there, you go to the study, you know, because it's home about research, and then there's the study menu, and then under there is called apply. So you click on that. That's the actual application process that you can go through right there on the web, fill it out, and it gets sent into their database. There will be some documentation you will need to provide, copy, you know, JPEG or so picture you'll have to upload of your passport, or ID, and also a copy of a utility bill or something that you have mailed to your address that proves that the address on your ID or passport matches what you say it is. And once that goes through, you'll get an email contact with all the rest of the details. But so the process is you apply online, then you have to make a €100 donation. And right now the Institute only accepts bank wire transfers. So you have to go to your bank, do a wire transfer to the Keshe Foundation bank. All the details are provided. Oh, WeTransfer. Okay, WeTransfer, you can use that. Yeah, WeTransfer. Once that donation is made, you send an email to payments@keshefoundation.org with proof.
Hello. Do you need us? Hello, good afternoon. You need us for anything?
I don't know. I think we're good for now. Douglas? Yeah, correct. I was just helping people to understand how they do it.
Okay. Just want to put the button to see if you need any of.
Thank you. So basically, once you finish your application, you send the money over, and then you have to send an email to payments@keshefoundation.org with a JPEG or photocopy or something that the proof of payment was sent, and then the foundation will contact you by email for the rest of the process. And now's a good time because that'll give a few weeks here for all that to go through, and then you can join in on classes when they start up this fall on September 19th. And the classes are in English, but we do have a growing number of teachers that are teaching in other languages, German and French and Polish, and as more teachers come online in other languages, there will be a much greater dissemination of information in your language. So and all of those are accessible, all classes in all languages are accessible with your €100 fee. Both the live teachings and the recordings. And when you do become a student, you get like a back office access login to a private secure server that has all of the private teachings there for recording that are recorded that you can view at any time on any computer or mobile device, or download them if you have the bandwidth and space to store them. So that's a little bit on how to become a student, and the classes basically, the English classes go Monday through Friday, start up at 10 a.m. Central European Time or CEST, and then usually end at around 5 p.m. CEST, and there's an hour break in between. So you have a morning session and an afternoon session. Each session is up to 3 hours, but not necessarily 3 hours, but Monday through Friday. And then the other languages depends on the teachers, on how often that they choose to do them. Some are once a week, some are twice a week, and are growing in quantity of classes per week as the students grow, and that the teachers are able to teach. So always looking for more teachers. Of course, the graduates or the students that are have been in for the last year or two or so, as they feel more comfortable to teach, they can. So. Okay, I'm done.
Do we have any news from Douglas yet?
Oh, we got a little echo there.
Yeah,
yes.
I just logged in.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Where are you now, Douglas?
I'm trying to figure out how to turn up the volume here. There we go. That didn't work.
Okay.
I'm at 100%. Yeah, I'm going to have some microphones. It's hard to hear on the laptop.
Are you near your first point or are you still far? Hello?
Easy.
I think far would probably be.
Yeah, we got an echo because it's coming out of his speakers. We should have got him ahead of the headphones.
Yeah, Bill.
Oh, you're.
Whereas it'll go on the laptop.
How far are you from your first stop, Douglas?
Do what, sir?
How far are you from your first stop?
I didn't hear you, sir. Oh, I'm in St. Louis.
Ah, it's right. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get a hold of, to see if we're still going to try to meet down at the park at the Arch for a little while, or keep going.
Just go to the arch if there's anybody there, and then you can keep going.
Yeah, I sure will. I've got my camera, so we'll take some shots while we're down here too.
Okay. We expect people mainly to join you in Washington. Maybe a few people on the way, but mainly we expect people to join you in Washington.
If you can get
We're
it.
only 2 hours behind, so we made up a little time driving. So we'll make up even more time on this next route. We'll be about back on schedule. I figure by the time we get into around Ohio.
Okay. You're staying in Pennsylvania tonight, and then you move on tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Okay. Safe journey. Let us know your position, and then we'll catch up with you later on.
Okay, I'll chat back here just a little bit when we get to the Arch. Okay. Okay, that sounds fine.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks,
All right.
Douglas.
All right.
Okay, well, it seems like we have an opportunity to continue here with whatever it is we were continuing with before. Let's see. I see Joel mentions in the live stream, I applied more than 1 year ago. I paid the €100 6 months ago, but my application has never processed. I would suggest you get a hold of the, you can click on the support FAQ button on the website and put in your contact form to.
Did they pay their money in?
He says, I paid the €100 6 months ago, but my application has never processed.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you'll have to send in proof of payment to payments@cashfoundation.org and then a date on when the money was sent, and then they can look at it.
So would he put in his contact at education at Spaceship?
Yeah, I would email education and or both, support or education. There are two different channels there that he can access.
Okay.
Oh.
What's the link?
Okay, cool.
The person who says that he paid and he hasn't received anything to be connected, can you send your application or a copy of your payments to the webmaster at cashfoundation.org, and we'll look into it, because we had about 800 application forms hanging and all been cleared in past 2-3 months. And if there could be one of them which is not matching, or if you haven't sent a copy of the proof of payment, it stays on till they match up. Or if they've been refused application, because we refuse a number of people for reasons when the security check is done. You got to see if your application has been rejected and you get refunded. We refund a number of people who we do not accept as a student after the security check. It could be possibly failed security, or somehow in the process of hundreds of application form, it has switched over between security change. Please send your full name and the date of your birth and where you made the what date, or a copy of the payment, and we look into it straight away.
Thank you, Mr. Kish.
Thank you. We have a number of students who failed, or people who applied and failed security. For whatever reason, security has been failed. So, or applications which were outstanding or is not resolved. One more request. So most of the people who apply get the application within 30 days pass through. The ones who get somehow stranded somewhere is mainly to do with the security. We don't get the security clearance on it.
So we're almost coming up to a deadline, I suppose, for the students in the September round coming up to apply in the next.
We start in a way, the way we teach, there is no, you can join in any time to be a student at any term.
Yeah.
Because it's a progressive teaching, and you can be taught back in a way. You can go to the old teachings or recorded teachings, or the new teachers show new ways of doing things. And at the moment, most of the work is on the plasma and GANs and liquid plasma and the fields, like a course. And for some people who just joined in, it could be a bit too rapid to catch up. We try to have in mind that still we have to teach the basics of the nanotechnology and the plasma technology at the same time. And so it is teaching one of the most advanced technologies in such a short time to what I call people who, doesn't matter what background they come from, can understand it. And this is our problem. It's highly advanced. It's so advanced that scientists at places like MIT have a problem to hang on or understand it for whatever reason. And on the other hand, a layman off the street can come up with a full technology that is beyond the comprehension of the professors. Because it's so basic, it's down to the basis of the creation. And a lot of people find problem with it, especially if they have degrees in one thing or another. And because they have to protect, and nobody likes to confirm, oh, I made a mistake. It's not a mistake, it's addition to the knowledge. So we have to be adaptable. We have got to adapt to the new understanding. And most of our problem comes from the people who try to hang on to the old tradition and the old knowledge, and they cause all sorts of havoc for us. But in any case, we, by delivery of this technology tomorrow to one of the most powerful, what I call governments in the world, it shows we are strong enough. We are solid. We understand the new technology, and the proof of the pudding is delivering it. We have such a strong understanding of our technology in the Keshe Foundation and the people who work around us, that we take the most powerful nations on this planet to challenge, not to go into universities and hide it, but we let them test it at the highest level directly in public. So unless we are a bunch of fools, it shows we are very correct in our technology. The mindset has to change, and that's the problem. The mindset has to change, that there is an addition to the technology. We had a new technology which came in as a nuclear. We did not respect the nuclear. We would have never understood nuclear. But with what it did in Hiroshima, that brought the fear. We respect the nuclear technology out of its fear, out of its threat. The plasma technology, I brought it in a peaceful way, that we can show it, we show the energy, and through it, we can show it has a power to stop the old arms, old technologies of destruction. And this is the problem, because a lot of people make a lot of money out of fear. And this way, I chose the way that we come the peaceful way. We cover it from all aspects, and we let the people to take it. And we are so correct in our work that, as I said, tomorrow you will see we stand in front of the most powerful men in the world to say the time is over. The knowledge is correct, and we deliver what we know, and we are prepared to show it. And once you show it, the proof of a pudding, as they say, is in eating it. We have invited the president to make a maglev unit himself in the Oval Office with cameras on the table. And we see if his maglev system works, if he can power the White House with a small maglev system, with all the scientists from all MIT, Yale University, and the rest on top standing, then the proof of the technology is complete. Then, as a course, as a humanity, we start changing the course. This is how correct we are in our work. Carry on.
Okay, well, we weren't anything in particular, I don't think there, but we have a bunch of comments in the chat that are in Chinese, then I can't, there's no way to pick up the comments and translate them or anything, because there's no copy and paste in the chat, and not the chat, rather the Q&A, the questions and answers in the Zoom chat area. So can someone let me know that's Chinese and can read those and tell me in English? Are they questions? Anonymous has two of the last two questions or comments that are in that open question and answer area. And Lion Zhang asks a couple of questions as well, or comments. So if someone can help me there, we can tick those off. There was a question earlier, Mr. Kesh. May I know how to make a sample system to help stomach cancer from a, maybe, I think it's Chinese, it may be Japanese, I can't tell actually in the Q&A. Is that something you'd like to address, or is that not appropriate here?
I have no problem addressing it. Stomach cancer, intestine cancer, colon cancer is one of the easiest cancers to correct with this technology if you get it right. First of all, I apologize for the huge noise in the background. Those of you who live around coastlines of Europe, you know this is a tradition, day and night music during the summertime. They don't respect nobody else. So people who live in Barletta and around us, they can tell you this is the noise, very common. I do apologize if we can't escape from it. It's on the beach. The point is, you can produce systems which through a digestion system or outside system, you can rectify the cancer within a short time. We are waiting for a license to be issued, hopefully for our clinical trials for all cancers with 2 milligram injection per day. We hopefully will know in the next 14 days maximum if the license will be issued. We have shown certificates of non-toxicity. And then we introduce this injection worldwide. As you know, we went for the skin, what do you call it, the lotion, the supplement, and the eye, and we received the license for export from Japan. We have received authorization, a certification that we can use these for internal in Europe, EU certifications, confirmation. All this, we had to adjust things because of the certification from the license from Japan or Japanese authorities. And sometime around the week 22nd, which is sometime next week or the week after, all the trials for the lotion, for the eye, and for the digestible supplements will be sent out. We will inform in coded message to you that your material has left or when you receive it. The instruction is in the package. I authorized the release this morning. So with the cancer, we are waiting for authorization. Don't forget the Japanese have used our technology heavily. They know of its effectiveness, especially in cancer with the people with Fukushima. We have applied, as I said, for an injection directly into the blood system. And we don't see any problem. And as you know, to get these kind of export licenses for a trial takes months and years. But the Japanese authorities are aware of our work in TEPCO, in the Fukushima. So the last license took less than 4 weeks, 5 weeks to receive, which was shocking, very, very surprised receiving it so rapidly. So we received such kind of collaboration internally from the Japanese authorities, and we are hoping that they will authorize us to use this. What we see are scientific group in the background who work on this level with a high level of expertise. These are the people who were involved in the Fukushima with us. They tell us with a high possibility within the next few weeks we'll receive the license for a clinical trial. And they see it something between 80 to 100% possible to eradicate cancer with this new method. Has no side effect. It's natural process, and all what they've done, the trials been done, shows the high possibility of the correctness of the delivery. It is very radical. As I said, it is a natural product, and when we get the license, we go public with it, that worldwide people can volunteer. We tell you how we want you to collect your material for your injection. We are not shipping it across the world. We ask you to attend an office to collect it and take it back with you home. it only be given by password with the certification of the cancer and all the documentation that is correct. You have a cancer. We are not giving it to anyone and just they say because they needed it or they have it. We have to bring such amount of control because it's intravenous injection. If the data is correct and our scientists who work in the background with it, with their confirmation, with the trials we did with non-toxicity of the material in the liver and other organs, it allows us to proceed very rapidly, and we don't need to wait weeks and months. We should see the results within the 30 days bracket, some changes or to what extent, and it'll be a live operation. Very much what we ask you is to fly to the destination point where the license is given, and you most probably travel to Tokyo or one of the Japanese major cities. You sign the certificate documentation that you're taking the material, or we do the distribution from EU. This is something the foundation and our legal team have to advise us which way we're going to go with this. But there is what has shown clinical trials, eradication of cancer up to 80% reduction, and in some cases total 100%, even multi-cancers with the secondary cancer. So we prefer to take this stand now that we've been given this opportunity. On the other hand, you can use what we call the new plasma systems, which will be introduced in the coming weeks. The group in Austria with Dr. Klaus, who is heading the manufacturing of the units in the health section in Austria. They will be going through it and we see what we can do and what will be coming up and how we evolve from the coils, where we came from the coils, and how response with the doctors who are working with us will see what they tell us. Hopefully we have units ready to go in the coming weeks.
I love living in BC. I've lived here all of my life. I grew up here since I was a child and have raised a family here now.
Can you sign? Who was it? Okay. So this is the position. You can. We prefer to tell you how it's done when the system is complete. And our scientists will tell us, the doctors will tell us the success rate. Chinese have done a lot of work on this field. They can tell us a lot more. And it is reverse. All the cancers with the data we have is reversible. And as many of you know, I have a very advanced cancer case myself, but I don't rely on any technology because I have different mindsets in respect to these things. So we have to see what happens, how we proceed, and we release the data in the coming days, in the coming weeks. Once we receive the certification of the release, we do it. Otherwise, we have introduced a new health as under One Nation, which means if the One Nation doctors, which are the doctors appointed by application of the technology, approved, 3 doctors approved to us that yes, it can be tested, take this material, this medicine, using this kind of cancer operation of the material, shown effective reduction or change in the disease. We use this as a base of One Nation certification, which means we don't wait for bribery and the backhandedness of FDA and the other health authorities around the world. Keshe Foundation issues its own certification through trials which we carry ourselves, and the doctor certified that it has. If we receive 3 to 5 doctor certification that what they've seen is correct and it can be applied, it becomes to us internationally acceptable. This is how the new technology goes. We publish all the data from the people who have used it. They sign and certify with a lawyer or a notary that this is the result which I have seen in changing me, and this becomes the new method of releasing new technologies with the plasma technology. That we do not wait for blockages that by that time we run around 10 years to get it, millions of people die. We have a technology is applicable. Doctors who is their job to look after people, confirm they have seen the change, they can approve it, that way comes with 3 to 5 signatures from 3 doctors or 3 specialists, becomes acceptable to us worldwide to use. There is no pressure. We have to change the standard. We have to change the procedures. That all these money-making system delaying it has to stop. We've seen how they've done with homeopathy and natural medicine. They have made it literally impossible for what our grandparents and ancestors used to get man to hear, now illegal even to use it. Now the natural herbs, which is now you have to certify it and spend hundreds of thousands to get certification for what has been used, that he brought man to, that we had no problem. We survived. We came from 1 man to 7 billion. Now everything is wrong because they want to block. With this technology, we don't understand this. We deliver, we certified ourselves as one nation with a process that 3 to 5 doctors around the world can confirm that does apply, what it is, what it's got, and if there is a precaution, what needs to be done, and we publish it publicly. We are setting a new standard in everything, in every aspect, to get all these processes to cripple nations and people into the hospitals just to run a hospital, to have the money to the stop. It's finished. I told you, we introduce a new nation, one nation, comes out being new rules which applies to everyone. If one district allows it and the other doesn't, we tell you what is allowed, you can go. Nobody can tell you you cannot use a medicine and die. Nobody can tell you you cannot do something which is changing your health, and nobody can tell you that you cannot test to save your life. No president, no FDA, nobody else. But we respect the regulations and rules, but we stop the abuse. And this is where it stops. New changes, new ways, where we see things, where we have the application, where the doctors and the people who are in use of it write the data and certification, not those who just get paid to do it. We've seen how immunization has been rejected worldwide, but the people, because they get paid so much money for it, they do it. We've seen it with chemotherapy. We've seen it with all sorts of things. Now we don't fight. They can keep the standard they made for what they have. We have brought a new technology. We have brought a new knowledge. We set the standard for our knowledge. They have nothing to compare it. So how can they judge it unless we have to go through all the riddles of the past? As I said, new world, new option, new freedom, new application, and no one can tell no one that you can die because I decide who treats you. We give it option open with all the data. Good, bad, what it is, what's the limitation, and how to be done. It has to be done this way. One health application worldwide, not one bribery in different places for different things. False operation just to make money that the people can have their luxury lives. Chemotherapy application for there is not even a cancer, but it pays a lot of money, 40,000 on the account of the doctor at the end of the process. All this has to stop. It has to stop. We are in the position in the next few days by delivery of the energy and then other application to confirm we stand our own ground. We are not revolutionaries. We are evolutionaries with the science we brought out. And we are so open, as I said, we take it to the presidents and the palaces and let them treat it. Let them handle it, let them make it, and then we'll see the change. The new game is equal for everyone. Every man is equal. We all have to have a chance to make decisions ourselves. If we want, when we want, and how we want it, with the understanding of the technology is safe, is applicable, and is equal to all of us. Doesn't matter where we are. This is the change, and it'll take a lot of you, a lot of thinking. Can it be done? Yes, of course it can. Why? Because we set the standard. We, as a Keshe Foundation worldwide, which is 7 billion of us, decide on our health, not few people who have to pay few others to be happy with a few of them live a very luxury life. This has to stop, and we draw the line today. And the first challenge for the new technology with the world power is we stand on our own, we stand our own strength, and we can prove it. You block us, we release it worldwide. Nobody can tell us we cannot release what to do and where to do it and how to do it. It's for you to decide if you want to do it. And this is the way we operate. We operate from now in a total freedom of what we call the internet, total freedom of everybody being able to share knowledge, total freedom of it's our choice here on Earth or in deeper space. If you have a cancer, we want to use it or not. You don't go back if you're a Chinese in deeper space to look if there's a FDA certification on it. The diseases you get in space, FDA hasn't even heard of it. How can they certify it? This was a control brought in to control more, to make control of every man's life. Now we give the man the freedom of the space. Why not the freedom on this planet? And this is how we operate. We had one nation. We had literally one understanding of one man. Pain is equal for the others. And we try to share it, to understand it. And those who oppose and come up with all sorts of things that we are whatever we are, just ask them, could we have your Swiss bank account, please? Or in Singapore, or in Panama, or in Australia, because we have found all the track records of all the people who oppose us where this hidden bank accounts and companies sit. And now we understand very fully exactly why and how they've been operating. I'll give you an example. Very soon we release this. A bankrupt company which worth nothing being transferred to Australia. Why do you need to transfer a company with no value to Australia and then open subsidiaries in Australia and then transfer one of the subsidiaries to Singapore? Why? And then open through it a bank account in Panama. If the company is bankrupt in Europe, has no value, why do you transfer it to Australia for? Can't you open an account or a company in Australia on its own? Or do you need to transfer it? It means there's a lot of money laundering going in the hierarchy of Europe. Very lot. They have found out how to cheat the humanity in the name of being the king and leaders and rulers. Those people who you see, they oppose us and they open all sorts of channels on Keshe Foundation, cash fraud, cash whatever. Within next 1 minute, I can instruct for our team to open the website and you will see. At the moment, it's in the hand of high-level security people that are looking into it. Why these people hold shares in a company which is transferred from Belgium into Australia, holding percentages of it, you don't need to transfer. This shows after the killing of scientists, how they shared 100 million. And 100 million appears few years later in another transaction. All on the internet. We are not adding, we are not accusing. And then the company finds its head in Singapore. And then the other arm of the thing in the Panama report appears to be in Panama, a bankrupt company having accounts in different parts of the world, still being operative. We see how we've been cheated by all the world leaders, being the king, being the rest, and their servants. There's an end to it. You'll be amazed how much pressure Keshe Foundation has accepted. But we have a lot of knowledge in the background. At the moment, it's in the hand of the securities. Why do you transfer a company who has no value at all from Europe, from Belgium to Australia, and then open subsidiaries and holding for it? It's all money laundering at the highest level, murdering scientists, accusing people, and then laundering the money back, and then opening an account in Singapore. I can just
Yeah, I've just got Douglas online here.
So the answer to your cancer is yes, it can be done. Just be patient. When it comes, it's so effective that no other material can match it. But let us do our work. We are working heavily in the background with a lot of things to bring things in line. I can just give you a link and you can go and read every page of it where the money is hidden. Okay, Douglas, where are you? Have you arrived at the arch? Oh yeah, there he's on the arch. Congratulations.
We're headed to the park right now, so we'll go down to the park. Lots of people out and about, and hang around for a little bit, and see if anybody shows up. And if not, then we'll head on out and start going across Illinois and into Indiana.
They're here. We just got a park tomorrow morning.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll check back in here in a minute when we get to the park.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
I see there was links for the St. Louis Gateway Arch interactive camera. If anyone sees them on the interactive camera, let us know. Oops. Flint, rather. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Oops. Cool. Cool. Okay.
I think he probably just got muted.
Shall we unmute Teacher Desk? Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Sorry about that.
No problem. So that's good news. He's arrived. And this is how we're going to change. We have gathered a lot of information about the people who are blocking us in every way, who is their paymaster, which bank account they're working with. And we're waiting for the security people to give us the green light. We can go public with it. We have nearly 2 terabytes of information on all the ones who are trolling us. On every move they have made, how, who's paying them, where they are paying them, and release them slowly by slowly. Any other question? And I'll give you a very good tip. In all these companies, hidden through Belgium to Australia, back to Singapore, Red Sucker owns 8% of the shares. I wonder why. Now you understand how much we know. Documents is in the hand of the authorities. We'll show you exactly who the opposition, where the opposition has come, and who was paid them to create the opposition. And that's why you see so much false things and controlled by one man. Why do you need to own a share, 8% of the share of a company which worth nothing unless it's worth billions, hundreds of millions? 8% is millions of millions. We will release it. I can ask, and the link can be opened up in 2 seconds. But give us time. We are doing our work. Due diligence is done. A lot of wind. We showed you the last time we released data to FBI. It didn't take long to put one man behind prison for lifetime for abusing his own children. So we are not talking the way we deliver the technology tomorrow to the White House. We deliver these people to the prison too. Just need time because everything has opened up. And we have multi-loaded it, which means that if they get access to trying to destroy data is kept by a number of other organizations. At the moment, it's in the hand of US securities, European securities, and they're all watching these people. So we are so correct. When you see facts about Keshe Foundation, facts about the empty cash, we tell you where the facts comes. Why do you hold 8% of shares in a company which worth nothing, and then you transfer nothing to another country which is nothing, and then transfer it to the third country, and you open a Panama account for it? If you want, I can instruct it. Within seconds, you will see the total trace. You can study it yourself. Our team in the background working very heavily to protect the foundation, and we know exactly who's who's paid who, the way they paid, because we have a very good team in protecting the foundation. Now that we're getting to the point to be a national government as one nation worldwide, we have to tell people who we are dealing with and how we are dealing, who is dealing with who's where. They can open the quick in 1 second. Any other question? I'll give you a tip. Those of you who are pulled in to be part of all these scam organizations, you've been literally deceived. You're set up, and then you will understand why you've been set up. We have all the data for it to show you. If you see all the opposition things about the Keshe Foundation, Facebook, truth about empty cash, the truth is we found out what the truths are. And in a very short time, they're lowering you to a point that you can got no point of return, and then they put you in terrorist organizations, which will show you who they are. Just let us do our work. We protect the people who are around the foundation. It's our job. Any other question?
Just having a look here, Mr. Keshe. Let me see. Someone wanted to explain what is meant by add to your CO2 box in the instructions for food GANs. Is that something you want me to?
That is a job of Arman. Or Alex. Alex is online. I've seen him. He's alive. He's live online. He can explain that. He's the master of these things. Is Alex there?
Alex is there. At least he's shows.
He's in London, so it should be no problem with
I'll try to.
I'm here, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Alex. How are you, darling?
I'm well, and you?
Not too bad. Back home. Alex, you're master in these food things. Could you explain what it is and what it means, please?
I wasn't listening. I wasn't there.
Okay, read him the question. You're only one sentence behind me.
Okay, let me get it up. It's Amy who asks, can someone explain what is meant by add to your CO2 box in the instructions for food GANs?
Add to CO2 box.
Right. Like there's instructions for food GANs. You make your food GANs and add to your CO2 box. What's meant by that? How do you add it to the CO2 box? You just put it in.
It actually means you add to your CO2. Alex does this quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
CO2 as a bounty carrier.
If you add the food to your CO2 kit, that's you're going to be getting the GANs of the food. I don't know if that's what she wants to find out.
Right. So I guess one answer would be that there's actually the nano of the food that gets added to the CO2 and that makes it into the GANs. Is that true? Or is it GANs that gets added to the CO2 box?
Which is it? Are you talking about the reactor? Is it the CO2 reactor or just the box?
Yeah, I think she's talking about the CO2 reactor box.
Well, I think what she wants to say is you put the food on top of the reactor, not put, well, you can put it inside the reactor as well, but I mean, if you put it on top of the reactor, it becomes a part of the plasma.
Right, there is that way of doing it. I wonder if she meant which instructions is she referring to then? Some people add it directly into the CO2 GANs in the GANs making box, right?
Yeah.
You can add your nanomaterials in there, and
is it the nanomaterials or the food itself?
Well, is it nano or GANs, Mr. Kesh? What would you say in that it's for?
But I think it's the food you put. If you put the food on top of, for instance, if you're making a banana, if you put the banana on top of the CO2 box, you're going to get the gases of CO2 with the strength of banana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense.
So whatever you put on your CO2 box, that's what you get. You get CO2 with the strength of the object you put on top of it.
If you put your banana in the CO2 box, you might get a mess.
Well, maybe, yeah.
Certain things in the CO2 GANs, maybe it would be okay. Any other feedback on that? What do you think?
Are you addressing me?
Well, anybody, you or anyone else who might be a GANs authority with the food GANs, I'm thinking.
Sorry, I have to leave. I'll leave it with you and Alex.
Okay. Alex, do you ever put the food GANs or any other food materials or anything into the actual GANs creating?
Yes, I've done it both ways. I put the food directly in. If it's a liquid food, for instance, if I'm making if I want to make the ganses of soup, not the ganses of soup, if I want to add the strength of soup to my, sorry, I have a little cold. If I want to add this, the strength of food to my CO2, if it's a liquid soup, for instance, I mean, if it's liquid, I just put the liquid in the salt solution, and then I'm going to get the ganses of the CO2, the strength of the soup I put in it. So if it's a solid material, I can put it on top, or I just put it right inside the solution, the salt solution.
That's a good point.
So whatever I put, even if you're making alcohol, for instance, so if you want to make the ganses of alcohol, what I did the first time is I just poured alcohol, added alcohol to the CO2 reactor, and then I collected the ganses of alcohol. So whatever you put on your CO2 reactor, I mean, I think you're going to get the strength of it. I mean, it adds to the plasma of the CO2. And I think that is the best way to actually get the ganses of food, because I've made the ganses of food in two ways. I made it by crushing the food and then getting turning it into nano, and then using the putting it back into the salt solution and getting the GANs out of it, like you do the food GANs. And then I've done it the other way by putting the food on top of the reactor. But after about a year and some couple of months, when I took both samples, when I tested one I did with the reactor, you could taste the substance of the food you put in that. But the other one I did with just the crushed food and so on and mixed with caustic, it did not taste of nothing.
Oh yeah. Amy mentions it was Renan's instructions, and they were to make nano size with the caustic and then add it to the CO2 box.
Oh, well, we can try that and see. Maybe it's going to be another way to do it.
Right. Well, you mentioned that with the caustic, it tends to take the flavor, the smell or flavor away somehow.
No, with the reactor, with the CO2 reactor, you get the smell, and well, not really the smell. You don't even get the smell, because after a long time, the solution starts smelling. The gases, I mean the liquid plasma, starts smelling like ethanol. It smells like ethanol, and then it tastes like you have the nutrient of it. If you taste it, if it's like the one I did, it's red pepper. After about a year, when I tasted the solution, it tasted very. It's not salty. It's like you know the stock you used to cook. You know the stock. I don't know if you know the stock. If you want to make add taste to your food, you put a stock.
Like vegetable stock or chicken stock and so on.
Exactly. Yeah, it was tasting like the stock, but the other one didn't taste of nothing. It just stayed like as a normal liquid plasma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I guess that pretty much says it. I see in the live stream, Lars Peterson says, "Can I say something? Can I say something? Can we come in from Denmark? Do you want to come into the Zoom? Is that what you mean? And if you wish to, you can. And if you have something you'd like to say, yes, you come in as a viewer, put your hand up, and then I can promote you to a panelist where you can speak on the Zoom. And the current Zoom number I don't have in front of me because, oh, there it is. It's a meeting ID 939-474-503. And let me give that maybe once again. It's 939-474-503. And you would have to come in, and we approve you to go as a panelist after being a viewer, and then you can speak. Okay, just trying to check the other chats here. What else do we have going on? Were you done there, Alex? I didn't mean to cut you off if you weren't.
Okay.
Did you have something more you wanted to tell us about?
Well, you know, a lot of things to talk about, but I mean,
where do we begin? Where do we end?
To find a topic, you know,
Yeah.
like if you want, for instance, if you want to make the guns of orange, you can now coat the stem of an orange and then just put the ordinary orange as the cathode. I mean, which is the positive is like nano-coated, and then the other one should be the orange itself, and then you're going to get the ganses of orange pure. It's very, very pure. That not just orange, any fruit. If you take the stem, nano-coat the stem, steam coat it, don't burn it up, just steam coat it, and then a little bit, and then if you put it against the orange itself, you're going to get ganses. So there are lots of ways you can, but the point is we're not really sure if it's the kind of ganses we get in, so we just assume it's ganses, but I mean it looks like ganses and then behaves like ganses, so we just assume it's ganses. And then some plants actually, if you get the ganses of the plants, they actually taste like the plant themselves. I mean, the liquid plasma of the plants, they taste like the ganses themselves after a while.
Yes, good point. Okay, someone has a question in live stream. They say, please answer my question, Alex. Mehdi, try to find your question. Alex, it's Mehdi Ali Khan says, Alex, can you make diesel GANs? If yes, what will be the procedure?
Diesel guns.
Yeah.
I've not tried that. I've not tried. But I mean, I think it's gonna be the same procedure. Like if you put diesel in your CO2 kit, I think you get the guns of CO2 with the strength of the diesel. I've not tried it. I mean, I'm just saying it could be possible. It could be done that way as well.
Seems really gross. I'm highly allergic to diesel. I have no idea. But if you do use caustic with fuel, they actually do that as a process to increase the octane of the gasoline, is the way I understand it, is they actually use caustic as part of the industrial process with fuels. So it's somehow connected that way.
Then in that case, I think it's gonna be better if you mix the caustic. I mean, if you nanocoat the diesel and then you extract the gases by putting it in a salt solution, rather than putting it straight into the CO2 kit.
Right.
It's just another way. But I think I've done the ganses of crude oil, but it didn't do. I got the ganses, but I didn't know what to do with it. Because I remember Mr. Kesh told me to go on because there was a pollution, oil pollution in where I live in Nigeria, and then he wanted to help me. I mean, he wanted to help us to clean the site. So he was telling me what to do. So I made the ganses of the crude oil, and then I was hoping that if I take the ganses and pass it over the fields, it's going to extract the oil, but it didn't happen that way. So still trying to find out how to improve on that.
To make an oil magnet.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, make an oil magnet, but it didn't work out that way. I have to find other ways to do it.
What we need is instead of an oil magnet, we need an oil repulsive thing that pushes it back into the ground instead of pulling it. We
need the ground to farm. We have to farm. We have to grow crops on the ground. So if you have oil in the ground, you can't grow nothing on the ground.
Well, we push it very, very deep.
Okay.
So it can never be found again.
It goes back to the source. It goes back to where it came from.
Let it go to the center of the earth and be part of the there. Okay, I have to reshare here. There was some difficulty. Thank you. Oh, I'm having trouble with my screens here. I can't get out of full screen for some reason. Okay, let's try to get this sorted out. Okay.
I'm just about ready to take over here for the YouTube. Give you a few minutes yet.
And would we restart the Zoom as well as the live stream and YouTube all at once?
Yeah, and then everybody will have to sign back in. No. If you're watching on live stream or YouTube, you'll have to come back in or just refresh your browser. Right?
Yeah, I should give an automatic notification or something there. Just be a quick glitch. But oh, okay, I see. Are you having the same trouble with the link? Okay, should I do that now then? Okay, so I make you host. And I just go out of Zoom and back. All right, be back in a few minutes or less.
Not recently, since he hung up last time. No. Yeah, yeah. You expect? Yeah, he's expecting him to pop back in here any minute here.
Yes, that I am, and things seem to be better, I believe. Just get it lined up there, and could be brief or whatever. We have to get him quick while he's hot. Okay, just trying to get it. There we go.
We're inside the park here, Lafayette Park. And there's very few people here. Apparently there's going to be an open concert tonight, a free concert. So beautiful scenery, but not that many people around. Yeah, we're right down here by the arch in Lafayette Park.
You know, we're mostly
Can you
seeing grass. You know
yeah,
that?
can you point your camera up?
Yeah.
There we go. Well, that's a little bit up. Keep going.
We're still only seeing grass, Douglas.
Grass.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch where I'm going too. Oh, look. Oh, yard full of critters. I love critters.
Can we see the arch?
Not from here, you can't. This place is surrounded by woods. You can't see out of here if you tried. Look.
You came in one far. Yeah, I came in one far end there. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. I'm at the top of the peak here. You can see the whole park here. I thought on the map it said Lafayette Park.
Lafayette Park is in D.C.
Ah, that Lafayette Park. So
they have that area.
We can't get down by the arch anyway because they've got the roads blocked off. They're having some kind of
construction
going on here because we were right down by the arch and we couldn't get down there. Every road we tried to turn right on was blocked off. They're having some kind of an event here tonight. I don't know what it is. A wedding for somebody because I've seen a lot of wedding reception vehicles and catering services at I believe it was the Hampton right there in front of the arch. We will have to park somewhere a few blocks away and walk down to the riverfront if that's the case.
I would suggest that we move on as we are under a tight schedule, and we can work out something in between before you get to Indianapolis. I'm sure you might have to stop anyways, where people can catch up. So chances are people are looking.
I got to get a set of headphones anyway, so.
That would be good.
That'll give us time, and we'll just head back out on the road. Like you said, anybody that is going to catch up will catch up with us. And we'll keep things posted at the next little stop. We stop to take a break.
Is there anybody trying to communicate with us in any of our channels that is trying to reach Douglas right now? I'm wondering if anybody knows any information about that, get it back to us.
I'm checking the form right now.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, it'd be great if somebody was already here and they, we could meet them. And if not, then we'll head on out and go on and get out of St. Louis. Like I said, there's
a form.
Pardon me, Sandy?
I don't see anything in the form. No one's written in the form.
Right, and that is
that's what it is. I meant to show you guys. Now I remembered what it is. They've got the whole the square up here blocked off. The Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese people here holding up banners. Talking about the communist Chinese government. There's quite a few, I'm going to say at least 50 or more holding banners out there that have the road blocked off. That's why they've got the traffic stop going down to the arch. You can see, I don't know if you can see that far or not, but let's see here over there. That's how do I get the porta potties that way? I don't think there's any that way. Right out there, you can see they walk that way anyway. I'm going that way. You see the orange tape, it's everywhere. They've got all kinds of places sanctioned off around here.
Well, there's also construction going on apparently. We can see in the webcam from the arch and so on.
Yeah, there's major construction going on down by the arch. Like I said, they've got almost every road closed off down there. The only one that isn't closed off is is next to the Hampton, and they're having a wedding party, and the Hampton motel has the road itself blocked off, and they're only allowing wedding party guests to enter and exit. Hi guys. I don't know if y'all can trying to get down here where vision's a little bit better. Oh, there goes the Mini. And the trolley.
So you're heading back to the vehicle now? Is that what's happening, Douglas?
Yeah, I'm headed back there. I'm just showing that there's of course, there's all kinds of construction going on around here all over the place. And it's virtually impossible to get to the arch. But if there's somebody there that's waiting for us, we'll make our way down there. And if not, we're going to head on out and stop and grab some headphones so I can hear. I am. If anybody sees that red minivan right there, if they say that's us. So if somebody's looking for us later on, they need to meet up with us. That's us. But I'm going to sign off for now, and I'll check back with you guys as soon as we get at our next stop. All right, guys. Y'all have a blessed one.
Really appreciate the update, Douglas. Great.
No problem. Peace and love, guys.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Just realized he's walking around with his laptop there. That's why it's so awkward. Oops, their microphone's open. Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry about that. And I think we're back again in more sane world. Okay, where do we go from here? That might be the next question. Put the banner back up for now.
Yeah, I'm almost ready.
Flint, I'll make you co-host here temporarily until Vince gets back.
Blake, what time is it in America?
Pardon me, what was that?
The time of where Doug is, or?
Yes.
It would be 12:42 p.m. Central Time, Central Daylight Time.
Okay, thank you.
Again, if anybody is joining Douglas on the trip and we have missed you in St. Louis, you can definitely post on the forums or join us on any of the chats, and we will make an arrangement to get you with Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, is this Caroline or Mr. Kesh?
Hello, hello, Mr. Keshi.
Oh, I muted her. I muted her. Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably best.
Yeah.
Are you close to being ready, Flint, for handoff?
I'm sorry, Rick. I know Flint is working on the PDF files for the printing for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's probably most important.
Yeah.
He just gave me the PDF for the banner, so.
Yeah, and
Okay, I think Vince was waiting and
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
go
I'm
into
getting
that.
I'm getting the YouTube broadcast ready on my end too here. So hold on.
Rick, do you want to hand off to me?
Well, I was talking about the YouTube actually. Vince was going to hand off the YouTube to Flint, I thought, and I thought Vince was waiting he wanted to go in and out of Zoom in order to restart the Zoom and so on, to clarify his Zoom there. So, but that's not a bad idea. I was thinking of taking a couple-hour break here. And how long is it to Douglas's next stop? So I could probably take a couple of hours off and just leave the live stream running, and I wonder if that'd be okay. Not really, probably.
Hanging around.
Pardon me?
Here, I'll be here.
Let me see what would happen with the live stream. Depends what gets put up, I guess. You can leave the I could leave the okay, sure.
I just want to mention that the link that Klaus Frank put up from Veterans Today is a good article. If you haven't seen it, I highly suggest it. Thank you, Klaus, for posting it. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to try to fill in a little bit of dead air time. I hope I'm not giving too much feedback. Just to give you a little bit of an update, what's going on from my end as far as this road trip. I'm more or less in charge of getting some handouts and printing and stuff taken care of, and meeting up with Douglas early tomorrow morning. I'm bringing a handful or so of people down to meet to join the trip. So there's a little bit of organization going on for people to meet up in Washington, PA at what's called the Washington Mall. Originally we were thinking Douglas might do a bit of a public demonstration, but because the unit is all packed up and for reasons of we don't want to take a chance of it getting damaged in any way. It has decided that the demonstration will not happen, that the unit will stay boxed up until Douglas gets to, present it at the White House. So that's just a little update. And I'll keep you informed of other things I find out. Thank you. For those of you that might be interested in meeting up with Douglas and to do the last stretch of the drive into DC, especially if you're coming from north, one of the best routes down to Washington, PA, is to take 79 south. And if you're coming from more of the East Coast, you'll probably be taking 70 west. That's just a little bit of directions for those who are wondering where this meetup place is for tomorrow. And it's a 5-hour drive to DC.
Okay, Sandy, hold on here. We need a little bit of dead space to switch over the YouTube.